lifestyle. Let's get it, let's get it, let's get it, let's get it. Okay, let's get it. Like keep to my Netflix and I admit it. All blacked out, I'm boiled, I'm get it. Smoking on gas, I 내려다 get it. All of the ops, I 내려다 get it. Brand new kicks, I'm clean, I'm with it. 거주던 새끼 이제 낭비를. 다리에 윗손 목에 감기고 또 다리에 알순가리 감기를. 트래핑은 어차피 난 트랩을 한 번에 다 사고 I make that shit back. 시간은 쌓이고 돈도 쌓이고 쌓여 내 형 이름 stacks. 선물은 사지만 아냐 형 생일. 선물을 사지만 아냐 내 생일. 축하해 생일을 매일이 생일. 샴페인 나 밥이 또 반대 플래니. 머리에 전둥이 돌아 like 팽이 놈 결국에 챙기지 back. 오늘은 팬디고 내일도 챙기고 생일도 아닌데 생겨 new back. 파티를 하지만 아냐 내 생일. 마지막까지만 봐도 팬이. 새롭게 태어나 이건 내 생일. Trapstyle lifestyle chill let's get it. Gang 라브노 출교. Gang TN river gang pull up Gang Trapstyle lifestyle chill let's get it. Let's get it, let's get it, let's get it. Okay, let's get it.
Hermes 버클 보이게 색 24K보다 비싼 내 그램. 연금술 발견한 놈처럼 damn. 마시는 거나 뿌려 샴페인. 생일도 아닌데 we getting paid. 생일도 아닌데 we getting cake. We make them cut like Central Cima. 내 떠오른 sticky Ricky DJ Ricky yeah. 우퍼 치킨 캔디 flipping 우린 노랗더럽게. 인기 때문에 숨어서 나쁜 짓 so the fame. Old Town Millie's got a gang 벌크루 사는 rubber band. 고시생처럼 전부 올인해. 나 안 해보지 나와 get it. 네 팬들 출처 only OG's X 안에 pretty boy 내 코밑에 powder higher than the 너도 타.
라브노 출교. Gang TN river gang pull up Gang Trapstyle lifestyle let's get it, let's get it, let's get it, let's get it.
오늘 봤어 다 잊어버려. 또 오늘 밤에 늦게서 내려. 오늘 밥사 다 지워버려. 나사 다 지워버려. 오늘 밤에 I'm gonna drop it all. Say 오늘이 힘들으면 눈을 감고 춤을 춰. 뻔뻔하게 즐겨. 말을 못해 just living it up here. 나쁜 순간도 잔을 부딪혀. 잠깐 숨 좀 돌리고 즐겨. Let's party tonight. Every day Every day 날 멈출 수 없었어. Every day it's my day. Drop it low, drop it low. Every day 볼륨을 높이고. Every day 모두 함께 미치고. Every day it's my day. 나 전부 다 챙겨. Drop it low. 의사님 어딜 아파 내가. 이젠 음악이 내 약이야.
모두 흔들어 내 가슴이 더 터지도록. 모두 흔들어 빰빰빰빰.
오늘이 힘들으면 눈을 감고 춤을 춰. 뻔뻔하게 즐겨. 말을 못해 just living it up here. 나쁜 순간도 잔을 부딪혀. 잠깐 숨 좀 돌리고 즐겨.
confident 빨빼 감히 누가 눈독 들여 우리 돈
우리 문이 소풍 누가 70까지 bounce back 머리 숙인 후에 누가 move
get out the way 다음 생을 노리는 게 감리적인 듯해 견제로선 여길 냅다 씹어먹고 부패 내장까지 깔끔하게 마치 순대
씹어 먹어야지 백맨 작다 몰라 스펙대
올해는 나는 아냐 스노우 랩맨
내 말은 또 뒤가 안 들어 맵매 벌리던 냄새 세스코 불러야겠네 너희 따는 것이 오마시면 I'm cat man Hop in the booth 여긴 없어 네 자리 She make it clap look at my body
내 말이 뜯어 지려도 몰라 니 가랑이 혓바닥에 붙어 뜯을 것 같기 전에 사람이 built-in chopper best-selling motherfucker 하고 다리가 나랑 비비려해 감
쌓인 고용 주기가 차라리
오케이 손배가 손바로 칠게 우리 CB는 힘들게 relax 시간라도 바로 가는 여유롭게 What's what?
Whistle it 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 Whistle it
Whistling, 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 yeah.
Gotta check my squad 일동대기 시간 up bitch I'm ready 통신의 애들 사이에서 난 예리 갖다 붙여 대 working my studio 한 지춘에 지린 the funniest Just gotta beat Millie go to the shop in a bad behavior 나쁜 습관이지 돈에 쓰는 거또한 푼도 너한테 난 쓸 일이 없어 내 솜씨가 달라도 우리 같은 DNA 평정심을 유지하고 느낌이 혓바닥에 뜨뜨뜨뜨게 자른 사람 나는 것봐 나한테 말을 가득하지 mad line like 난 벌써 싸가리 stupid ass right what 정신 차려 너야들 나선다 계속
나 바라보지 마치 지붕 위에 chicken 난 지겹게 생각할수록 느껴지는 distance 두 번 세 번 더해져 몇 fucking another level So check my EP psycho with no peace 손대에 뜨겁지 날아올라 no P fly hard take off 나와 아직 적지 놈들 다 번지 시켜줄 줄 없이 봐봐 헤로 with the 부뚜뚜뚜 다음 소리 카프로 따라 하다 캣 목공강을 버린 수두로 빽빽하지 마치 벽 거리 그래 너지 누구 두리번거리기는 병 부정적 비백과 비대 세우니 10대 초수령 초수와 텐트 치기체 한길을 돌파 중 easy easy에 버려놔
Whistle it 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 Whistle it
Whistling, 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 yeah.
You don't want no problem. You can get it, I'm a problem. You don't want no problem. You can get it, I'm a problem. They got me started, now I'ma finish it. Leave you the party. They shouldn't have got me started, now I'ma finish it. I go the hardest. Yeah, they shouldn't have got me started. I go the hardest. They got me started, now I'ma finish it. I go the hardest. Game over, don't start with me. Envy me with your jealousy. Be me, you will never be. My strategy is a winning streak. Game bread, I'm deep in it. I see the vision and go get it. You want it, I come with it. I'm so relentless. Extreme focus, no limits. Nothing nice, no gimmicks. Don't start nothing, won't be nothing. I'm a sharpshooter, head hunting. Anybody, anywhere, anytime I double dare. In rare form, I came. No pain, no gain, nah. You can't win if you don't sacrifice. Through the blood, sweat, and years, it's a way of life. Yeah, it's the way of life. Above it all, you gotta sacrifice. Yeah, they got me started, now I'ma finish it. Leave you the party. They shouldn't have got me started, now I'ma finish it. I go the hardest. Yeah, they shouldn't have got me started. I go the hardest. They got me started, now I'ma finish it. I go the hardest. Bottom line, I'm on top. Got the game on lock. My point is, I won't stop. You can't take my spot. Can't play with a legend. Everything's predestined. Start with me if you wanna lose. I'll finish you and make another move. It's nothing, just another day. You violate, get caved in. Broke down, you can't win. I can't lose my attitude. Best man on the planet. Dynamic, do damage. Go hard with a passion. Greatness is my status. You don't want no problems. You can get it, I'm a problem. You don't want no problems. You can get it, I'm a problem. You never win if you don't sacrifice. Pay the cost, it's a way of life. You can't win if you don't sacrifice. Through the blood, sweat, and tears, it's the way of life.
Middle of the night, everything keeps passing by, just passes us by. But we're young and wild, we stay awake just to feel alive under city lights. Nothing can change our minds, yeah, people might ask us why, but don't be shy, can change our minds. Blinded by neon lights, so beautiful in the night, so be mine under city lights. Da 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 so be mine under city lights. Middle of the night, everything keeps passing by, just passes us by. But we're young and wild, we stay awake just to feel alive under city lights. Nothing can change our minds, yeah, people might ask us why, but don't be shy, can change our minds. Blinded by neon lights, so beautiful in the night, so be mine under city lights. Da 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 so be mine under city lights. Sweet like sugar, I bet you like that. I'll cut you off. Playtime's over, take a step back. Think you've had enough? If you push me to my limit, there's no telling what I might do. Yeah, you're gonna regret it. Yeah, you don't wanna see my bad side. She don't know how to play nice. You can run, but you
거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 burn it up 하트 거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 burn it up 하트 거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 burn it up 하트 거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워
이제 넌 뻗고 저기 친구들은 땀을 얻고 있어 쇼 만약 입고 있다면 펄 뻗는 걸 추천해 섹시해지졌다 빠르게 knockdown 이유는 탈진 재미없는 들은 또 급발진 우린 tell same thing 앞질러가지 또 그 처음 보지 물건놀이 이건 너무 usual up 말해 못하겠어 맡겨놔 어차피 no 갈 수 있는 건 멀리서 watch 거기에서 내도 돼 나 친한 척척 여기 너무 또 내 몸은 텁텁 카리형 다시 와서 소스를 뽀뽀
burn it up 하트 거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 burn it up 하트 거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 burn it up 하트 거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 burn it up 하트 거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워
우린 핫 뜨거 like the summer 우리 앞에서 너 까불다가 burn 구린 것도 내고 모른다고 너만 일상빈공내도 안 해 절대 자만 갈 길 멀어 아직 기름을 더 뽀뽀뽀 Then we burn it up 어서처럼 let it burn We making classics Air Force One 쟤네 난참 지나서 Hold up 이제서야 왔어 우리 season 봐버렸어 아예 새로운 인기를 거절해서 갑이 아닌 우린 딜은
겁이었나 봐야 한데도
적셔 옷을 마치 킬빌 아님 데드풀 우린 직진하지 while they making false moves 막 춤춰도 우린 바다 길이 박수 1300 이제 돼버렸나 가수
burn it up 하트 거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 burn it up 하트 거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 burn it up 하트 거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 burn it up 하트 거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워
burn it up 뜨겁게 불태워 버려 배로 버려 배가 부를 때까지 turn it up 안 들리니 볼륨 키워 시끄러워로 참아고 막 찢어져도 죄송지고 온 나의 범인은 일삼 no doubt 뒤따라와 지금 제일 핫한 팀 일삼 no doubt 부정 못하지 넌
burn it up 하트 거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 burn it up 하트 거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 burn it up 하트 거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 burn it up 하트 거 우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워
I'm your type 누르게 되지 like 다른 애들은 swipe double tap this site
사랑하지 내게 아트를 준 모든 애들 my friend 얘네기들 상응해줘야 돼 움직여 바삐 double tap 우리 사진 간지 공연 보러 온 누나들의 손가락을 만진다 빼반디 story 올려 대개선 광고 남자애들 껴 만들어 mosh pit 한국에 있는 애들 DM 아직 come to Korea 가자마자 벌려 기대한 것이 발을 뒤져 비껴 나가 내상 우리 피처처럼 smooth sailing 시대 얼음 우리 신경을 안 써 연어 응원하는 애들 숨죽이지 이제 시간은 금이고 우린 뱅카이스 다섯 배로 벌려 우리 몸값 21세기 boys 우리 못 가는 데가 없어 목소리를 뻗쳐가지고 worldwide Room is my planet I can go everywhere worldwide 인터넷 international to Instagram worldwide double tap worldwide 야 이제 우리는 virtual 가고 싶은 대로 날라
tight 누르게 되지 like 다른 애들은 swipe double tap this site
일상공공 받지 날기 원하지 나 협찬 날기 오르지 우리는 하이킹 너무 쉽지 마치 사비 스티커 보면 날아 우리 물에 좀 쓸어 담을 거야 진짜 전부 1300 받지 날기 락스타 1300 이제 달라붙어 우리한테 더블팀 레이블에서 연락 마치 허리케인 무시하던 새끼들은 어디에 얼른 숨어 미리 사나 1플러그 이제 우리 노래 어디 가면 들려 몇 년 전에 비웃었지 그래 바로 너 생각보다 우리들의 덩치 너무 커 싫어 너를 택시하지 우리들은 세스고 On a new level keep it on the low 너가 전화할 때 나는 수신 거부 flow 안 멈추지 마치 Rolex non-stop racks on racks 못 벌면 난 죽어 Bounce we got the juice No time 낭비할 수 없으니까 나는 항상 work work baby working hard 맨날 twerk twerk Bounce we got the juice No time 낭비할 수 없으니까 나는 항상 work work baby working hard 맨날 twerk
Inside you tight 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 누르게 되지 like 다른 애들은 swipe 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 double tap this site I
No mercy for the weak. It's blood in the street. They slaughtering the sheep. Jumping out the window cause I'm born to fly. Sliding up on you, caught you by surprise. If it's do or die, I will survive. By any means necessary, stay alive. I built it from the bottom, now I'm sky high. Weapon in my hand, I'm a bad man. I've been around the world, I have a plan to conquer the mountains in the Badlands. If you talking fear, I don't understand. I feel like a god, here I am. Stronger than a titan back against the walls. If you come against me, I kill them all. No mercy for the weak. It's blood in the street. It's a war in the jungle. It's blood on the leaves. No mercy for the weak. It's blood in the street. It's a war outside. It's blood on the leaves. Yeah. Super villain in the flesh that'll never change. A hero in the city, yeah, they know my name. Go against the law, ain't nobody safe. Gotta fight through the night just to save the day. This is what it is, this is what it takes. I'm on the right time, I ain't never late. I have no fear, cause I know my fate. I got a bullet for the devil right in his face. If you riding with me, this the freeway. Crush the head of a snake, the king way. They slaughtering the sheep. The blind lead the blind down the dead in the street. No mercy for a weak killer. It's blood in the street. It's a war going on. And they slaughtering the sheep. No mercy for the weak. It's blood in the street. It's dark outside. Yeah, it's dark outside. No light for the sheep. Ain't no light. No mercy for the weak. No mercy. It's blood on the lid. Yeah, it's blood in the war. It's a war in the jungle. And they slaughtering the sheep. And they slaughtering the sheep. Where the blind lead the blind. Right down the dead street.
was a habit. All the sins that killing my ghost, will I ever go find it? Get away that nobody told. Tell me why you went around with me to set me free. Do I need to wait a little more for the right time? Do I need to kill somebody for my life? Make love with me, ecstasy. Take on dance for me, bounce for me. Make love with me, ecstasy. Stay with me, need to run away.
Time left to pack it up. On the brink of a brand new age, better buckle up. Hey, oh, let's go, have you had enough? It's coming like the fire and rain. When it's over, they will know my name. I'm alive. Come to life in the lights tonight. I was crawling through the ashes just to cross the line. Now I'm standing in the fire on the other side. I'm alive. Wind up tight, then I let it go. Light it up loud, come and get the smoke. It's system overload. Flying way too high like an overdose. Time to lock and load. It's all systems go. Pressure breaking down the dam to stop the losing flow. I'm alive. Come to life in the lights tonight. I was crawling through the ashes just to cross the line. Now I'm standing in the fire on the other side. I'm alive. I'm alive. I was crawling through the ashes just to cross the line. Now I'm standing in the fire on the other side. I'm alive. I'm alive. Come to life in the lights tonight. I was crawling through the ashes just to cross the line. Now I'm standing in the fire on the other side. I'm alive. I'm alive. I'm alive. Unstoppable, phenomenal, awakening, the animal, unshakable, optimal, it's happening, can't control, feel it, feel it, feel it, feel it.
everyone to day 6 of the World's 2023 Swiss stage live from the KBS Arena in Seoul, Korea, where we see the C9 and Fnatic fans arriving early, and there's a lot of them. It's not that packed here yet, and a lot of the shirts I'm seeing are Fnatic or C9, in fact. Yep. And I'm also so sorry that you haven't seen us for 2 days. We've just been lazy. I know you've been missing it. You've been missing the draw shows,
I don't know why we can't do this every single day for a whole month.
Me neither. I'm back together with my analyst.
I like having a day off. I don't know. What? I napped yesterday. I ate bulgogi. I had a wonderful day.
That's true. Same. But I would rather still be here. Now, Verius Jad, it is elimination day today. Best of 3s. If you lose, you're out. Also, Verius, the realization that we could be losing 2 more LEC teams today, and that'll be 3 out of the 4.
Why did we have to bring that up? Yes, it's a stressful day for us EU fans. We've had an incredible draw show so far. I'm really excited for the best of 3s that we have lined up, both on the 2-1 and the 1-2 bracket. A lot on the line for both North America and Europe.
The next 4 days are going to be some of the best 4 days we've ever had in a Worlds group stage. I just love the fact that every single game is going to matter, whereas past years we'd have these days that would be 6 scheduled games, but 2 of them would count. So it's just going to be nonstop action.
Yeah, and indeed, you mentioned it already in terms of the draw show. It's been our favorite part of Worlds, right?
Best draw. I mean, I always loved the group draw, but now we get like 6 group draws. It's amazing.
The audience shots from the KR production have been on point. I mean, the reactions overall, the memes that it spawned on Twitter and on Reddit and in the communities worldwide has been amazing. What was that for, actually? Is that a...
That's a T1 fan.
Yeah, so happy about the draw.
And that's another T1 fan, not as happy about the draw.
Imagine that first T1 fan was celebrating that they got C9, because these are for different days of draws as well. It's just a compilation.
Exactly. Yeah, it's been awesome to watch, and I think we also are very happy.
I remember that guy. That was when they drew energy.
Yeah. In rehearsal, I said he looked like Gerard Piqué, and you guys were like, who is that?
I still don't know.
Funny.
Yeah, and I said he's that famous footballer.
Look at this.
That's not him. That's Cadril.
That is
that is
I didn't know that's how he reacted.
Yeah. I mean, imagine how embarrassing this will be when G2 doesn't win.
That would be very embarrassing.
It would be, wouldn't it?
Yeah. This is where he's reacting to this, I think.
Yeah, because
exactly.
He's praising the Kellen Penguin.
I think maybe it was out of order. Who knows? But NRGG2, that is coming up tomorrow. Now we've had 2 days, sorry. Yeah. We had 1 week of Swiss action already, so let's talk about some high flyers and maybe some things that we didn't like. Starting with the good, I want to start with Scout. You know, if in the LPL this year, he was absolutely unbelievable, and I think he's been such a great part of LNG's success rate, I think, so far, and he's going to be really pivotal in their Worlds run.
Absolutely. His first 2 games, he just absolutely decimated people with his ear. I believe he died about 1 time while killing 20. And then the hype would die down a little bit because he did technically lose 2 games to JDG, but that's against JDG. They've literally beat everyone. He was also huge in the 1 game they did win in that series, which is the only game anyone has taken off of JDG this entire World Championship thus far.
I mean, it should come as no surprise to many of the LPL enjoyers. Scout has overall had an incredible year, and he's just continuing that form here at the World Championship.
He is. Fetty, who do you have your eye on? Who impressed you?
Well, I think one of the big standout players has been Elk so far this tournament.
Oh, man.
You look down in the bottom lane, and he's been having a stellar performance.
Yeah, Elk is definitely my stud so far because I saw the early laning phases that didn't even go well, and his support on leaves all the time, but he is such a stud in team fights. It's actually incredible to me that this guy doesn't get resources but still pumps out sometimes more damage than Ruler in team fights. Like, I almost want to say he's a better team fighter than Ruler, but that's blasphemy, so I'm just going to say he's up there.
I love it. Controversial opinion, and indeed, he's like a ticking time bomb when you know, you're playing versus him, even if you think, oh, you know, the lane, it didn't go continually in their favor, and then the team fights happen, and you just see it's over in like a few seconds.
Yeah, he's so good, so fast. The team does team fight very well around him, but it's still an incredible skill.
I mean, my standout has been down in the bot lane. Carrier's Bard. That was an incredible game to watch. I know that there was some question marks around Carrier's performance coming into the tournament, but this Bard was just a masterclass performance from him. It's a little bit crazy when you think back to last year. It was a Bard that he lost to in the World Finals, but just look at some of these plays. Absolutely incredible from him.
I mean, I see what you're doing, Verius. You're trying to put on the screen C9 losing so that it continues to happen today. Personally, I feel like the game was already over at this point. It was like 7,000 gold lead, 3 dragons. Like, what's the point? Other than to just rub it in.
I also get to talk about T1. It's a double-edged sword, Jet, and I love talking about this team. They are still a bit of a question mark here at this tournament because when we look at their road, it's been a bit shaky, a bit of a shaky game against TL to start off the tournament, dominant win against C9, and a struggling loss to Gen G. So I'm excited to see how they match up against BLG later on in this one.
Definitely so. A couple of our studs find themselves in the same teams that will be playing versus each other, but there's one more that we haven't mentioned yet. I don't know, this is your pick, Thaddeus. Who is your last stud?
Well, my final stud that I think we can all agree on has been a figure that when you see his face, boss music starts to appear. An ominous presence that has had massive impact on the World Championship so far. It's the referee and his incredible drawing skills.
I feel like words per presence, this guy is undefined. It's incredible how much presence he has without ever showing a facial expression.
Yeah, Sung Boshim, the villain, the hero.
The hero for some, the villain for many.
The head ref we deserve.
He's been truly incredible and super entertaining, and we're grateful for his draws.
Yes, all great things, but I know you two are haters at heart, so who have you hated? What
I
have you
hate
hated?
champions, Shocks. I hate Talia, I hate Renekton, and I hate Ezreal. I think so far at this World Championship, they've been nothing but disappointment, especially for EU teams. Let's bring up the stats, because I want to look at some of these Talia performances. 1 and 6. I hate watching some of the EU
won
teams
that one on Talia.
Did he?
Yeah.
Oh, no. I think the Renekton blind pick has also just been something that's been a bit of a crutch for EU teams, and Ezreal, we're not going to talk about the Ezreal.
Yeah, I mean, I also have a champion that I hate, and I personally think it's Syndra, and this is more of a meta-wide point. Some people, including Team Liquid, were trying to use it as an Orianna counter, but I think outside of the laning phase, it's just so low mobility, and there's so many good engaged champions, so unless you're playing picture perfect on the Syndra in teamfights, you're just going to die over and over again. I don't think it necessarily fits the way the team fights are going yet. We've seen it 6 times, but I think it's 6 times too many.
One of those is humanoid as well, I think, So
the victory or the defeat?
The defeat, unfortunately. And talking about humanoid, to kick off the day, we have an LCS versus LEC rivalry as old as time, as Cloud9 and Fnatic are facing off in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz.
NA versus EMEA. LCS versus LEC. Which region will emerge victorious? In this featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, the most storied organizations from this regional rivalry are now pitted against each other in an elimination series. Since 2013, these two orgs have been battling it out, and now it's up to Cloud9 to break the pattern.
Kazi going to push forward one more time as Elyoya looking for it, but Berserker's just flashing after him. The seismic shoves. They've been amazing this game from Blabber.
Prestige means nothing if you're not performing on the stage. Fnatic's year has been challenging, but this squad has persevered.
Oscar's returned to the stage. It's a big old g'day from the top laner of Fnatic.
Will their comeback story continue, or does the grind stop here against Cloud9? A must-watch for LCS and LEC fans. This series will end with just one team on top. The other goes home.
Almost the pinnacle of EU versus NA rivalry in terms of Cloud9 versus Fnatic. And we were talking about it, Jad, in terms of the history of this matchup, and specifically the fact that in 2013, they played a best of 3. It was an elimination game, and it was the one where famously C9 left open Kassadin in the last game, and that was kind of the start of years of rivalry.
We'll see if they've learned to ban Kassadin or not 11 years later, but I do think the 2013 quarterfinals, 2015 and 2022, they were in the same group. 2018, last time we're in Korea, Fnatic eliminated Cloud9 again in the semifinals to go to the final of the World Championship. So there is just an unbelievable amount of history between these two orgs.
It's crazy.
And it's been super entertaining. Every time we get to see them play off against each other, it's always an exciting affair. And I think that, like, for a lot of EU fans, they're expecting and hoping for a resurgence for Fnatic to the international stage. It's been a bit of a struggle since we last saw them in a quarterfinal. I do believe it was not since 2020 that we last saw them, and I think many EU fans are hoping that they can return to that former pedestal.
Yeah, and I don't know if this is controversial, but in terms of C9 and Fnatic meeting in best ofs, Fnatic in those other iterations was always favored. They were actually one of the favorite teams coming out of the entire EU crop, and I think that is very, very different today.
I do think it is as well. They are the #2 seed. They made a late season resurgence, and I think it's been really hard to figure out their power level at this World Championship because of the big disparity disparity in the strength of their opponents. They played 2 strong LPL teams that defeated them, and then they played GAM, who, while not a free win, many would agree, is one of the weaker teams in the Swiss stage. So it's tricky, because if you just watch them against the LPL teams and you're a C9 fan, you're thinking, easy. It's not easy.
It isn't, but we're going to try and figure it out. We're going to go lane by lane, because we also have the analysts, the EU analyst and the NA analyst, so let's go.
So we pre-populated this a little bit. Fetty, defend your Oscar Inen.
So I do feel like Oscar Inen has a small advantage in the top lane, just because he's showcased so far at this tournament that he can compete with the best. He has a great champion pool, and overall I think that Fudge hasn't performed to the level I expected.
I mean, I would agree with you if we were talking about the top laner who qualified them for the World Championship, but for some reason this says Oscar Inen, not Wonder. So I'm actually going to put it about right here. I think it depends which Fudge shows up, who's going to win.
All right, well, sell me Blabber then. Tell me why you think Blabber has the advantage.
He's the NA GOAT jungler. The only thing you can hold against him is his champion pool has been different than the meta. He won with Talia, he lost with Belveth. I don't think we're going to be seeing that again, but he's incredibly efficient while still being effectively active. In NA, I'd say the kills plus assists at 14 being 1.0 is definitely well below his level, but he is NA's hope.
I guess it's, for Vetty, is how much stock you put into NA GOAT. What does that mean to you?
I don't put much stock in it whatsoever, Shox.
Where are
That's
you
a great
putting
point.
that?
Razork in the jungle every day of the week. He's one of Europe's most aggressive early game junglers. I'm confident that today he
your
can put
humanoid one, what is this?
I mean, he's playing against an ERL mid laner. I don't know if you know this, M&S couldn't even get onto an LEC team, so humanoid is just going to eat him for breakfast.
You believe this guy?
This is crazy.
I'm going to say, okay, I think M&S has been susceptible to pressure in the past, but he has looked good to me so far this World Championship. But Humanoid has a lot more experience, so I'll give you what's Humanoid favorite.
I think it's going to skew from now on. Is that correct?
I mean, Berserker is universally, worldwide respected. So I think it's no question why he'd be favored in this matchup.
Well, yeah, I'm actually going to shift over towards Berserker because I agree. I think the Berserkers has already had a great tournament, and I think especially when you compare him to Noah, Noah has shown some of the nerves that he's shown when he played up against like teams on the final at G2, and I want to see more from Noah. I genuinely think that he has the potential, and you're on your screen right now going to see some of that potential. He can go toe-to-toe with some of the best AD carries in the world. It's just about finding that confidence and that willing to make those plays.
Yeah, don't underestimate him for sure, and I think Berserker has definitely shown some inconsistency as well, and even though we've disagreed here, Vedius, I think, actually, we can align on the supports. It's very slightly Fnatic favored. I don't think anyone's super confident with the support.
I agree. I think the support could very much go either way. Trumby has made some very questionable engages, and I think Sven hasn't quite found his footing. But yeah, I'm excited to see the support matchup because I definitely think it could swing either way.
They're on there.
Did you just take my face off the board?
No, I completely covered it, and I was trying to, but it's stuck.
Also, why are you so much happier about your expectations? I look very serious.
You look doomer.
Because I need to bright side as a defense mechanism for the several years of bad results. You can be, you know, a little bit grumpy because usually it's Europe that's winning.
True, but will it be the same today? Let's ask the fans. We'll ask them as we always do on X. You can always vote on @MastercardGG, rather on X to get your vote across. And this has been, it's been wrong.
Okay.
Oh, God.
Oh, you know what, though?
I like this.
You know what, though? 60% fan prediction rate is pretty bad.
You reckon?
For how easy these games have generally been to predict. So, you know, even though it says 2/3 of the time Fnatic will win based on the fans, 6/10 of the time, the fans are wrong anyway.
I don't agree with how, this is relatively clear cut, and I don't think that is the correct assessment of this matchup, Fetty. What do you think?
I do think that based on how C9 have played this tournament, I would rate C9 higher. I actually think they're favorites coming into this matchup. But, you know, EU analyst, EU #1, I am very biased. I will be predicting Fnatic against the odds. I think they haven't shown their full capabilities at this tournament yet. They've had really difficult opponents. And
when did they show their full capabilities?
Against Mad Lions, when they stomped them 3-2. When I say
Wonder.
stomped.
Yeah, interesting.
Shox, you're on my side here. What the hell?
I'm objective.
It's been a wild year for Fnatic. I think they've had very different roads. Cloud9, for basically 95% of the year, was the best team in North America, but they haven't quite been able to pull it together, and I think their meta read has been a little bit strange. So if they've taken the 3 days to recover that, I'm looking forward to it.
That is the key. It is so important because your road could end here, even though we are, you know, throwing some jabs over here and there. This is their tournament lives and their entire year. The stakes for another LEC versus LCS Classic could not be higher. It's time to kick off day 6 of the World Swiss stage.
프로를 시작한 기간에 비해서 월드를 너무 빨리 오고 이제 우승하다 보니까 이제 뭔가 체감을 못했었는데 점점 이 월즈를 오지 못하고 이제 프로 연도가 쌓이면서 뭔가 이 생활에 익숙해지고 쉽지 않구나라는 거를 깨달은 것 같아요. 뭔가 개인으로서에 대한 욕심은 크게 있는 편은 아닌 것 같고요. 저 스스로가 뭔가 저희 팀이 잘한다는 거를 이제 보여주고 싶어요.
스크림에서 많은 좋은 결과가 나왔기 때문에 최대한 자신감 있게 해야 저희가 할 수 있는 플레이를 할 수 있을 것 같습니다. 이게 제 마지막 경기라면 저는 그 마지막까지 포기하지 않는 선수로 기억 남고 싶습니다.
我觉得以我们目前的状态的话，我觉得我们应该是在5分左右。我觉得与其是在意对手的话，不如我觉得更需要在意的是我们自己本身的一个状况，就是我们在拿出自己最擅长的一个东西，去慢慢的就做一个应对，就在红这方去做好准备就可以了。
We can be a very resilient team and we can improve very quickly, so just wait and see.
就是接下来我们还有一次机会，我们会努力在这次机会上去做一个突破的。
그래도 매드를 만난다면 쉽게 올라가지 못할 겁니다.
If we lose one more series, we're going to be out, and at this point, we just can't lose anymore. From my perspective, no matter who we play, we should be winning.
There's going to be pressure for sure, but I really feel like we are going to win against anyone right now. The key is just being hungry to win.
I want to perform when the pressure is the highest. That's what makes you a winner and a great player.
I don't think we are that far from being one of the best. I hope you can still believe in us.
I'm super confident. We're going to come out swinging.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Swiss Stage Cast Desk. I am joined by Zale and Dagda here. Dagda is fresh off a plane, so if he says some weird stuff, we have to give him a little bit of leeway for it. That's understandable. Welcome to Korea, my friend. Very excited that we have you here for EU versus NA. I'll try to mediate as best I can.
And it's actually really funny because like the last time I was in Korea was 2018 World Finals, and that went great for Europe. So excited to see that one go the same now that I'm here as well.
Did it? It was this team as well. And I remember that was a 3-0, wasn't it, for one of the teams that was there. Let's not go too far into it,
great.
though.
You know, I was at MSI finals when TL played G2. That went great for NA as well. So it's nice that we've had these good experiences, you know?
No, it's really, really good. Looking forward to seeing how this one's going to go, though, gentlemen, because there's a lot of people that are on the fence as to who should be favored in this particular series. And I want to give you guys at home a little bit of a peek backstage, because we couldn't come to a consensus as to who was favored in this matchup. And I think we're looking largely at that mid jungle. And Zale, I want to go to you first. Why is it that it's Blabber and M&S that can come out ahead?
I mean, I think that, honestly, Humanoid, to me, is favored in that matchup. I do think that Blabber is the guy that I look to as an X factor. Him and Berserker are the two on C9 that I most heavily favor over their counterparts on the other side. Blabber has just been so incredibly good in NA over the last couple of years. I do think he's been solid here as well. You know, when you look back to especially the game against LNG, I think he was really solid early, and the game against Mad, his late game was really impressive. Berserker, to me, in this meta, team fighting is so incredibly important. It almost always revolves around 5v5. I think he is a step above what I've seen from Noah, especially at this tournament, where Noah has looked at times a lot more timid. And I do think, you know, you need to have that top level AD carry to be able to take those 5v5s, unless someone like Humanoid and Oscarinen can really step up and just kind of crush their counterparts.
Yeah, I 100% agree with the bot lane point. I think Noah has been a little bit disappointing, but I do think when it comes to Razork and Humanoid, they've been the wow factor of Fnatic. Razork has had an incredible year in the LEC, and now coming into this, you can already see that that mid jungle is being focused down here by C9. You've already got the Azir taken off the board. Poppy as well was a big pick for Razork, and now we're going to have to see as well how they want to try and continue this one forward.
And these are the only two picks that we've actually seen from Oscarinen. His best game definitely was on the Renekton, so they are going to be taking that away. Humanoid, he is known for the Azir. When I think of him internationally, I think of his best games on this. When he did play that Akali, I don't think he looked nearly as comfortable, and I know it was something that was a little bit newer, but a lot of these players have been trying to evolve their champion pools here at Worlds. worlds and adapt to the ever-changing meta.
Speaking of the ever-changing meta, one thing that has stayed relatively consistent is Xayah is really good and is often picked if possible. And that is going to happen again here. C9 going to grab that one, and the Sejuani is what Fnatic elected to take away from Blabber. He has plenty of things that he can go towards. I'm a bit curious about that ban.
I actually think that this is a fantastic start for Cloud9. I think Xayah, by far and away, the strongest AD carrying the patch, like, tears through things like the Kai'Sa and stuff that you want to take into it. Yes, you got the Orianna and the Rakan on the opposite side that are great, but Jarvan Rumble is such an insanely strong combo alongside that Xayah.
I also think it's a pretty good denial because it combines really well with the Orianna also. You know, you can set that up. So I do think it's really strong. And when you're thinking about AD carry options here for Noah, you know, you may be feeling like you have to be a little bit more defensive now, potentially, you know, when you are going into this Jarvan, when you are going into the Rumble. And now they don't pick Kai'Sa here. Kai'Sa could be actually getting banned out, and then there's potential to be pushed down onto something more like that Ezreal, which I know the EU fans are really not a fan of thus far this tournament.
And this is your favorite matchup as well, Azale. This time it's in your favor.
Yeah, and we'll see how it goes, right? I do think this is incredibly difficult for the Jax in the 1v1. In the early levels, you can be fine, you know, in those 1v1, but as you get more levels, Rumble gets more and more prio. It's very difficult, and you have to be covering the Jax on these dives. You need to be keeping him safe. That being said, if you can get a strong jungle pairing where you can win 2v2s and you know you can still attack the Rumble and Jax can eventually outscale, but I think it gives so much prio over to Cloud9 in the top lane that it's going to have more options there available for Blabber because it's more likely you're going to be pushed in there, you're going to be able to get wards onto Razork and hopefully give Blabber the advantage.
Yeah, I think the big one for me is then trying to see if you can get a strong if you can try and have an answer here for Cloud9 on that mid jungle, so then you're able to have Blabber try and play towards that top side. Zeri already taken away here from Noah. That was the big question that, Mark, for me was like, is that now the fallback for Noah? Because that's been the big one for him. Aphelios has been the other very strong champion, but into the Xayah, you not really want to go for that.
And Rumble J4 is scary.
Exactly. So you're probably going to have the Kai'Sa ban come through here, and it feels like Noah's going to default then to something like the Ezreal that, honestly, I kind of agree with what the desk has said, has been absolutely miserable at this tournament.
And that's going to be the Alistar as the final ban. Pretty purple for our second round of bans. Don't tell Lulu. As the Zeri will be augmented with another one. I imagine it's just Kai'Sa, right? Like you were talking about, that would make some sense. So the mid lane not going to be quite as pinched, just the Syndra being taken away from M&S. And of course, he does like to play some eclectic champions as well. Just have to see where he decides to land, because both of the solo lanes have already been locked in for Fnatic. Oftentimes red side used for those counter picks, but very early on they've managed to take these away. So an opportunity here for M&S to get some work done, and the Lee Sin will slink through the draft as well with that Rel being taken away.
Yeah, they focus on the Rel, more worried about the Rel-Con combo. Obviously really powerful engage, you know, can help to set up that dive. Lee Sin obviously, you know, can really be strong, but it's one of those champions that I think the baseline is lower than for that Rel. You know, the top end is maybe higher, but it's obviously a lot more difficult to actually execute on. So we'll see if Razor can have that good game, can put himself into a good spot here. I do think this makes a lot of sense as a pick. If they go Nautilus, it's a good pairing, gives the hard engage. And also, if you're expecting something along the lines of a potential Ezreal, then you have that guaranteed point-and-click CC where you can hopefully lock that guy down and set up for the Rumble red carpet that's going to be coming through on some of these lower mobility champions.
I am curious to see what the answer is going to be for M&S here in the mid lane. Like, you open up a lot of AD picks here when you go towards the Rumble in the top side. So I'm curious if you end up something like the Jace or something like that going in towards the mid lane here. You get good push against the Orianna. And just the fact that we are kind of talking about that strong mid jungle for Fnatic, I mean, Orianna Lee Sin doesn't scream absolutely insane combo for like early pressure. Usually you want something like an Ahri or something along those lines in the early stages. But I mean, this could be juicy as well if he wants to go towards it.
Okay,
there it is.
M&S is definitely someone who really does like to play the aggressive picks. You know, he's played this in the LCS a number of times. Yone really can help to set you up for success, because now you have the Yone CC, you have the Jarvan ultimate, you have the CC from Nautilus as well. So you have a lot of tools to hold people in place on top of that equalizer. And also, if you can land that initial CC, drop the equalizer down, the feather pull can be there as well. So you can have that really powerful combo. It is very likely to be that Ezreal. I think they're going to get that locked in, and EU fans probably not going to be too happy about that. But the fact of the matter is, what would you feel more happy having? Because you're going to be in so much danger if you play something that's low mobility, if you go towards an Aphelios, which Noah was really successful on Aphelios in the LEC, but if you went towards something like that, it's kind of just asking to die. So your options are limited unless you're super confident in your ability to kind of like dodge out on these engages.
Yeah, but it's those like limited options that I'm looking at for Fnatic, right? It feels like when you look at what Cloud9 have, great dive, ton of backline pressure, ultimates galore that can set you up for these team fights. And it's going to be Humanoid that's going to feel a lot of that pressure in these fights. And once that kind of occurs, it's like, well, Fnatic, you don't really have the best setup for an Orianna ult, so Humanoid is going to be reliant on himself or a Skirn and a Trimby getting in there. It feels like, for me, Cloud9 just have very ease of access to backline and ease of execution.
Yeah. Absolutely, but at the same time, you do have Humanoid on a range versus melee matchup early on. If he can get pushed, if he can create an advantage, that's one of the things that I'm actually really... That guy is not happy.
Not happy at all. And I like
They're
they're still waving the sign around. They're like, dang it!
But Humanoid, can be potentially set up for success here. If he can get an advantage in mid lane, I do think with Rakan, you do have backline access. You do have the ability to teamfight really effectively here. You have the Lee Sin that doesn't have to just be used to dive. You can use that as a disengage pick here as well. So I think Fnatic have some pretty strong teamfight themselves. But there is always the question about, if your lanes are going to be getting pushed in and top and bot, is Razork going to be able to find those ganking angles that he really wants to? Because he's going to want to be active. And, how is he going to do here against Blabber?
It's going to be the question on everyone's lips, but now it is time to get into our very first game of the day. C9, I think, came out of that draft feeling pretty happy. We'll see whether Fnatic can get things underway because, of course, it's Red Side, and Red Side is a difficult one.
It is going to be a difficult one for sure, but the thing to keep in mind with those stats is also that the higher seeds do get the side selection, and they have been winning almost always in this tournament.
See whether C9 can stay with that. And speaking of staying with things, you can connect your League of Legends account with Prime Gaming. Grab the exclusive experimentation emote. It is a whole lot of fun to use, so definitely recommended. And let's just see. Oscarin is just cruising up here. Not going to have too much first damage blood happening here between our top laners.
Yeah, top lane, I think, is going to dictate a lot of this game. Fudge has a really good game, and I think he's someone who hasn't been having as good games, right? If Oscar can get the advantage, if he can survive, and then Razork gets up there and they get a kill on Fudge, all of a sudden, these Ignite Rumble picks can really fall off, because if you lose side lane prio and you don't have TP, it gets very difficult to play. So I do think both junglers are going to be paying a lot of attention towards top lane. And it could be, those early 2v2s deciding things.
But that's the thing. I mean, over the course of the main event, Blabber is the second highest jungle proximity towards top lane at 14. 13.6% is an insanely high number. And I think that's where you want to see in this game it is going to pay off, because when you're running the Ignite, you need that help to get that lane rolling in your favor.
And it's really interesting. I was actually looking into this matchup a fair bit because I was talking with some people, like, well, how does this matchup really go in pro? And so I was looking back over the last, season or two in this matchup in top lane. Across 49 games, the average lead for Rumble in laning phase was, a bit over 300 gold. It was plus 11 CS at 15. Like, that was the average result. So it is definitely one of those matchups that you're expecting the Rumble to get the advantage. But that being said, if you can really play it safe, not die, just give up the minimum, the Jax can still win from that position later on.
Sort of, you can never beat a Jax in a side lane is kind of what you're going to get.
Unless you are very ahead.
Yes. We'll see whether that is going to be the same this time around, because when the shoe was on the other foot, Fudge didn't have the greatest of times in the matchup. We'll just see whether this is going to work out. You can see already Razork moving towards that top side of the map, and Blabber on his Wolves is going to have a Lee Sin poke his head in. Q going to miss though, and Razork just going to get the information and move away.
But still, nice little invade there, and they can poke and prod, because on those early levels, you can get the push for the Jax here. So Blabber is trying to wrap around. He's trying to see where the heck did Razork go, and Razork has stayed around and is on this Gromp. Both these junglers do have Smite, and Blabber's going to get here in time, so it is going to be a bit of a Smite fight here.
Looks like Razork doesn't want to stick around. Oh, that was pretty close, but not going to happen. There's a flashover from Fudge. They are really investing into this. They do manage to get Razork's flash.
And I like this from Razork, though. He ends up conceding his bot side jungle because he's like, look, I need to stay in this top side to stop a gank. But yeah, I don't know if they want to try and go for that just yet, especially with Blabber still in the area. But I like that they're, hey, look, give Oscarinen that opportunity to shove in top side, get some control, and just deny Blabber that introduction into that top side nice and early.
Exactly, and Blabber doesn't even feel comfortable to actually take his blue just yet, because he's trying to see, okay, well, where is Razork going? Is he going to be reganking mid? Is he going to be looking for a dive on top? Now Fudge has no flash, so it is one of those situations that I say this trade goes heavily in the favor of Fnatic and Razork. Yes, it is a trade of flashes, but jungler for top laner, and in this matchup where Rumble can be exposed in a long lane, I think is really good for them. Plus the fact that he actually took away the Gromp, he got the top side scuttle, now he can cross towards bot and actually get double scuttle, and you can see Blabber is going in for a lane gank, and this feels like a little bit of pressure on this to actually really work because he's falling behind.
Yeah, I think he's not sure exactly where Razork is, and as you say, he has to try and make sure that Fudge can actually push this in. Fudge burnt his flash in that last little scrap, so if you ended up with Razork and Osgurnin able to chase him down, it'd be an absolute disaster. So you are pulling, but I don't know if you can dive this, lads.
Well, we'll see whether the counter-strike is going to be put on cooldown. That's the important part of it. Blabber with a bit of a drive-by to get that cooldown, and now Osgurnin trying to keep himself alive. There is the Flame Spitter. Fudge tanking the tower, though. The Ignite is down, and he's not going to be able to grab the kill. They just, I guess it's intimidation tactics under the tower.
Well, I actually like this because you are going to be making him lose some CS, and Blabber didn't really have that much to do on the map anyway because he already knew he lost bot side Scuttle. So they do get the flash for the Ignite, so things are kind of evened out in that regard. It also buys a good base time in there for Fudge. He was covered on the play because he's playing in that side lane brush. So if Razork had crossed back over to top and he was covering the lane gang, then they say, all right, we're not going to fully commit, but we are going to get a little bit of pressure here and try to get a slight advantage.
Yeah, I think the big winner here is Razork, as you say.
Absolutely.
The fact he's managed to clear out everything. Iron Spike Whip compared to just the components. He's going to be in a great spot now if he actually ends up challenging a lot of these fights, especially if they meet 1-for-1. So I think this is going to give Razork that opportunity to try and find that early advantage up against the Jarvan here.
Working out so far, you can see now going for a bit of a reset here in this bottom lane. Noah has been farming pretty nicely up against Berserker on the Xayah, but as we know, Berserker just wants to get to those 3 items and hard carry the game. And at the moment, that is seemingly working out, close to that 50 CS margin. M&S, he headed back home and has teleported back to this mid lane on a similar timing to Humanoid as well, and checking in on the CS. He's only a few behind, which is what you'd expect in this melee range matchup, especially Yone, who can get a little bit bullied by the Orianna.
Yeah, especially in those early levels, it can be a little bit more difficult, but also Lost Chapter, a great buy here for Humanoid, so we'll be looking to just constantly keep that poke running. As Fudge just shoving here, and you can see Sven has made the roam.
Yeah, he's moving up here towards this top lane. Good equalizer placement there from Fudge as the Flame Spitter comes out. Hook is going to land. That's first blood to the Rumble. And Razork not going to be able to do anything here, even with Trimby waiting in the wings, although they are going to go in overly aggressively here. They just look to the least, and they take him down. It is going to be an answering kill. But now Sven lands the hook. They're not going to be able to lock down the Rakan just yet, and 2-1 in the end.
That is massive there for Fudge on the top side. A great roam from Sven. Trimby was trying to match, but Sven got there first and made all the difference, as Oscar didn't expect Sven to be there that early. Shockwave going to be a swing and the miss there for Humanoid, and M&S just going to be getting this pushed in, but getting those 2 kills really important. Neither of the kills go over to Oscar, and sure, Fnatic get one back, but it's on Trimby. You remove the shutdown to get a kill on your support, so C9 are going to be really happy about how that worked out.
2 big kills going across over to him is going to be massive. And again, just nice roam from Spain. You can see Blabber was there to cover as well. He was in a really good spot, so Trimby kind of felt pressured to try and help Razork in that play, and it all just fell apart. So great job by C9 to cover.
Here comes Blabber.
Yeah, this is not looking great. You can see Oscar already taking so much damage. The counter-strike comes in, and Fudge says, that's not going to stop my flamethrower. And so it is going to be, once again, the Jax pushed out of this lane, and does feel like what we were expecting kind of in this matchup, but has kind of gone worse.
But the thing is now, you're in pressure here as Fnatic because you just had to reset Osgurnin. You've got Rift Herald in 30 seconds. Fudge is going to have his flash back up. He's going to have his ult back up. He's going to have a ton of control over this top side. And even Blabber just needs to clear at camp to hit level 6.
And Fudge is actually holding the wave. You know, I don't know if we can get a peek over towards top side, but he did not elect to push on that base. He did hold the wave to deny, so you can see the experience advantage now opening up on the top side. Fudge now 7-6. Of course, Osgurnin, you know, will be part way there, but it is going to open up both a gold advantage and the XP advantage, which can make things really hard here for Oscar, especially because Fudge is going to have his flashback first, and when that flash timing comes up, he's going to have Ignite, he's going to have Equalizer, and he's going to have Flash, and Oscar will have to be really careful about that window, because that's where I would be looking for the potential aggressive play from Fudge.
And that's happened right now. Osgurnin taking a lot of damage. You can see also we've got a bit of a split fight, but the Equalizer has been invested. Let's check out this top lane, see whether the ulti's going to be enough, but no, he just burns down. Another kill for Fudge. And M&S managed to get them off the Rift Herald as well. The cross map is not there.
I mean, there was just no respect from Oscar. It's such an obvious kill window that Fudge is going to be going for. I don't know if he just wasn't tracking the cooldowns or what.
Well, there's the ulti from M&S. Get him to safety. Noah was moving on up 3 versus 2, and that's going to mean that they get out scot-free. So far, C9 with so much control.
But I agree with Azale here. Like, disrespect from Razork to try and start up on the Rift Herald as well. You had no control over mid. Humanoid had gone for a reset. You don't have the... You could have actually gone to try and help out Osgurnin in that top side if you really really wanted to try and help him shove that in, but instead they kind of just disrespect all of this. Like, Razor could be in topside here, but instead Fudge is just able to take him down nice and easy.
And Oscar takes the fight, right? You're trying to do both at the same time when your top laner is most vulnerable. So when Oscar's most vulnerable, he's jumping into fight, and you're trying to take Herald. It's just too much at once here for Fnatic, and C9 back to the scene of the crime. Will push off Razork one more time. Sven has made the roam, M&S has made the roam as well. You can see both bot laners still down on that bot side, but C9 more interested in keeping Razork off of this objective than taking it themselves, it seems like.
Yeah, I mean, even the fact that you've got push in mid, you can try and move over here, but every time Razork has started up, it's just kind of a case of not waiting for your lanes to be in the correct position. He's then forced away. Trimby trying to hide with Humanoid here.
Yeah, Humanoid taking a little bit of damage, but Trimby comes in, saves the day. And M&S just going to do what he can to clear out these minions underneath the turret. Bit of a quiet game so far for the Yone. Just managed to use his ultimate defensively, but he is going to be very important come these mid-game fights. As C9, they lock down the Rift Herald. 2 minutes after she spawned, a little bit of a late one on that front, but able to grab it in the end.
But this is the thing, Fnatic are just kind of looking at them doing it right. They're not actually trying to move down towards Dragon now, but Humanoid very low on mana because he's had to keep pushing in, although good damage on M&S there. And now they're starting it up, not really looking for the play either. This is going to be spotted out by Berserker. But
Shockwave as M&S taking a lot of damage. The Clockwork wind up, and that is going to be the command attack flashed. And M&S now going to go home.
Good stuff from Humanoid there, really putting the pressure on. He does have the early Seekers as well. He knows it's going to be mostly physical damage attacking him here between mid and jungle. And he needs to be someone that's getting going here for Fnatic because things have been difficult.
Look at topside though, because they wasted time. Now here's play on Skirnan again.
Yeah, the equalizer means that it's very difficult to get past it. Interrupted, and Fudge just burns him down. Gorgeous dive from C9.
And they get the TP, and the TP is very late. He's going to be able to collect the wave, but not there nearly in time to be able to actually stop the play whatsoever. So now M&S gets to push out the wave for free and get a reset. And if you looked bot lane, when we saw the gold graph on the side, Berserker was a good 700 gold ahead of where Noah is because he actually is up on farm. He took the plate as well. So things are...
Blabber, he was like, look, Fnatic have been so late to go down towards this dragon. They're going to invest all that extra time they kind of built up into that. I can just make this play on topside knowing Razork isn't going to be here. Humanoid, we already said, was super low on mana, especially after trying to kill M&S. I mean, yeah, it says it right there on your screen. That's absolutely insane.
2,000 at 11 and a half minutes?
I mean, look at the items. It's a Sheen and a longsword to a Night Harvester.
The Sheen and a Dream.
Like, that is brutal. So Fudge is massively ahead, and Cloud9 can continue playing around those objectives. This is just beautiful timing, though, from Blabber. Interrupts the leap strike there with the ulti. That is sick.
And also the equalizer, I love the equalizer placement as well. Put it behind the turret so we can't play around the turret placement to try to mitigate the gank. Really nicely done by Fudge as well, as M&S moving towards his top side, looking to punish Humanoid as well. And it really feels like C9 have elected into the top lane being their battleground this game.
I mean, that TP was not much of anything. I think that he was making the read that Humanoid was going to come into the fight and there was going to be a bit of a scrap and he could TP in behind him and get that kill. It doesn't cost them too much, but it is a wasted TP at the end of the day there from M&S.
Also a bit of a wasted Rift Herald. You would have liked that goal to go to M&S or even to Fudge, right? So I thought maybe they were going to try and rotate Blabber up there and just use the numbers advantage they have to dive top tower, but not going to be the case. Instead, it will just be the goal going into the hands of the Jarvan that's just picked up their core drinker.
Yeah, at the very least, Razork does have his Gore Drinker as well, so still strong on the map. We'll be counting on Razork and Humanoid. I think they're kind of that point of power to try to be making plays around them. You know, Trimby can get involved as well, and you can try to play around that core, because right now, you don't really want to fight with Oscarin. You want Oscarin just pushing out side lanes to make someone answer, because if he has someone from Cloud9 answering him in that side lane, it's a better 4v4 for Fnatic, because Oscar's just so poor.
But that's the problem, is that with how strong Fudge is, he's... Oh, hang on, Humanoid?
That's good. He was thinking about it. You could tell that he was looking for a depth chart angle, but decides not to go for it. Yeah, Grand Entrance is going to come on through. There's a Lee Sin as well, but Blabber is going to answer that with a QE. And now the kick is going to come back. That's the kill onto Sven, as already Fnatic have picked up one, but there's the ulti from M&S, gets into the back line. Trimby is going to quickness him up, though, and the Yone has stepped too far. Blabber just has to flag and drag his way out.
And there's that core Azale was just talking about, popping off in the mid lane. It looked like it could have been a setup for C9 as Sven was there, but as soon as Fnatic were able to jump onto Blabber, not realizing he was on a ward, it's great setup for the squad.
Humanoid played it really, really well. Even the flash out on the Yone ulti there. You know, M&S maybe not tracking that or underestimating it because he goes back in and he gets CC'd up beautifully by Trimby there on the re-engage. Was trying to go for that turn. Trimby was ready for him, and Cloud9 get punished here. As the early shockwave connects only on Sven as he steps forward, So this makes them think, hey, we can actually step up. M&S is getting a really good trade down onto Humanoid, but Razork helps to finish off Sven. They get that initial kill, and then this is where M&S is seeing some low health bars and thinks he can re-engage. But Trimby is ready. The R for the charm, the immediate knockup, the ignite goes down, and that sets up for those skill shots to land, but we're watching Oscar. This is becoming, oh no, he's dead.
Yeah, sometimes you think you're going to get away, and then he still has an R button. Fudge is just massive. This is, C9 is going to be relying on this Rumble, and to be perfectly honest, if you're looking at a mid-game like this and you have a Rumble this fed, I'm pretty happy if you're a C9 fan.
And we can see almost 2K ahead in the MasterCard lane economy snapshot there.
And this is the problem now. With Fudge being this far ahead, Oscarnan can't create any pressure on the map, so immediately C9 are just going to have a point of pressure. So for Fnatic, they want to try and have these dragons that they're starting to set up for as their big point to draw Cloud9 into fights. But honestly, that's kind of where Cloud9 want to be. As you say, when you have a Rumble that's this big, the setup you have with Blabber, M&S, Sven, trying to take these fights as Fnatic are going to be so difficult.
And to me, this is Cloud9's comfort zone. You know, people talk a lot about Berserker, but Berserker often is not involved in the early game for Cloud9 almost at all. He just wants to farm, he wants to get his gold, and then he wants to show up to a team fight and roast you. You know, that's kind of Cloud9's style, is that they're active on the map generally without him, and then all of a sudden, you know, you're not thinking about him, he's 0-0-0, he shows up to that team fight, he has that item completion through, and he really can make magic happen for Cloud9. So that's what they are going to be hoping for, is this kind of farming win condition for them. Fudge has an inkling this could be going on, but there's 3 members here. He does have Equalizer, though. This could be dangerous for them.
Yep, well, it's going to the brush. And Fudge,
no flash.
They're looking to try and get out of the way. Blabber gets on in here. There's the Shockwave onto the Rumble to try and buy some time, but they're now being barbecued by Fudge. The knockup comes through as well. Razork, he is going to bite the dust as well. It's a double kill for Fudge. And the top laner just keeps getting more massive. He's 7-1.
Razork just delivered Blabber into the backline. It was like, oh yeah, I'll take this, no problem. But oh great, there's a super low Jax here. I can set up a Sven, and everything they're doing to shut down Fudge is just ending up with them saying it.
I mean, that was so risky. They tried to go on the timing. Equalizer wasn't actually up for a couple seconds when they're looking for that dive, but there's only 3 minions, and you're walking through the tower there as Humanoid with no flash, so it's a massive punish there. Now the Equalizer's available.
Yeah,
Trimmy's gone.
Trimmy has got a lot of mobility, but now M&S is going to teleport behind him. The quickness to come through, and he's pretty slippery, but he's running out of ability to get away. That is going to be the final one, and M&S locks down the kill. Trimby bought a fair bit of time there. It is only going to be 1 onto the support, but now how much more can they get?
It's all right, lads. It's the best of 3. This is going to be all right.
You're already giving up on game 1.
No, this is where we start conversations about, oh, this is where you got to think about game number 2. What you supposed? No, that's not.
I want to bask in this. I want to enjoy this. You can't say this is over. This is like when you're having the really good solo queue game and you get 10 kills in the FF. You're like, no, I need to enjoy this. I don't get it that often. Give me this. Come on, guys.
Well, we're going to give that one to Fudge, as there was just no way for Oscar to do anything in that moment. And let's have a look to see where this kick is going to go.
Yeah, at this stage it's a bit of a whoopsie. If Humanoid doesn't end up in a position where he's actually going to follow up, Blabber has that core drinker, so when he gets kicked into position, he's actually like, oh wait, I can turn on this Jax. And when Sven rocks up to the party as well, it's an absolute disaster. The tower is working heavily in favor of C9.
Yeah, and Trimby, I think, did a really good job to delay this. I thought he was just going to be dead right off the rip, especially with the TP coming in from M&S, but does a good job. At the end of the day, unfortunately for him, it did mean that he went down anyway and used the stopwatch, which is one of those key playmaking abilities. We can see back towards live, though. Fnatic, I think, realized, you know, we're so far behind, we just need to try to fight and hope we can make some magic happen. They do have great engage. They have some AoE. But with Fudge here on 2 full items, if he gets a decent equalizer, it's hard to see them winning the fight.
Trimby's going to escape. That looked with the zoom like he was trying to grand entrance his own team. Didn't actually happen. Did manage to escape, though, as we do have the second Drake going to Fnatic. Now we're attempting an engage. Great ulti! Look at the equalizer! On top of it, they're set up by Sven and knocked down. There's the ult to come through as well from M&S. As he immediately does go back, and now Berserker is free hitting. Everyone is so incredibly low. Trimby tries to be the hero. It's going to mean that he falls down, and C9 are still on the prowl. I don't know whether Noah and Oscarnan can get out of this one, because M&S, he's trying to look for it. These back positions are not where you want, because C9 are closing in. Noah might be able to get out, but M&S, he's going to bind his soul back up again after picking up the kill, and C9 just rolling over the top.
Fnatic get the dragon, but Cloud9 with the 5-for-0 ace. 8,000 gold is the lead now. They crush him. It's a perfect equalizer and engage here. Look at Sven, goes in, gets the hook on a Noah, forces the shift, and then the immediate equalizer plus the ultimate coming through from Sven was just perfect. And then in goes Blabber, 3-man ulti, Gore Drinker combo on everyone, all of Cloud9 piling in, Berserker early pop on the Ghost to chase him down.
And that's exactly what we were talking about, is that for Fnatic, they want to try and play through the 4v4 team fight, then have your Jack split push on the side. No presence for the Jacks in the side lane, and this Rumble is so massive. So much setup for him in team fights, and you get to see it beautifully executed there by Cloud9.
I just can't wait to see what Hooney's going to say about this Rumble performance from Fudge.
It deserves a thumbs up.
Oh, 100%.
At least one thumb up.
I'm going to send him a message immediately after this. We'll try and report back as to what he thought, because it's Ignite Rumble for one. That's perfect. And he's picked up all of the kills for his team, exactly what a top lane is supposed to do in the book of Hooney.
And you can see teamfight damage powered by AWS there. Fudge is cooking him. And I have to say, even just on kind of an individual level, this has to feel good for Fudge, because he has been the target of so much criticism throughout this world. People are saying Fudge is not worth playing towards. Stop going top lane. Stop picking for this guy. He's not good enough. It's not worth it. So for him to have this game, I think, is a confidence booster, because Fudge hasn't been at that level we expect.
Well, there's the kick flash, and Teleport's going to come in. I think they're going to need 3, because Fudge does have the stopwatch. But there it is. So the rest of C9 are making their way up. Oscar is very, very low. There's a flag and drag to get the knock up onto Humanoid. They know who the most powerful one is on this Fnatic roster. They're going to take him down. The other two are going to limp their way out, and C9 once again retain map control.
I mean, it's just in front of the Baron as well, so if they really want to, they can try and turn for this. They are going to. Lee Sin is just backed. Razork isn't in the position.
And Berserker's on 2 items, so he's going to shred this.
Yeah, and now Trimby, he knows exactly what's going on. They did manage to get that ward into the pit. It is off now as Noah is looking for an opportunity. Tries to get out of the way of M&S, but he is still chasing him down. That Soul's going to have to rebuy, but he still manages to get the kill, and the Baron falls down as well. Trimby looking to try to escape. The Battle Dance is going to be able to get him there. That cube probably pretty good that it missed. And C9, they'll take a Baron, and they'll look for more. It's almost 10,000 gold to lead.
Yeah, it's another great call there for Cloud9. Fnatic obviously really running low on options. When you're this far behind, what can you do besides overload one side and look for picks, right? This is really all they have.
Yeah, you kind of have to make something happen, and they do end up getting that shutdown onto Humanoid, but as you can see from the ult here from Humanoid, he's got no damage left in the tank. Fnatic correctly try to run away, but it's just unfortunate that this does happen immediately in front of the Baron, and you get the reset coming through from the Lee Sin, so it's easy pickings for Cloud9.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to criticize from this point because Fnatic are so far behind and unlikely to matter, but Razork basing there was surprising to me because you're losing your mid laner right beside that Baron. Had he stayed around, maybe there's a chance at a steal in that kind of heroic play, but it's definitely a tough spot here in Cloud9 now, just looking to get a clean closeout on this game, and it would be their second win against EU here.
Yeah, there's another Cataclysm to come on through. The equalizer not placed perfectly, but I think it's good enough as there it is, the kill onto the Orianna. The double knockup comes in as well. Trimby's trying to do what he can. Sven is charmed, but now has his pick of the litter if he wants to throw out that anchor. Instead, they're just going to look towards these turrets. Oscarinen in that bottom lane just doing what he can to try and get some money back, and the bounty gold does come through. But he's going to be needed if they want to try and keep their base alive. The siege is definitely a big deal. Berserker now trying to get some work done in the mid lane. Fnatic setting up here on the top side for some desperation defense. And it looks like they are going to be able to keep their base alive for the moment. C9 looking for the next avenue of attack.
It looks like they want to try and back maybe for the dragon that's up, but I think at this stage you're like, screw dragons, as long as we can keep this pressure up, we're going to be totally fine. M&S looking for some damage, but going to back on out of there. But they shouldn't try and move over, just use the last minute that they have at this Baron, keep the waves shoved in, and then in 10 seconds you just fall back to the dragon and take that as Fnatic are trying to deal with the waves in their base.
And is there something to be said for trying to drag this game on for as long as possible to do that emotional damage?
There is, but I'd rather they win.
Well, at the moment, they're going to take down this dragon. That is going to mean no soul point for Fnatic. That was a bit of a pipe dream, to be perfectly honest. In theory, if this game goes for another 20 minutes, gentlemen, we could see an Ocean Soul for C9 with 4 Ocean Drakes. That's a lot.
I have 2 battles going on right now. My head that says, come on, this game is over. This game is comfortable. It's in the bag. And then my heart that is just like,
when's the throw?
It's not over, it's not over, it's not over, oh God.
He's daring to believe. Let's have a look at this replay.
Yeah, I mean, great setup here from Cloud9. Humanoid, they know he has no flash. They timed that super well, so immediately jump onto him. Blabber, fantastic stopwatch. Like, this is just beautiful play from Cloud9 and taking their pick of the litter. exactly they know who is available to have that flash or get out of position, and Cloud9 just pounce.
And I think something that Cloud9 really does deserve credit for in this game is tracking cooldowns and punishing those missing
100%,
CDs.
100%.
Because they have been so good at punishing Humanoid, who I think has played a really solid game, you know, and had some big moments early. But every time he spent his flash, they punished it before it was up, right? They've been so good at doing that. So now Fnatic, you know, trying to find this perfect angle for that miracle comeback, but C9 going to be closing in, clearing out that vision, and looking for a fight to close this one.
Just barely not able to get there as Blabber dives in. That is going to be the escape from Trimby. True Shot Barrage avoided by Blabber. That was very, very close. C9 going to have to get some health back on their jungler and try again.
It's definitely a swing and a miss there from Cloud9. You know, Blabber tried to go over the wall. They tried to find that setup for Fudge on the equalizer, but he dropped it. And Fnatic were just able to get back through the base gates and get back to safety.
That's a whole nother minute we paused. That's all we need. More of that. But I think seriously, Cloud9, they look so in control right now. Berserker's completely untouched on mid-wave. He's going to continuously be able to shove this in. Same when you look towards Fudge. And I think the only thing is, as long as you buy time where you're just shoving Fnatic into the base, 2 minutes until Baron, you just fall back. It's so easy for you to operate from this position.
And Berserker's sitting on 2K in pocket, right? So he's working towards that third item. Noah just got his second done here. So Berserker definitely, you know, in a comfortable spot, you know, scaling up incredibly well. We'll see what that third item will be. I'm expecting just something along the lines of a Bloodthirster, maybe even you know, going towards like a Hexdrinker or something if he's really scared, but I think it's probably just going to be BT from this spot because there's not really a lot of armor to justify an LDR, and you're trying to think about how can you lose a fight? Well, maybe getting chunked out early, maybe getting poked out, so get some lifesteal and try to account for that.
See what he does decide to go with. As M&S here towards his bottom side, just getting that wave sorted out. I do want to just say for those who are sitting at home thinking, why aren't C9 just winning the game? They have Xayah and 4 melees. It's not exactly the easiest siege composition to navigate, so probably just going to have to wait for this next Baron that's going to be conveniently up in about a minute's time.
And that's the thing, they took Baron so early that it's just like, oh, we've actually got to try and delay. It's 25 minutes into the game. They're going to pick up their second Baron off the back of this. And like, a tiniest bit of copium is, hey, look, Humanoid is getting some items, a big shockwave could maybe do something, but with how quickly Cloud9 are able to collapse onto Fnatic, it feels like there is just no real opportunity for Fnatic to contest this at all, as long as Cloud9 are pushing in the waves, getting their vision control down, and that's exactly what they're about to do now.
Yeah, so Berserker did actually go for Rapid Fire, so a bit more aggressive option, but IE completed for M&S, and he's 16 now, which is terrifying on the Yone. When you hit this point in the game with the IE, with level 16, if you connect on that ulti on a carry, they just die. It's kind of how it works at this point. This champion scales ridiculously well.
Yeah, I haven't seen a 3-item Yone in quite some time, to be perfectly honest, because either they win and have 2 items and they're just dominating the games really short, or they just don't quite get there because they're not quite doing enough. So this is going to be huge. Fudge going to mitigate a whole bunch of that engage, and now Blabber says that he's got his own. Noah standing on some vision and is going to try to clear that one away. C9 just, they did have to use the Zhonya's cooldown.
Yeah.
There is at least that.
I mean, it is a bit of an early stasis there from Fudge. I think he was concerned about the potential follow-up, about getting CC'd by Trimby, you know, dying in a shockwave, like the 100-0 type play is what he's really worried about there, but it is the Zhonya's down. And you can see Fnatic just trying to scout away. They use their blue orb. That's on cooldown. So now they use the Ezreal ulti, and they're trying to keep eyes on this Baron, knowing that, hey, Berserker could be on this. Someone could be actually working away on it.
I don't think you need to pressure the jungle here as Cloud9, though. I think you can, like, look at M&S. He's pushing in top, get someone pushing mid, and then Fnatic have to respond to defending their base, and then you can fall back to Baron. So I think this is a little bit risky, and actually they're going to start up the Baron immediately as you see Oscar in the top side.
Exactly. They see Oscar, so they want to at least force TP, but they need to make sure they peel Razork.
Yeah, Sven is going to be able to flash his way out of there. There's the CC onto the jungler, but Razork might be able to get into the pit. It's still solo. He steals it! He manages to get there. Trimby also trying to make their escape, but can they survive is the question. The equalizer didn't do a whole lot, but Trimby will eventually fall down. But Fnatic sacrificing a Rakan for a Baron, you take those.
100% you take those! Razork with a massive steal that might just delay this game long enough for them to come back.
I mean, that is a massive swing there. It is going to be Cloud9 taking a dragon, but honestly, who cares? It's just the second dragon for them. And Cloud9 did try to get out and try to actually keep Razork away, but Sven gets forced back. They did a good job with the entrance here. Sven gets forced to flash over the wall. He has to retreat, so M&S goes over the wall, but Razork just kicks him away and finds the angle, and someone needed to be behind that Baron, probably blocking the Q, because as soon as he connects on that Q, he has the advantage in the smite fight over Blabber.
Yeah, I don't think the Q went on to the jungler, but I actually think he flashed into the pit. It was just, he just managed to get in over the wall, so Razork...
Oh, the Q did hit Blabber?
It hit Blabber. Blabber, yeah.
Oh,
and
wow,
then
my
he ended up
mistake.
flashing into the pit. So
just a 50-50.
Just a 50-50, yeah.
Yeah, well played.
But I don't think Cloud9 needed to put themselves in that position, right? I think they had opportunities to push out waves and then make sure that Fnatic weren't able to get there. And now Fnatic will have that time to try and build up. You don't contest Dragon. You start to get like towers on the map, get some of these bounties in your favor. Question mark?
Could be in a little bit of trouble here as he's trying to get out. It's not gonna work. M&S is now dominating, and our Red Bull Baron power play is going to be slightly less than it was before, but still 1800. You're pretty happy with that if you are Fnatic, especially when this game looked like it was just over. And another one. Now M&S looking for the opportunity. Does pull himself back with the Unbound Soul, and the Shockwave is now on cooldown.
Yeah, nicely played there by M&S, but it was his flash actually committed, so did spend quite a bit. The Death Cap, though, is what my eyes are on. Anytime I see Orianna with Death Cap, I'm saying, hey, you got a chance. You know, if you find that perfect Shockwave, it can really make things happen, but not having that on cooldown makes it much more difficult. Razork now looking for the flank, but he's spotted. Got to be careful.
Yeah, he's on vision. The knockup is actually going to land here, but no follow-up going to be available. And Blabber going to move back towards the Fog of War. C9 still with full map control, but Fnatic starting to feel like they can get back out here. Razork trying to get in there for that red buff, and now the Cataclysm is what's going to be there in answer. He goes down to his GA as the Depth Charge flies through, gets 2 in the knockup, but C9, they didn't have the follow-up. Berserker wasn't hitting anyone, and now
it's a mess.
He needs to deal with this orb. Trimby taking a bit of damage, but he's able to get back to his team, and that is just a free kill on his Sven.
Cloud9 way overcommitted for the play. Both top and jungle ultimates didn't find the success that they needed, and Fnatic, they bounced back.
Well, actually, way worse is they lose the GA as well. I think C9 are looking nervous. They were looking so clean earlier in the game, and they give up this Baron steal, and you can see they're starting to sweat a bit. It felt like they're over-forcing on a couple of these plays. They go in here. Yeah, Blabber finds the knockup, but they have so much mobility. You have to respect the fact that they can just jump right out of this, and they're able to get out of there no problem. Sure, the equalizer goes down, but no one's stuck in the pit. It's not on the Orianna's head. So they get the GA, they get the kill, and Fnatic slowly but surely making you believe that they could actually win this game.
They're also just playing off of Berserker not being there. Berserker was pushing mid-wave, so he's not really in a position to follow up, and even if you are, that's the perfect scenario for Humanoid to look for these big shockwaves with that Rabbit on Death Cap complete. So Cloud9, as you say, small mistakes now come back to bite them.
Honestly, it's definitely getting a little bit more nerve-wracking now for Cloud9, and you asked earlier, Max, you know, is this kind of like the emotional damage when you're in this long game and you're getting beat down the whole time? I will say, the shoe starts to go on the other foot.
Absolutely.
When the team that's behind starts to really make you work for it. You know, even if Fnatic were to lose this game, I would feel like that would give you some confidence in, hey, we almost, you know, were able to come back in a game that we were so far down. So Cloud9, I feel like they're going to be the ones sweating a bit. The game is still very much in their favor. You know, when you're looking at the itemization, they're in a great spot. Your carries are really, really strong, but you have to be on point with your engages. Fnatic has their items. You know, they are at a good point here too. You can't underestimate them.
I think as well, like even for Cloud9, your scaling is so strong when you've got the Yone, the Xayah. I mean, Rumble is still going to be an incredibly strong spot.
They're disadvantaged. It would take a Herculean effort for them to win.
True. Sorry, yeah. my bad. But still, I think they are in a really, really good spot. Yes, Fnatic have found some plays that they've been able to turn around, but I think, as you say, if Cloud9 just find that one engage, this game is over.
Exactly, especially because the waves are almost always in Cloud9's favor. Fnatic can't really cross mid-map. The inhibitor tower mid is already gone, so if C9 get, you know, that big team fight, you know, they do get the good execution. They can clean this game up. We'll see if they want to try to wait for certain itemizations to be finished. You can see that Fudge has the components of that Death Cap. That would be a massive completion for him. You know, you're looking towards that BT that just got finished there for Berserker. Wit's End on the way for M&S. So they are working on these items, but there's always that chance for Fnatic. And they have a lot of playmaking on this team, which always makes you believe that bit much more, you know? Even if you're behind, hey, that perfectly Sin kick, that perfect engage from Trimby, that perfect shockwave from Humanoid can really turn the game on its head.
And especially when you've got all those flashes now up and available for them as well, that takes up a fancy. But I think the big one that I'm looking at is M&S not having his. Once Cloud9 have access to all their own summoner spells, that becomes way more difficult to try and achieve, because C9 honestly are just as slippery with the amount of opportunities they have to try and get away. So I think Fnatic definitely still have their work cut out for them if they hope to bring this back. And with Baron now in 30 seconds, have Cloud9 learned from their last mistake of just not controlling the map before they start this one up?
Absolutely. You know, I think that they thought they were in a better spot than they were. You know, they saw Oscar top lane. I think they thought they were going to get a TP or something there. M&S, you know, back out on the map. TP's back towards bot side. They're looking for a pick on Noah.
Yeah, fantastic hook from Sven. He gets the knockup as well. M&S is going to dive in with the ulti. Noah's in trouble, but it's Sven that goes down first. And Noah, he's so slippery, manages to stay alive, but it is Razork that falls down as well. The equalizer flies in at the same time. And yeah, Berserker is just free hitting. Noah not going to be able to do anything. There's the flash forward to get the knock up as well, and Oscar and then has to run for the hills. This might just be it. Humanoid's still there with a decent health bar, but the inhibitor is not.
I think Fnatic, when they get back to base, heal up, they'll be able to push Cloud9 out. No jungler available though. I don't know if Cloud9 want to try and start this up. Humanoid has no ultimate, which might be the moment to go for it.
They're going to start it. They're going to actually go for it here. You know, they want to force this. Oscar, no flash, no ulti for Humanoid. It's just them, and I don't think they can get on the map and do anything, so they're going to try to get the objective bounty on this dragon, move themselves towards Soul Point. We'll see if Cloud9 can do anything about that, but it is going to be the Blabber for securing the Baron, and Cloud9 will have that advantage.
Yeah, full information here for C9 as this dragon has been started off, but it looks like it will just go down before they can do anything. So Fnatic do manage to get to Soul Point. I don't know how much that is going to mean up against a 9,500 gold lead. Let's have a look at this once again.
Yeah, eyes on the Shockwave from Humanoid. This Shockwave is what kept Noah alive in bot time. Look at the Shockwave right here. Snaps them both back. There's a stun from Oscar as well. You know, that CC bought the time for Noah, created space for him, and meant that when M&S snapped back, they're able to actually even pile in and kill him off. Yes, Berserker is free hitting, but again, the mobility from Fnatic really frustrating them. Blabber, though, good follow to get that triple, but again, it's another leap strike there from Oscar, getting him out to safety. Fnatic have been really good at disengaging the losing fights, because I think a lot of lesser teams would have just kind of kept fighting it out or wouldn't have been able to get out and the game would end.
This is the moment Cloud9 have been waiting for, though. When they, big
Shockwave going to be used onto Fudge there, takes a lot of damage. Now trying to get out the equalizer, does come in and he survives. Oh man, that could have been a huge pick for Fnatic.
Absolutely, but remember, no TP, so he has to go back to base, so this buys them time, buys them the ability to buy time and clear out these waves, and that's what Fnatic is trying to do, because now Fnatic has a possible win condition of Soul, right? So they're just trying to live through this Baron power play.
And that's what I was about to say, was for Cloud9, this is your moment to strike. You finally get the Baron, you've got the opportunity to, well, you've already cracked open mid, get pressure mid, play for top, play and swing into bot side. This is your moment where you can close out this game as Cloud9, but just getting caught there as Fudge will buy a little bit of time for Fnatic, but that's a lot of damage onto Trimby.
Yeah, and you can see though, look at Humanoid. His ulti's basically back up. Like the cooldown is very low late in the game, and he is doing so much damage. Has the Void Staff, has the Death Cap, MS looking for some poke there, but again, just like one QW from Humanoid is so much your health.
That is going to get the Feather Storm, so we're going to trade ulti
Humanoid's
for
taking
ulti,
over.
That is definitely higher value for Fnatic. That Shockwave, like you say, low cooldown, and Featherstorm means that Berserker is now very vulnerable. Trimby now understanding that, looking for a potential angle here. C9 do look to back away, and man, this is... I was joking, Azael. I didn't think that this was just going to keep getting dragged out, but we've seen 3 of those dragons since then, and we may see another.
I mean, that Rebel Baron power play, you can see in the top left corner, it's nothing for Cloud9. The fact that Berserker doesn't have flash and doesn't have his ult means that you have to play back, so Cloud9 can't get full advantage. Again, as you say, Humanoid's been pulling off miracles at the moment with this Orianna.
He's 2-4, but this is a 1v9 game. Like this, he's actually playing so well in these later stages. He single-handedly ruined the entire Baron for Cloud9. He forces back Fudge. He has to base, walk all the way back out. By the time he gets out, he forces out the Featherstorm from Berserker, so they have to back off again. That just killed it completely, and now it makes this Baron take completely worthless, and it means that Fnatic are one potential mistake away or one steal away from getting Soul, and I think at that point, the game is heavily in their favor.
Yeah, 244 is actually how much he benches, because he's just doing all the heavy lifting in this one. It's been absolutely absurd. And I think now, as you say, with the Void Staff now completed, if Humanoid finds that one moment, that could be it. So, I won't say it's it. You still have a lot of space to clear on the map here for Fnatic.
This late in the game, though, if you get an ace at a dragon, the game can just end.
Yeah, this is just one teamfight territory, right?
Yeah,
like, if
is.
you manage to have enough people alive, and especially ones that do damage afterwards, then you are just going to win the game. And Fnatic, I think they've just stalled enough to get to exactly that point. They won't have to worry about Elder Drakes for at least another, what, 7 minutes or something like that. So we're not going to have that one on the table. But still, this is really going wrong. And you were talking, like, you mentioned this, Azael, like, this is actually now working against C9, because even now, if they win this, doesn't feel as fantastic if you've taken this long to close out a game like this, especially with Fnatic fighting back so well.
I think Cloud9 are starting to learn from the takeaways they've had in this game, though. Like, look at where they're positioned. Have M&S push side, have Fudge push the other one. You know that there's not really an opportunity for Fnatic to bounce back against that, as long as you keep your waves in check and keep the vision there to stop Fnatic when in their tracks.
But here's the problem. 4 players on Fnatic have dashes. The only real target is Humanoid, and he's playing behind the rest of them, right? Even if you get that Jarvan ult into the Equalizer, it's not really doing anything anymore because it's going to be a Ward Hop, it's going to be an Arcane Shift, it's going to be a Leap Strike, it's going to be a Battle Dance. There's so many ways to get out of that, and C9 are struggling to really get to Humanoid, and if you're trying to just run straight at the guy, you're going to get shredded by everyone else, and you're going to walk into that shockwave. So Cloud9, I think, are starting to struggle a bit, and the fact that they were playing this composition, it helped to get them ahead, but the siege potential was so low that things are kind of difficult now for them to close it out.
Yep, and Humanoid now has, Azonya's completed as well, 6 items done for the Orianna, and they are not the cheap ones. This is all the damage that you could possibly get here for this Orianna. Now going to start building these elixirs over and over again. Yeah, no, it doesn't. And that is what C9 had going for them, is now Oscarinen in a little bit of trouble here towards the bottom side. M&S doing a good job, but not going to be able to do enough before he has to go back to that soul. Noah in trouble, does flash, Cataclysm comes on through, Tribby just evaporates before our very eyes, and now Berserker trying to take matters into his own hands. There's the ult from M&S! We were waiting for it, and we found it in the end, and C9 will finally get the team fight and look to close out the game.
It wasn't pretty, it wasn't clean, but Cloud9 will get it done in game number 1 against Fnatic.
Let's just hope that people went to get something to eat thinking this game was done, and then they see that C9 won in the end anyway. The first Nexus turret goes down, Berserker grabs another kill, and now C9 will finish the task. 1-0 in this best of 3, playing for their lives.
Cloud9 finally getting that fight that they needed. It was a long, hard-fought battle, but you could see how confident they were in that last one. Finally, they were able to get their positioning onto Humanoid and take down the problem on Fnatic.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was massive. They go in, but that's all we have to say for now. We're going to toss it over to the desk to find out what they thought about game number 1.
Thank you so much. Hope everyone unclenched by now. If you ignored the last 20 minutes of that game, that was the most convincing game of Worlds so far.
Yeah,
but
that's a great assessment.
I really thought that they might be able to turn this around.
Yeah. Where do we start, friends? Because there was a lot to unpack in that game.
The range advantage, Vedius.
You want to talk about the range advantage?
You know what? So imagine this is Cloud9. Right? They can't move their arms past the elbow joint.
And I'm just
but
like
you're
swinging
Fnatic.
over here.
Exactly. So it's like you're just running away from me all game,
That's
delaying
true.
things, but it's going to take a while to get you.
And it's also something that only came into play later into the game, because in the beginning it actually wasn't a point whatsoever. I do want to call up the sign that I saw in the crowd. It was a don't pick Ezreal crowd, spoiler, for the side of Fnatic specifically. But we have to be honest, it really wasn't the Ezreal at all, and in fact it might have even been a good idea in the comp. The problem was the top lane.
Yeah, I personally thought it was a pretty good Ezreal angle, and you saw later in the game as he was building up some armor, it was actually really hard for Yone or Rumble to lock him down. But this early game actually reminded me a lot of C9's early game against another EU team, Mad Lions, where they just felt like they had these ridiculously long turns to just mess around in the top lane with no consequences. Because I think, yes, they did burn a flash, but Blabber skipped 2 camps, was up there for about 30 seconds, and then Sven leaves bot lane, is up here again. It takes them so long to actually set up their first kill, but then once they did, it was very successful afterwards.
I mean, the reality is that C9 drafted a composition where they had options to play through top or bot. They focused on playing through top side of the map, which, as you said, worked against the Mad Lions in the past.
Yeah.
But Razork wasn't able to get anything else on the map. You really can't do much with this Ezreal against Desire that you have on the bot side, and they weren't able to counter gank on the top side of the map as well. Every time they did, it was actually C9 shutting that down, so C9 just completely controlled Fnatic in the early game.
So they're in a position where Razork was there to cover more early before he got completely out of hand, or what?
I mean, possibly. I'd also say Cloud9 is adapting to the tournament. Fudge played Jax into T1's Rumble Jarvan, and he said, guys, let's just be Rumble Jarvan and do the same thing to this Oscarinen guy. So I think a little bit of it is the champion matchup and a little bit of Fudge good execution.
Yeah, do you want to change the board at
Yeah,
all?
so we did this before the game, and I believe I was about in the middle, and Vedius was over here, but he's already ripped it off. So he's going to update.
Well, so I actually also specifically want to move this one. So this is the Razork. I'm moving it over here. I'm moving over to Blabberman.
Oh, you have flip-flops.
I think that Fudge, while he's still doing well, like, sure, I'll give him the advantage over here, but this jungle, I don't know. I was so impressed with what Blabber was doing in this early game. You talked about how he was North America's best jungle, the way in which he set up those early impacts.
The NA GOAT.
Yeah, and I think he's doing it here against Fnatic. I think that Razork needs to get more tools in his wheelhouse to do more in the early game, because Blabber is just running it right now.
Okay, but I don't know that much, right, compared to you guys. And I see later, good. Fnatic, great, good.
Yep.
Stalling, boo. Worse, Cloud9, don't know what to do. Don't know what to do, have a huge advantage.
Barons,
Do we get how?
Cloud9 and Barons.
Yeah, what's going on? So how do we get that it's more even in the early game overall?
Or more even in the early game?
Yeah.
For Fnatic.
Well, I think they just need more I think Zion needs to be a higher priority. I think that it just gives you too much freedom.
Well, so here's the really interesting thing for this game is I think Cloud9's going to go back into their green room and say, this game was hard. But this is the adaptation from phase 1 of the Swiss stage to now, where previously Orianna, most banned champion through the first 30 games, also very frequently first picked over Xayah throughout those 30 games. Now it has clearly changed. I don't know if you can necessarily say like, oh, Berserker Xayah was the difference. However, even though they had no jungle attention, he was getting push, which allowed Cloud9 to make a lot of those plays.
It helped the whole state of the game, I think, also.
I'm a really big fan of this Jarvan Rumble answer into Orianna.
Yeah.
I think that it makes it so hard for her to actually play the game, and while Fnatic were able to bounce back, and, you know, Jack, we were talking a lot how often it felt C9 really struggled to find good fights later on into the game. We talked about if Orianna ever loses her flash, it's over. Fnatic just lose.
Yeah. So
and in that final fight, they found a great angle. Huge credit to C9 because they were really struggling. But, yeah, this Jarvan Rumble, I think, is the problem that Fnatic have to shut down.
Good news, Fnatic, they haven't selected it, but I'm going to say they're going to select blue side. We're just going to go with that assumption. Do you have confidence in Noah? Like, if we just run these bans back, let's say they flipped, they can first pick Xayah and give MNS Orianna and Rakan. Do they do it?
I believe in Noah Xayah the most. I believe it's one of his best champions. So I think that they should feel confident that Azir into Orianna is something that they can play if you're humanoid, and they should have answers in the mid lane. Getting control over this jungle matchup and giving Razorg options, in my opinion, is the biggest shift Fnatic need to make.
Do you feel like Cloud9 has adapted overall and adjusted better than Fnatic? I'm looking not only at the top lane, but also kind of the willingness to go for the Yone and not prioritizing those control mages who have been like practically undefeated so far, and saying, no, let's go for a different approach?
Yeah, I think they adjusted some things and kept other things the same, because the other one that Cloud9 actually picked up in the Swiss stage was with MNS on Cassante.
Yeah.
So they're putting him on melee champions so he can play more aggressive and be a little more unhinged. I think he'll still play the Orianna, but I do like what Cloud9 did in Game 1 because they tweaked their top lane for the defeat they had, and then they're also willing to play off-meta mid lane in Yone for MNS.
And if they can replicate that, Fnatic has selected blue side, but if Cloud9 can replicate that, they're almost home free, right? If they have a couple of additions that can then close out the game, which isn't what happened in this one. Overall, you have to say that they are looking much stronger.
Yeah, I mean, coming into this game, I think that in my opinion, Cloud9 has shown a stronger World Championship performance than Fnatic has. A part of that was due to the enemies that they had played against. LNG and BLG, both very difficult opponents, and I argued maybe it's just Fnatic haven't shown their full potential. But right now, I feel like Humanoid is the only one playing on the Rift. I feel like that we're not seeing enough from the rest of Fnatic, and C9 is playing fully as a team. And while their Baron usage is not the best, ultimately, right now, they're definitely coming in prepared, and they're going to need to change something, otherwise Fnatic is going to get clean swept.
Cloud9 on match point. They could kick out Fnatic right now, right here. Well, technically after the break, so don't go anywhere.
Trimby waiting in the wings, although they are going to go in overly aggressively here. They just look to murder Elise, and they take him down. Yeah. The equalizer means that it's very difficult to get past it. Interrupted, and Bosch just burns him down.
Help forward. Look. Do you have W?
Okay, can now. Well played.
Where is that?
Vision of flash too.
Don't listen. Yeah, don't listen after.
I have ulti in 1 second.
He's gonna die here. Nice, good job, guys.
Good.
Nice, good.
I damped. Good job, guys. It's fine.
Bringing in a new roommate to save money, is that the plan?
Say hi to Glenn from work.
Yeah, I think I have a much better plan. We switched to my plan from Verizon.
That is a good plan. Glenn.
Get my plan starting at just $25 when you bring your own phones. Plus, save when you add perks like the Disney Bundle. It's your Verizon.
I'm your type. 누르게 되지 like. 다른 애들은 swipe. Double tap this site.
사랑하지 내게 아트를 준 모든 애들 my friend 얘네기들 상응해줘야 돼 움직여 바삐 double tap 우리 사진 간지 공연 보러 온 누나들은 손가락을 만진 답변 반지 스토리 올려 되게 성공공 남자애들 껴 만들어 mosh pit 한국에 있는 애들 DM 아직 come to Korea 가자마자 벌려 기대한 것이 발을 뒤져 비껴 나가 내 생얼이 피규어처럼 smooth sailing 시대 흐름 우리 신경을 안 써요 너 응원하는 애들 숨죽이지 이제 시간은 금이고 우린 bank ice 다섯 배로 벌려 우린 몸값 21세기 boys 우린 못 가는 데가 없어 목소리를 퍼져가지고 worldwide room is my planet I can go everywhere worldwide internet international to Instagram worldwide double tap worldwide 야 이제 우리는 virtual 가고 싶은 대로
누르게 되지 like. 다른 애들은 swipe. Double tap this site.
이제 달라붙어 우리한테 double team 레이블에서 연락 마치 hurricane 무시하던 새끼들은 어디에 얼른 숨어 미리 사나 1plug 이제 우리 노래 어디 가면 들려 몇 년 전에 비웃었지 그래 바로 너 생각보다 우리들의 덩치 너무 커 이제 와서 빨아봤자 아웃기억 어서 움직여 넌 어서 뭐 백날 재미없는 노래 뱉어봤자 사자 새끼 어디서 네 명함 내밀어 너를 택시하지 우리들은 let's go on a new level keep it on the low 너가 전화할 때 나는 수신 거부 flow 안 멈추지 마치 Rolex non-stop racks on racks 못 벌면 난 죽어 bounce we got the juice no time 낭비할 수 없으니까 나는 항상 work baby working hard 맨날 twerk bounce we got the juice no time 낭비할 수 없으니까 나는 항상 work baby working hard 맨날 twerk
tight. 누르게 되지 like.
Welcome back to Worlds 2023. We are jumping straight into the draft here for game number 2 between Fnatic and C9. C9 picking up the first victory. Azael, it was absolutely clean. We don't need to go into game 1. Let's have a look forward to game 2. Fnatic now on the blue side and have already banned away some blue champions, and the Xayah will be addressed here by C9.
I'm curious if we get another Rumble fumble though. Do they end up letting it through the draft here and maybe Oscarden get his revenge here, or is it just a case of now we're going to move on and let maybe Fudge, okay. Yeah, it's actually going to be Fnatic who banned it away, so Oscarden not comfortable on it.
Yeah, it's interesting. Or they just feel like we want to go Ori or something like that, and they're not willing to trade. So it's interesting, but I'm really thinking, you know, for Fnatic, it's time to mix up in the draft. Maybe a Talia first pick, followed up by the Ezreal second, you know. I like how dare you. Dagon is just nodding along. He's like, okay. And then I say Ezreal, and he's just,
Stop taking advantage of his jet lag, Azael. That's not very nice.
The brain eventually caught up.
He's like, wait just 1 second. Something's amiss here.
Well, the Orianna isn't. She's going to be banned away, and we'll see what the first pick is going to be. If we were talking about some of the other series that we've seen, things like the Kai'Sa, certainly pretty high priority, but was kind of ignored in the last game. And there is the Syndra, so Humanoid, going towards the other Orb champion in the mid lane.
Yeah, it did get banned away from M&S, I believe, in game number 1. So definitely
round.
something that can be strong in the early game. I'm really interested to see where Cloud9 do go from here. What is the prio going to be with some of these big picks taken off the table? What kind of a bot lane do Cloud9 want to play? Again, they're not really that style where they want to go hyper aggressive. So I would be more expecting something along the lines of the Kai'Sa for Cloud9 if they're going to go that direction. I think this is going to be M&S playing the Cassante, and it's going to be Blabber Taliyah, but there is the possibility of flex. When you think back to their game against Mad, he did so well on the Taliyah in that. Really controlled the pace of the game, kept his farm high, was able to answer plays, was able to create plays of his own. So having a double flex here on 1-2 is always nice on red side because it makes it really difficult to answer for Fnatic because you don't necessarily know where things are going, right? This could be mid or top for Cassante. This could be mid or jungle for Taliyah.
I am curious though. I was going to say, like, do they just go for something like the Renekton here though for Oscarina? You're like, hey, look, even if we go into the Cassante, we're happy. Then if you decide to go for the Jax, you're happy. So I think you're kind of leaving yourself open here a little bit as Cloud9 to say, hey, we can just take the Renekton now. And hey, look, we've got great setup then for the Taliyah. Oh, sorry. Yeah. And then I think it does relatively okay into the Jax early. I think he can kind of manage, but the Jax does end up, as you say, snowballing later on in the game.
Well, and we might just see a Renekton now for Fudge, right? He could even just take the Renekton into the Jax if he wants. I know a lot of people online are not fans of that. A lot of pros are. They do feel that it's favored towards the Renekton, especially early. You can get that pressure rolling. It is going to be the Jarvan, though, as the pick here for Razork. So taking it away, Blabber obviously played it last game. Already you have a Taliyah. You have an easy, squishy target here who doesn't have a dash to be able to actually focus in some of these fights. And if you're thinking about some of the other options for Berserk or some of the best teamfight champions, Jarvan's also quite good against those. Sure, yes, Kai'Sa can ult out of that Jarvan ultimate, but it's not like a guaranteed easy thing to do. And it does require that ultimate cooldown.
And I really like this from C9. Keep that flex alive, right? You might be a bit scared that the Renekton could be theoretically banned away to protect against the potential flexibility of M&S taking the Cassante like he already has this tournament, but making sure that you're keeping Fnatic on their toes with those picks is going to be important. And there is the Aphelios ban. Aphelios Zeri could just be coming through here to really target Noah.
Yeah, I think they just want him on the Ezreal again. Yes, they did get towards the late game, but that was mostly, it felt like, on the back of some misplays from C9 and some great plays from Humanoid. Noah, again, to me, felt fairly absent in that game. I can't really think of anything that he did that stood out. And it's one of those things where I think C9 really want him in that type of matchup. Kai'Sa is also that kind of old school answer towards the Ezreal, so if you can push him into that preferential matchup, especially if supports are roaming, Berserker's going to be really happy in that 1v1 to be farming it up, to be getting ready for those team fights.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious to see what they exactly want to go for. I think, as you say, I think it will end up being the Ezreal that they try to shove him onto. I'm trying to pinch my way through the AD carry list here just to see what even he could potentially
We've seen
play.
Zeri, we've seen Kai'Sa, we've seen Varus, we've seen Lucian, we've seen a lot.
Yeah, Sivir is.
Sivir
I was going to say Sivir was the kind of one I was keeping my eye on, where maybe you've got a little bit of an opportunity to try and get away from some of the punishment that C9 has available for you, but that's actually going to be taken away. So now it is going to be a question of what Noah wants to try and go towards. I think on the opposite side, keep going for these support bans.
I mean, he could go Zeri. It was banned away last game from him. Obviously, I think that was more of because they were playing with that Jarvan plus the Rumble combo, so they wanted to be able to deny that Zeri from him. But I'll be interested to see where Cloud9 go, because they're going to start revealing where the flexes are. This, again, is a potential, double flex here if they do lock this in, but it does give them some good hard engage. It could be a Blabber pick, could be a Sven pick. I'm still operating under the assumption, though, just to be quite honest, that it's Blabber for Taliyah, it's Cassante for M&S, and it would be this Rel for Sven.
I'm curious if they want to give the Rakan across, though. I think you end up in a position where that's still a very high Octane option for Fnatic, where they can try and play through that, try and move Trimby around a little bit more. Although in the last game it was definitely Sven who was beating Trimby to the punch in a lot of those. So if we end up seeing this Ezreal then Trimby combo again, I want to see Trimby out on the map quickly.
I will say though, if you go Ezreal and you go Rakan, then your lane is so weak. So maybe Cloud9 are kind of okay with that. Zeri again was banned out in that first game. There is quite a bit of CC that he has to deal with over on this Cloud9 side already, between the Cassante, the rocks that you have to deal with, as well as this aggressive Rel that could be the engage. But I'm interested to see what the final pick here is going to be for Cloud9.
Yeah, they are so flexible. They can pick a whole lot of different things. If they don't like the Zeri Blitzcrank lane, if this is what Trimby is going to lock away, then they can take something else. Instead, just going to go back to the tried and true. as Trimby.
They have incredible engage.
Yeah, they certainly do. And he had some good moments in the last game as well. This is part of the reason why they clung onto the game for so long. And now C9, they are going to have to let us know exactly how this one is going to be arranged.
And I will say, Cloud9 is very low range on their side for now. And I think it's really scary for Berserker. You know, it's difficult to actually get involved when there's a Jax, when there's the Rakan CC, when there's the Flag and Drag, the knock-up, there's, you know, the unleashed power from the Syndra as you go forward. It is going to end up being the Renekton that I talked about way earlier. So roles will kind of be what I expected. This is going to be a pretty beefy front line here for Cloud9. Rel, Cassante, and Renekton all there in front of it. And it's a lot of CC to help apply that plasma. So this does feel like Berserker and Blabber versus the world. You know, they have got to have good games. They have got to be farming at a good clip here if we're going to see Cloud9 succeed.
I think you kind of missed out on a really good Poppy angle, though, for Cloud9. If you end up playing into those flexes, like you send the Rel bot, you send the Taliyah mid, and then you end up having the Rel or the Poppy in the jungle, I think you could have set yourself up fantastically because so
Poppy
much of
Fnatic,
Fnatic is so short range. So we'll have to see if you can get the value out of this Renekton in the early stages, like play with Blabber towards that top side, try and get Blabber snowballing, because if you don't, you're missing out on a ton of damage from your Taliyah, and then you're heavily reliant on Berserker getting that win in the bot lane.
It is really interesting though, right? Because, you know, I agree with you. I think it would have been an amazing pick. But we heard Fudge, you know, he had an interview with Lore. She was asking him, you know, what do you think about the top lane meta? And in his mind, the top lane meta is basically you have to pick these champions that can fight at Herald, right? And Poppy maybe at the early Herald fight, maybe he's not seeing it as something that is as strong. That's why we're seeing so much Rumble, Aatrox, Jax, you know, Renekton as well. So obviously going towards that.
Yeah, and you also play for the 2v2 top side extraordinarily well with Renekton Taliyah. You've spoken about it already, but C9 did a great job up there in game number 1, and if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? Like, try to attack the lane that you've found some weakness in, right?
Absolutely, and when you're looking across the map, there is setup potentially here for Blabber across all 3 lanes. There's the point-and-click CC in top lane, there's that CC in mid and in bot.
Exactly right. But, ladies and gentlemen, let's jump into the Rift here for game number 2. Just a reminder, this is our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. The entirety of Fnatic taking on the entirety of C9. So many phenomenal moments between these two teams over the years, and we're here to celebrate another one. Let's see exactly how it is going to go, because if we get a Fnatic victory, then we just get another game in what is a very historical matchup.
It's actually sick to see that, like, because I look back at the how many times both these teams have faced off. If you include, like, every tournament ever, like right the way back to IEMs, all the All-Stars, everything like that in between, both squads are 11-11. Like, this is actually the one that breaks the camel's back. So this is both an historic matchup, but also an incredibly close matchup that is definitely leading Cloud9 after that last game.
Well, yeah, I mean, the late game, the early game was like, okay. The late game was,
No. We don't think about those. We don't think about those as just like make sure that you've only got the first 20 minutes like glued into your mind, and you're going to be feeling confident. You're going to be feeling happy about it.
I live in a constant state of denial here as soon as I get to international events, so I can work with this.
And I walked past Betty as we were coming back up to the caster desk, and he was like, Rob, just make Fnatic be better. So we banned Rumble, so already we're off to a good start. So maybe this will give a bit more of an opportunity for Oscurin to survive the laning phase.
And you're not on Ezreal, which I think you fans will count as an
that's
absolute
big
guy.
That
one guy in the audience.
It's actually 1-1 now.
Yeah.
You know, that's a dub for Fnatic.
Well, already you can see Fudge just wanting to get towards level 3 and then start bullying on this Renekton. I was pretty impressed by Fudge's Renekton in the playoffs, despite how things went in the end.
Yeah, I think that Fudge has been really solid this year, just early too, but it's going to be a trade back potentially. Just not as dominant, you know, because Fudge, prior to the mid lane swap where he kind of moved around back and forth positions, he was playing at his top level as clearly the best LCS top laner, but Noah?
Yeah, that's a crash down. It's going to find too much more than the air as the Ignite is going to be thrown through. I wish Masteries was still there. He would have had the extra AP and AD, but not anymore.
Yeah, just for the Nimbus Cloak to just retreat out of that. You know, had he actually gotten the crash down, he maybe could have forced a cleanse or something like that, but as soon as you miss, you are going to take a pretty bad trade on the way out. So I do like the early Ignite, just to make sure that it's not going to go too bad, you're not going to lose too much health, and put yourself in a terrible spot.
Also the mental game, the warning Ignite. Yeah. It's like, this is what it could have been, buddy. You better back up. Buddy.
I can light you on fire at a moment's notice once the cooldown is back up. Yeah, I do like that.
But I think, yeah, coming into this, I want to see a little bit more opportunity here for Razork to try and play around Humanoid. One of the big things we were talking about in the last one was Lee Sin Ori, not a great combo. Jarvan Syndra, that is terrifying, even up against the Cassandra.
Yeah, he's on vision. Crashdown is going to be interrupted there by the Grand Entrance, but still, Trimby taking a lot of damage. Berserker turning on him immediately. Nicely done.
Yeah, Trimby stayed in a little bit too long. You know, normally on those trades in Rakan, you want to go in and you want to be able to jump back out when you're at 4 plasma, but he actually let that final plasma stack go off. Razork here lying in wait, but we'll see. They're going to move. Humanoid's coming. It's going to be a fight potentially.
Possible 3v2, but no, it's going to be a 3v3. There's the counter-strike. Scatter the Weak is incredible by Humanoid, but he's not quite able to finish them off. Razork in so much trouble as Fudge is looking for the kill back, but already M&S has fallen down. Culver Meat comes through. Blabber doesn't manage to find the flick, and C9, they can't get a kill back.
We're alive! Fnatic managing to get a kill off the back of that. The roam comes through early for M&S, but that flag and drag from Razork was sick to follow up on that.
Yeah, great follow-up. You know, he goes in. There's a flash scatter from Humanoid as well. Just going heavily for that play, and Fudge can't quite finish him off. It looked like it was maybe a Triumph Heal or something did come through from Razork, and they couldn't actually finish it off. So, you know, it is this initial play where Blabber's trying to play the mind game, wait for that flip, couldn't actually get it. The double stun comes through. There's the flag and drag across 3. The flash in from Humanoid was key as well. Really nicely played there from Fnatic, but still was so close. It's really just that Triumph Heal that keeps Razork alive.
Just about able to stay alive in that one. So Fnatic managing to step away. Don't get the crab in the end, but at least it is a big win for Fnatic, especially with that kill going across to Oscarinen. That's going to accelerate that matchup. He's got the Sheen now. These trades become far easier for Oscarinen to try and play through.
Shu is now on the other foot. Bit of an early game advantage here for Fnatic. We'll see how they can play through it as the game continues. C9 still pushing pretty aggressively here towards this bottom side, and that is still going to be their avenue of victory. You know, Berserker is the guy that just has win condition written off across his forehead. See whether it is going to work out, because of course Zeri is, you know, one of those champions that does relatively well towards the later stages of the game. Humanoid just playing with M&S here in this mid lane, as you would expect at the early stages of this matchup.
I do think my eyes are still focused on this 3v3 topside, though. Literally every flash in existence burnt up there, and it's like, hey, you've still got Razork up there, you still got a strong mid-jungle you try and play through. Even the opportunity, if like Fudge mismanages his wave and it starts to push out, Razork can try and get up into that position. So I think there's a lot of opportunities for Fnatic. So I'm looking to see how Blabber can try and get in and disrupt that, try and get some vision down so he can spot plays like this from Razork.
Absolutely. I mean, it's something that we talked about, and he's going to reveal himself there with the vision plant. So Blabber moving in towards mid. They're going to look for a dive.
Yeah, they're going to pull him out with the all-out. Humanoid taking so much damage, and that's just a solo kill. Blabber was there as a cheerleader.
It's clean from M&S, punishing the flash. I talked about it last game, how Cloud9 was so good at punishing missing flashes here. M&S says, I get the level advantage. I have the push. The HP doesn't matter because I'm going to all out and take you away from your tower. The 1v1 solo kill and a 17 CS lead as Cassante into this range matchup early.
And also pulling Razork from that top side as well means that they're not going to make the dive play because they don't have the members that they need. And now C9 get to fall down, get an early dragon, and still be able to contest this Rift Herald. That's a big swing for Cloud9.
Oh, Razork is going to be spotted here. M&S going to push him away from this pit. I think he should be all right. M&S doesn't exactly have the largest health bar to deal with, as now he's going to get taken down. Noah grabs that kill. It's a 1-for-1 trade, though, in the end, as that flash was interesting, but it is not going to lead to a kill or anything like that. Sven, you're fine. And Fnatic just going to try and lick their wounds.
Yeah, Cloud9 going to be feeling pretty happy about it at the end of the day. It is a trade back, but they got the dragon on top. This is just great from M&S. He has the XP advantage, gets the push, W buffer into the ulti, over the wall. Everything hitting here. Just beautifully done from M&S, and Blabber was there to cover. And yes, they are able to eventually take down M&S as the Fnatic bot lane was moving up. Humanoid had arrived as well.
Yeah, and I mean, look, at this stage, you think maybe you can get in there as Trimby, get the knock up before the crash down comes through from Sven, but Sven gets it down, and even the flash away from the Scout of the Week as well is crucial there to make sure that he's able to escape.
Exactly, that's what I was going to say. You know, he would have probably got CC'd up and potentially died because he was dismounted. He wasn't going to have that remount for a while, so you are fairly slow on that. But the gold right back to even. Cloud9, though, with the early objective advantage, and we'll see if they can do anything with that. Bot lane, again, fairly quiet. It is a slight edge, though, for Noah this time around. So C9, you're not having as much freedom, I would say, in the 2v2 as they did last time.
Yeah, and I think that's where it's going to start playing a factor as you start to look towards Rift Herald, and even looking at this mid lane as well. Level 6 hit.
Ooh, nice fancy feat here from M&S, but is he going to be able to get out of this? Absolutely, the answer is yes. Blabber throwing down some rocks. He's going to find too much more. The flick going to go wide there as well.
Yeah, I think he was looking for the Q3 from M&S into the flick. They were trying to combo that together, but they saw Trimby coming, and then they started to back off because Fnatic was going to have the extra man.
The thing is that with Trimby showing on mid lane, he's actually going to fall behind him when it comes to the experience of Sven. So as Sven now starts to rotate up towards mid lane, he'll hit level 6 first. You can start to play for Rift Herald off that timing window. So Cloud9 again exploiting these little small moments from Fnatic to get these advantages.
All right, here towards the top side, Fudge still having some push advantage, of course. Renekton in this matchup. This is the time where he's feeling good. This is his moment. Of course, very early game, not quite there, but late game is going to be where Oscarinen is going to be feeling a whole lot better. So just going to have to bide his time. Wasn't as good at that in the first game, but it looks like he's learning from it right now.
Well, this is exactly what Cloud9 are looking for. They're going to go for a wraparound. They know that Counter-Strike's down for a little bit on Oscar, and now they're going to go for a 4-man dive.
Yeah, Weaver's Wall does come on through there. The Counter-Strike now on cooldown. The Magnus Storm comes in, doesn't get a whole lot of value, but I think they've got enough men up here, and they are going to be able to grab the kill. Underneath the turret, Razork coming on in here, but that is not something you can defend.
Yeah, I mean, if he tries to ult into that, maybe you kill Sven, but then you just die, so not worth it. It does mean, though, that Cloud9 had to pull off of the Herald, and now they're going to try to get a counterplay down on bot side. Berserker needs to leave because Humanoid is coming, and I'm not sure Berserker realizes it. Time to give up this farm. Yeah, okay, there he goes.
Also,
play defensively, you like to see.
For Cloud9, they actually didn't get an opportunity to take the Rift Herald off the back of it because they pulled off and invested so much low health bars. So now Fnatic are actually going to be the ones back on the map to try and go for it. So at least Fnatic do get something, but this is nicely done by Cloud9. Ascurin knows that he's not going to be able to get away the second he sees Sven on that ward, so ends up kind of taking his pick of the litter. I think he shouldn't probably burnt the flash, kind of just accepted his fate there a little bit, but now we got the contest.
Yeah,
it is a bit of a 1v1 for the Shellfish. As the flick is not
Fnatic's
going to
faster,
land.
though.
Yeah,
Blabber has to flash.
Does just have to flash. Has to get out of there. And that is going to be a lot invested for nothing gained. Trimby clearing out vision here as well. Fnatic, it feels like they're revitalized moving into this one.
They're looking a lot better in this second game. It's 2 plates taken on bot side. Yes, you get that dive on top side, but it meant that Cloud9 didn't get the Herald. You know, so there is Fnatic, you know, fighting back much more heavily. And yes, Oscar still, honestly, even with that first blood, not doing that great in the 1v1. He is down that 50 CS because of that dive. You know, they were kind of able to get Fudge back into a better spot. But he's still in a massively better position than he was last game, and he's going to scale really well into the side lane, where Fudge is going to have a lot of trouble.
I do think the next passage of play, though, is probably going to define a lot of this game, which is going to be the Dragon. You've got Rift Herald now up and available for Fnatic. They can try and play off of mid lane, where they can use the Herald, then start to lean in towards Dragon. They're already trying to set up vision in this bottom quadrant as Cloud9 to try and deny a lot of that, so I think Cloud9 going to look to see if they can try and fight this off of what will be their initial mythics coming through, but it's still going to be very, very tough with how much control Fnatic can have with Trimby, Razork, and even a Humanoid Scout of the Week.
Absolutely. It's also, I've got to say, you know, when I'm taking early Dragons, I feel pretty bad when I see Hextech into Infernal combo, because those are the souls that I'm usually hoping for, right? You know, I do think that there's still some other great ones to get. You know, if I'm not going to get those, I probably want Mountain against what Fnatic has, because they have a lot of upfront burst, especially, you know, with the Syndra and these engage combos that are going to come through. So Mountain could potentially help you survive that, as they're going to look for M&S.
Yeah, he's going to get knocked up. There is the CC combo. He's not going to die, but he will take a fair bit of his health bar in damage. Ulti held on to here by Humanoid.
And that's the nice thing about First Strike in these matchups. You know, when you're playing up against a tank here like Asante, you're just farming gold off the guy, right? He has the early Leandries. He's getting that gold acceleration. Blabber here looking for a potential anchor for the ulti to try to cut off Humanoid. There it is.
Yeah, it is going to come on through here. Trimby finds the grand entrance onto Sven, just trying to keep him in position. Razork over the wall. There is the Magnus Storm, but doesn't get a lot of value. The flick does come back from Blabber, but Sven's already dead. The all-out comes on through, and Razork's just out of there. Fnatic, they've just turned it around here in this early game this time.
I mean, Trimby tanking up the turret as Razork gets pulled underneath. It means that Razork doesn't actually take the terror shots. He's able to flag and drag, and now Fnatic turn over towards the Dragon. Big, big play for Fnatic.
Yeah, really close fight, though. You know, both Razork and Trimby getting out with really low HP. Cloud9 just can't finish off those kills, which really hurts because it means they lose the fight, they lose the objective after, and Fnatic in a much better position. Humanoid was trying to hold on to this flash as long as he possibly could because Trimby's just playing bodyguard. He's trying to delay Sven, but when Sven eventually does get in range there, he knows he has to flash back. But it does mean there's the immediate turnaround. Sven flashes out, but the ulti is there to finish, and then in comes M&S with the ulti pulling Razork back, but the flag and drag is back off cooldown. Trimby barely survives, Razork barely survives, and Fnatic get the Dragon. A huge win.
And it's so frustrating as well for C9 because the more you just barely miss out on these kills, the less of those opportunities that you have, because you miss out on all of the extra gold, and that snowballs on top of itself, and then you get a difficult situation.
Well, and here's one thing I will say that does make it more difficult against this sort of comp as Trimby.
Going to be interrupted there. He's burning,
and
that is going to be Blabber picking that one up. So yeah, wasted flash.
That was such a late flash and going to be going down anyway. But one of the things that makes this difficult is that there's not that much damage, in that kind of core 3 without Berserker. And if Berserker's not going to be joining the fights, well, they are low on damage. And now TP coming in to answer. Nice little bit of pressure there from Cloud9. They don't commit. They just back off as soon as the TP comes through.
Razor's here, though.
Oh, a little bit of trouble. Sven's going to be interrupted. Can't Hex Flash that one. That's another kill for Noah M&S. He has to flash over the wall. He will do so. That'll keep him alive. But that is more money for the Zeri, and we all know what that can lead to.
And this is the champion that Noah's felt confident on all year. When you think of Noah, it was the Aphelios when he first joined the league, but also this Zeri that he's looked fantastic on. Now, having that early 2 kills and getting a bit of control in this bot lane is going to be huge for the Fnatic AD carry.
I mean, it's massive for him, right? And he was kind of gifted those 2 kills. He's just been chilling bot lane farming, able to kind of have the action come to him. Fudge in some trouble here.
Yeah, the counter-strike going to come through. Blabber is here just a little bit late, and that is going to be the solo kill. Some revenge here for Oscar as some rocks are flying his way. We'll see whether he's going to survive. They are put on the ground. There's a flash to follow. The thread and volley. He has the last one, and that is going to be the answering kill.
Nice job there by Blabber getting one back. Fudge really overplayed his hand. I think he was trying to look for a bit of a bait play there, but he underestimated the damage from Oscar. He gives over a freebie, and now Oscar in this champion that outscales in a really good spot, and you can see in the MasterCard lane economy snapshot that it's only Blabber with that gold advantage right now.
Well, M&S is looking to try and grab one for himself. Humanoid taking a bit of damage as the teleport is coming forward. Wasn't really necessary, but sometimes you want to drive home that you can get the kill.
I love how M&S needs spectators whenever he gets a solo kill. It's like, come on, just see what I can do. But on top side as well.
Oh, the interruption does come through here as Blabber's going to get ulted. Okay, can the fancy feet actually work out here is the question. The answer is no, but it looked kind of cool for a few moments. That's going to be the kill in answer there from Razor.
It is a shutdown, but it does cost him a couple ults, and Blabber did actually secure the top lane tower. So Blabber is super rich right now. He already has his Rylai's done, so that's 2 items done before either the mid laner is even close to actually completing that. So Blabber is going to be the big carry here, the big hope for Cloud9. And M&S trying to defend the red buff, because you can see the Cloud9 bot lane are coming out from base. They want to be here to support, and off of that bot lane kill, Fudge just stayed bot to push the bot lane tier 1, and it was M&S who backed.
And this is where flashes become so important for Cloud9, because if Fudge has flash to CC Humanoid, to CC Noah in a fight, even if you look at M&S, actually, his Fudge may need to get on out of there.
He's all right.
I think that's where you're going to be able to set up for Blabber, right? And I think that's the big point to focus on is, can these big mega tanks in the front line get onto the back line and set up for Blabber to be that card?
Absolutely. And when Berserker joins, how effective is he going to be? Because Noah got these 2 kills. Noah's been accelerated. Him and Berserker have kind of been doing the same thing, just hanging out and farming, but some action came towards Noah. He was able to capitalize on it with those good collapses from Fnatic and got that gold injection. So he's not fighting from that big point of power that he was last game, Berserker, where he had that big gold lead.
Well, Fnatic a little bit late to this play as the second Rift Herald is going to be secured by C9. The game extraordinarily even. It is just the 1 extra turret, but the extra money that Fnatic have been able to pick up has certainly worked out for them.
And I've got to say, win or lose, the narratives around Blabber internationally need to die. This guy has really shown up at Worlds. I think he has played incredibly well for Cloud9, and he's well on his way to being, in my opinion, the best NA player ever. I think if he continues on this trajectory, that is going to be where we end up. He has been really stalwart for Cloud9, turning in another great performance last game, another great performance this game, was great against Mad, was competitive against LNG. You know, this guy is a far cry away from that jungler where people would call him, oh, he's a coin flip jungler, he's going for the crabs, you know, these kind of memes. He is so efficient, and he always keeps his farm really high while still having really high kill participation, which to me is just kind of like the mark of a really good jungler.
And also now he's got so much on his shoulders, right? He's playing the Talir, and Sven is now looking to try and help get the kill onto Oscar Innen. M&S up here is relatively low, but the Magnet Storm's going to come through, and M&S will cut down the Jax. That is going to be another kill going over to C9, trying to skew that one in their favor. They do manage to do so, as you were talking about souls that weren't necessarily the best. We do have one of those on the Rift, but Fnatic is going to collect it for themselves. 2-1 Drake advantage for them will be the result in trade for their top laner.
And I think that's what I like the call here from Cloud9. It's like, hey, do we really care about a second Chemtech Dragon going over? Not really. We have Rift Herald. Let's get the play on top side. Immediately use Rift Herald to blow open that second tower as well. And
yeah, that is going to be the charm landing onto Fudge. CC'd and dead. That is, handbag.
That's just greed, man. You know, he really wants to try to get that away. You know they're on the dragon. You see the dragon death call, and you're still not only staying to actually get the kill, but you're using your slice and dice to actually help to secure it. So there's no really anywhere for him to go. Cloud9 do get a tier 2 on the other side of the map, but Fnatic get the kill there. They get the dragon. They take the mid tier 1, and that's really kind of just off of a silly play from Fudge. He should have been there to potentially defend.
And again, you wouldn't have had that opportunity if you hadn't gone down. So now Fnatic, they'll have the chance to start pushing in mid, especially with the range advantage they have, and then start to lean in towards vision. And I mean, Oscarinen trying to punish on this topside play, but Sven's in the area.
I mean, Oscar, I think, played it out pretty well. And this is why, you know, some people may be saying, oh, Sven using his ulti, haha. He's actually waiting, because if you wait too long, Oscar's going to have Counter-Strike back, and then there's a potential for him to kill M&S, right? So I think you actually had to commit all the cooldowns to make sure you get this kill. Fudge warded out, obviously did not know it, but the dragon is dead. You know they're in the area. You know they're going to be potentially looking over there. And it's just some greed there from Fudge. Wanted to get it, and now going to be potentially dove here by Oscar.
Yeah, there is the Counter-Strike. That is going to get the stun. Great knock up there from Razork, as well as the Scat of the Week is going to come in. Fudge keeping himself alive for so long, though. He does get stabbed in the end by a Q from the Jarvan, but have they overextended is the question. Another Berserker Storm, as Berserker just dives in on top of Noah. He's out of the fight, but so is Blabber, who's been executed between his turrets. Fnatic now on the warpath, looking for M&S, who is running the wrong direction, and Noah is looking to try and come back and answer it. He is going to get engaged on, as M&S is trying to do some fancy stuff to get himself out of this, but it's not going to work, as Syndra says no, and Fnatic, they just win the fight. They grab 3 kills. Berserker is going to try and get this turret in answer.
M&S had nowhere to go. His tower is being knocked down by Skirnan as he's running for the hills, and Fnatic pick up 4 off the back of that play, and that was perfectly timed off of getting mid lane tower, dive into that top side with the vision you have, and there's nothing Fudge can do.
Yeah, I mean, Fudge, I think, played it about as well as he could. He lived for a really long time here. I started to get a bit nervous for Fnatic on the dive. The ulti comes up, and you think, okay, surely he's dead. But then, Core Drinker heal, Q heal, surviving for quite some time. Blabber does arrive, and on the other side, we saw that it was Berserker diving in. Blabber flashing back, though, and Humanoid catches him with the scatter after, bursts him down, and then all of a sudden, because Sven and Berserker were going for Noah, they left the other members on their team kind of by themselves. They overcommitted to trying to kill off Noah. They couldn't even do it. You know, they forced out that E over the wall from Noah, but I want to see what happened with the ulti from Berserker, because Noah didn't even have to flash, and when we panned down, Noah was really far away. So what I think might have happened is that Berserker ulted while he was mid-slide across the wall, and then he got too far away from the other side. So probably a little bit too early of an ult from Berserker, but maybe worried about losing vision. Either way, had you just forced Noah out and then used that ulti to rejoin the fight on top side and Sven collapses up there, this could have been a very different story for Cloud9. So great punish, great aggressive play from Fnatic, but definitely I think a bit of a drop ball there from the C9 bot lane.
Well, Scat of the Week going to come through. Humanoid has just been fantastic. I mean, this whole series, to be honest, he was the ray of hope for Fnatic in game number 1, and is now just landing all of these scatters. Another one going to be missed there, but of course, M&S has to dodge to get himself out of the way.
And the other thing worth mentioning is this is not the old Syndra, right? Syndra scales up, you farm those splinters, you get to 100, you really do have a powerful late game here. The lone kind of weakness is your lack of mobility, so it's going to be up to Cloud9 to try to pile in on top of them and punish that.
And that's why I like the Cosmic Drive second here. I mean, you hit 3 of your spells, you're going to get that movement speed, gives you the opportunity to try and run yourself out of Blabbers, knockups, and try and get away from Fudge. It actually gives you a huge amount of opportunities to try and avoid what Cloud9 want to do, and as long as you do that, I mean, Skirnan down in this side lane, he's an absolute monster. 2 items compared to the 1 of Fudge. He'll start to work his way through these towers, and Fnatic, having that mid lane tower down, are now looking to maybe punish Fudge again.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing a really good job of just pressuring him off of this, as Trimby...
Yeah, doesn't have a lot of options. Has to use the quickness for the extra movement speed to get himself out of the way. So that is a decent cooldown that C9 have picked up, but they lose their inner turret, and that is more money going to Fnatic.
They're maybe starting Baron. They're actually pinging towards it. They're just going to start this up. They know that Fnatic was fully on bot side. I don't know that they can kill this fast enough, though. I don't think this is going to work. There's no one even tanking it for Blabber right now.
And double TP is going to be available. There is no vision. As I think this might just be a Hail Mary. Let's see what can happen. Is the turn going to come through from C9? And instead, they're just going to get themselves out of here if they can. Sven trying to do what he can to keep them away as he dives in. There's the Magnus Storm, but where's the follow-up? The rest of C9 looking to move on over, and that is the Baron secured by Fnatic. Thanks for the leash, I guess, as Noah is looking for even more. Blabber's going to go down. M&S might be able to get one, but the answer is no, because there's a Mega Blast Cone down there to keep the Jacks alive, and now it is a disaster for C9. The Crocodile goes down once again, and Razok just needs one Q or a smite to take down the kill onto Berserker. That went from bad to real bad real fast.
This worked for Cloud9 against Mad Lions, and they were like, hang on, maybe we can pull it again against the EU team, but it's not the case. Fnatic come into the area quick, and they punish C9 fast.
Yeah, I thought that C9 was just going to try to get a Fnatic TP and then just back off, right? I thought that's all they were going to be looking for, but they tried to actually set this up. Sven goes in for the re-engage, but the Baron has just been leashed for Fnatic. Sven, sure, it's a multi-man engage, but no one's there to follow up. Blabber and Berserker are not in range whatsoever. They try to file in here to get there, and they just get hard engaged on. So this is an absolute disaster from Cloud9. I didn't feel like the game was in that desperate of a spot, and now Blabber's just going to get one shot.
That's there's a lot of power to unleash there, and you saw Blabber wasn't able to handle it, and it's just going to be a quick pick-off there for Humanoid, who is just running away with this game.
It's donezo. I mean, you're so strong here as Humanoid. 7 kills now, 10 stacks on the Dark Seal. And again, you don't really have the opportunity to try and play outside lanes, or as Cloud9 try and have like some big wombo combo to bring you back into this, right? You were reliant on Blabber being that damage dealer, having the setup from Cloud9. But with Fnatic having control of the map, finding those moments is so difficult, especially when you're going to start seeing Fnatic taking over now.
And I guess that was Cloud9's read, right? Because they couldn't have thought that that was like a smart play to make, right? I do think that their read must have been, we are just going to lose this game slowly through side lanes. We can't actually do anything about this Jax. Time to flip it. And if their read is the game's over, then sure, but...
Whoa, they're diving in. Berserker is in a whole host of trouble, but he ults to get himself out of the way, and Razok is just going to die. C9 just pick up the kill. A little bit overly aggressive there in the enemy base.
I mean, a mistake there from Razork and Trimby, but actually might cost them more here.
Oh, the flank angle here from M&S as well, as Humanoid is going to get picked out of position. The all-out comes through. The flick will be available, and there's some revenge for Blabber. C9 grabbing 2 picks back-to-back, and they might be back in some form of control.
Both shutdowns there. I'm not going to say control. They're still down 6K. The Baron's still on 3.
That's why I went with the some form of.
Some form.
You know, there's a little bit of
form of control where you have no control.
Yeah, the control where you have 5 people, they have 3 for the next little while.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, look, it happened in the last game where Fnatic got 1 or 2. It kind of started to come back, but
here's the thing. I think that the compositions are so different, right? I believed in the Orianna more because Humanoid was playing so well, and he was on a pick that I think A, had great wave clear, and B, had really huge team fight impact. I'm just struggling to see who is it going to be that can kind of get this across the finish line. It would have to be a comedy of errors from Fnatic, because really, as I said, if Kai'Sa's not playing from ahead, it's difficult to ever even enter the fights.
And this is why I want to go back to your point about the Baron, because I actually do think for Cloud9, if you actually had Fnatic full resetting like we saw against Mad Lions, where Mad Lions got Dragon, reset, and Cloud9 suddenly get Baron, suddenly turn the game around, that could have been their moment. So I actually like the Baron call from Cloud9. As you say, I think it's a case of, at this stage, even with picks like this, I don't really see a way for Cloud9 to try and bring themselves back into this game.
Yeah, it's really, really tough, right? So, you know, you always have to keep in mind what the player's evaluation is in the game state, and if you think the game's already lost, then any play with some small chance is going to be better than doing that. And I mean, look at the total damage done here. It has just been Humanoid just poking away at M&S all lane long, farming so much gold with the first strike, and he's in a great spot. And C9 got nothing to do but look for plays. We'll see if they can find one here.
Yeah, Oscar is going to use that counter-strike, try and keep himself up, is able to leap strike towards the ward to get out of the flick, and he'll be A-OK. Oh, Jax things. Absolutely fantastic. He's going to be fine. And Fnatic now look to move into the enemy jungle here towards his top side. 4-man strong, as Razok is going to pull himself over to his flag. Now look to open up the base of C9. They're fresh off a bit of a back here, though, so they might be able to get it. Yeah, exactly right. Teleport to come through from Fudge. Here's the last-ditch effort as they dive in. Magnus Storm is decent. They know exactly who their target is. Flash now down onto Humanoid, but Noah is the one popping off. They managed to get the Syndra, but can they actually win the fight is the question. Trimby going to try to get locked down, but it's Noah that's the one that needs to be under control, and it's not going to happen. Fnatic just roll over the top. It's a double kill for Razok in the end, and Fnatic are done with this game, I think they're going to look to end it here.
There's low health bars, but big smiles for Fnatic as they'll take down the inhibitor and take us to the game 3.
And Fnatic had so much extra control early. They are going to be able to take these Nexus turrets down and with momentum move towards a game number 3. For C9 fans, though, they can move back towards that blue side in this deciding game, but I think they're going to have to try and figure out a better plan of attack if Fnatic can fix their early game like they have.
Yeah, absolutely. Fnatic with a great strike back in that second game. It felt like, to me, the lone hope in this one was really Blabber. He was having a great early game, got a lot of gold, but was really struggling when Humanoid got ahead. The 2 carries from Cloud9, if you ever get on the same screen, and he's just going to delete you.
And I think that was the big problem, was that you didn't really have that chance. But we got a chance to hear from the desk and what they thought of that game. Send it on over to Shox and the boys. Oh, break. Sorry, we're going to break.
Yeah, going to go to a break. It's fine. Let's go to a break.
A team against a king. Seeing against believing. A moment against a moment for the ages. Countless battles, one arena. The realm. The only thing capable of powering the game, the stage, the broadcast, and the worldwide spectacle we know and love. AKA the Cisco Network.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Unlock extra loot with the Worlds Event Pass. Every Event Pass purchase will add to the prize pool for Worlds 2023. There's a lot to celebrate at this time of year.
Huh? What is this?
kami nunca nuntok tuda uri ton Nuri muni so phone nuga trishi kashi bounce back Money sugi nu에 누군가 move get out the way 다음 생활 놀이 늦게 감리적인 듯해 견제로선 여길 냅다 씹어먹고 부패 내장까지 깔끔하게 마치 순대 씹어 먹어야지 팩맨 딱 몰라 스펙대 올해는 나는 아냐 스노우 랩맨 내 말은 또 뒤게 안 들어 맵맨 버리던 넷셋에서 불러야겠네 너희 따는 것이 오마시네 나 캡맨 Hop in the booth 여긴 없어 네 자리 She make it clap look at my body 내 말이 뚜떠지려도 몰라 니 가랑이 겹바닥에 붙어 뜯을 것 전에 사람이 built-in chopper best-selling mob 하고 다니까 나랑 비비려해 감 쌓인 고용 주기가 차라리 오케이 선배가 선방 칠게 우리 CB는 힘들게 relax 시간라도 바로 가는 여유롭게 what's what wrestle it 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 Whistle it, 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 yeah. Gotta check my squad 일동대기 시간 up I'm ready 통신의 애들 사이에 난 예리 야다 붙여대 Rocking my studio 한 지춘에 지린 the funniest Just gotta beat Millie Go to the shop in a baby tag 나쁜 새 권인지 돈을 쓰는 건 또 한 푼도 너한테 난 쓸 일이 없어 내 솜씨가 달라도 우리 같은 DNA 평정심을 유지하고 느낌이 혓바닥이 뜨뜨뜨뜨게 자른 사람 나니 건반 나한테 말을 가득하지 man 나는 like 난 불꽃 싸가리 stupid ass right 정신 차려 너야 the last and I guess so big 바라보지 마치 지붕 위에 chicken 단지 깊게 생각할수록 느껴지는 distance 두 번 세 번 더해져 mission fucking another level check my EP cycle with no peace and better 두껍지 날아올라 no P fly hard take off 나와 아직 적지 놈들 다 번지 시켜줄 줄 없이 봐봐 hero with the tat 부뚜뚜뚜 다음 소리 카프로 따라 하다 캣 목공강을 버림 수두로 백백하지 마치 폐업제고 떨이 그래 너지 누구 두리번거리기는 병 부정적 비백과 비대 세우니 10대 초수력 초수와 대두치기 제 한길을 돌파 중 easy easy에 버려놔 오늘 Whistling, 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 yeah. What's your play?
3v2, but no, it's going to be a 3v3. There's the counter-strike. Scat of the week is incredible by Humanoid, but he's not quite able to finish them off. Brazlock in so much trouble as Fudge.
With the vision plant, so Blabber moving in towards mid. They're going to look for a dive.
Yeah, they're going to pull him out with the all-out. Humanoid taking so much damage, and that's just a solo kill.
Fudge in some trouble here.
Yeah, the counter-strike going to come through. Blabber is here just a little bit late, and that is going to be the solo kill.
Made it a little bit harder, but we didn't cringe it as much as them. It only took us 27 minutes.
Well, I can agree with Razork there. Made it a little faster than the one before that, but still, you arrive at the same point. You each won one game, meaning it all comes down to this final one for C9 versus Fnatic. And I'm really glad that it has gone the distance.
Yes.
Because it would have been kind of a dud if not. But we saw already the first blood fight there, Jack.
Listen, I thought C9, I know there's a lot of this game, Fnatic should get credit, but I thought Blabber was very impatient.
Okay.
So you're a milk and cereal enjoyer. You always put the cereal in first.
Yeah.
The cereal is the Renekton stun, the milk is the Taliyah W, but Blabber threw the milk in first before Renekton arrived, missed the W, and they lose the strength of their team composition. The whole reason you pick Renekton, Taliyah, Cassante is because of the stun Taliyah combo that you can dominate top lane with, and because you cannot lose fights in River. So even though it didn't swing the gold massively in one favor, I think that was a big deciding factor in the game.
Milk was sour.
I can't believe that that's the analogy that you used to summarize
Renekton is the cereal, Taliyah is the milk.
Okay, well,
I like it.
I mean, I very much agree that when we compare it to the first game, I think that C9's proactivity around enabling their top side of the map was like night and day. Yeah. And it felt very much like that because of the bot side of the map, Noah had a lot more control, right? It felt like Berserker wasn't quite as, didn't give the same level of freedom to Sven that he's had in previous series, which means that C9 didn't have the same agency over the early game. Fnatic kept a neutral early game, and then ultimately they outplayed them around the team fights, which I think was a big step up. So huge credit to them. I was pleasantly surprised what we saw from Fnatic this game.
Have to be right in comparison to what happened in the early game in game one. We have a couple of more things we want to break down. Maybe the top fight, 19 minutes in, Jack, that is?
So this was a big turning point in the game for Fnatic, and I think impatience is a little bit of the name in the game for Cloud9. So just really quickly to set this up, Fnatic's going to be trying a fast play onto Fudge. There's no vision in this whole corridor for C9, not to mention the waves are pushed in, so they can try and make a fast play quickly onto Fudge in the top lane. And then it's all about how quickly C9 can respond and if they can do that in an organized fashion. So we see the teleport come in, and the really important thing here is Ven could try and get a wombo, and then if Berserker walks a little bit farther, he could invade here. And worst case, Fudge dies, but it's not that bad. However, what ends up happening as we roll out the rest of the clip is Ven says, okay, it doesn't look that good. Let's try and do a quick play onto Noah, and Berserker goes to Narnia with his ultimate. Imagine if there is a Kai'Sa and Rel in this fight. I don't think it necessarily goes as well for Fnatic, but with the way it did end up going, it kind of catapulted Fnatic ahead in this game, as you can see the rest of this play out.
I think there was a world where you can actually get Berserker into the fight before Noah because of the angle in which Sven was coming from, and then the Berserker ultimate can then join the fight.
Correct.
Like, there's definitely a world where like that could have been a different fight, but again, C9 being a little disjointed when it came to the team fight, and this is something we've seen briefly in their series versus, or their game rather, versus BLG. And again, like in that mid game, sometimes we see these blunders around these fights for C9 that Fnatic have been able to take advantage of in game 1, and they took advantage of again in game 2.
A few times indeed. I do want to shout out Oscar as well, because for me, you know, his recovery in game 2 because of the shellacking he got in game 1 on the world stage as a rookie. I think that's something to shout out in this game, because it was also pivotal. You know, you don't want to have that lane losing on the top to start everything out either. And the fact that he is very new to the scene, Vedius, that's a good sign.
I mean, when he first debuted in the LEC, he got blasted in top lane. He went like 3 games in a row without getting a single kill. He very much knows what it's like to be bullied, to be isolated, and domestically he was able to bounce back. And I think that this time around, the fact that he wasn't getting perma-ganked by multiple people, he was able to play the 1v1 very well, even getting a revenge solo kill against Fudge.
He did. Overall, though, we have to take stock of both of the games that we saw so far in order to perhaps predict what may happen in game 3. We have the side selection already, so I can let that marinate. It's going to be C9 on blue, no surprises there. So let's start with this post-game breakdown to look at kind of an indication for the draft going forward.
Yeah, I think when these team comps are even gold at 20 minutes, it is fairly Fnatic favored. This was definitely one. I think actually both games where Cloud9 picked a lot more proactivity early game, thinking that was the road to victory, and they were unable to pull ahead here. I thought Humanoid Syndra first pick looked questionable at first.
Oh, I agree.
But it paid off in the end because he was able to control space really well in the mid and late game.
Yeah, the draft was a little bit concerning from my end when we look at what Fnatic decided to go for. I was a little bit worried the fact that they did put so much priority on the Syndra, and then the fact that they also then went back for the Zeri as well. I didn't love what we were seeing, but they got themselves the Jarvan, they got themselves some pretty good engage, and the reality is that in these fights, I feel like the Humanoid is able to find a lot of impact. In game 1, he was doing it on the Orianna. In game 2, he's doing it on the Syndra. But credit to M&S, where he can, he is making his presence known, and I feel like both mid laners are showing the best of what they can do in this series.
Yeah, I will say this doesn't include M&S's 2 solo kills, but I think these stats paint the picture that the team is playing through Humanoid, and M&S is not able to sync up with Cloud9 in a lot of situations. The solo kills happen, but they've been disjointed in team fights, and even some of his Yone plays were a little bit individual for M&S, so I think he's playing better than those stats show, but he needs to link it to the team like Humanoid is if C9 wants to win this series.
So more happy with kind of the cohesive unit that Fnatic was able to field in their game when it came to specifically the play around the key moments in the game?
Absolutely. I think Fnatic and specifically Humanoid were just more connected this game than Cloud9 was.
I also just think that like C9 have a problem with their Barons. Like the way in which they play around them, the way in which like whether they get the Baron or like what they then do with it, it's like C9 have a very clear issue when it comes to with the lead that they have, where to go from it, and then in that mid game, how they play around this neutral objective. And I think that this is a clear advantage that Fnatic has. So the way in which Cloud9, I think, simplified this is they draft a composition that gives them strong team fighting tools around the Baron. They did it in game 1. I think their composition overall was very easy to execute, and I think they can look to replicate that game 3.
Yeah, Jat, but we arrive here at game 3, and there's so much history between the region and between the two teams.
It always happens. 10 years ago, first World Championship for Cloud9. They were eliminated in a best-of-3 by Fnatic in that Game 3. All-time, NA versus EU. Is EU favored, and specifically Fnatic favored? They knocked C9 out of Worlds in 2013, in 2018, and one more game would do it here. But also, one more Cloud9 win would flip that script a little bit.
They want to stay alive in the tournament. Will it be Cloud9 or will it be Fnatic?
And thank you very much, Shocks, for the breakdown here as we jump into the final game of this best-of-3. Let's see how these bans go. This is the most contentious part, gentlemen.
So we've just been talking about this a lot. In game 1, Fnatic did Maokai, Kalista, and Sejuani. We don't think that they can give over both Rumble and the Xayah to Cloud9. Cloud9 has also changed this up. I think this is smart. Just ban out Humanoid more because Humanoid has been the best player on the map, I think, for either team across these 2 games. So you take away the Azir, you take away the Orion as well. They're going to ban out the Kalista. Sejuani would be their 3rd, but if you ban Sejuani here, it's going to be a first pick Rumble again. And, well, at the very least, though, then you could grab Xayah for Fnatic because there's not that trade of the Orianna.
Yeah, I think they will ban the Rumble because even on blue side, they banned the Rumble, and you're like, look, Xayah, still an issue, but at least it's not the end of the world. Poppy's still going to be banned, so that will leave open the Renekton, which was the difference maker from the game #1 draft into this one when it comes to ban.
I think the Poppy's a really smart ban, because if you're expecting this to be, you know, a Xayah ban or whatever, then you can do Sejuani plus Jax or Sejuani plus Renekton, and there's not really a good answer for Oscar, so that top side becomes very hard. If you ban Xayah, they get Rumble. If you ban Rumble, they get Xayah, right? And then I think Cloud9 is really set up well, so they're going to try to do a trade of OPs for OPs. So I actually think this is really smart. I still think it's going to be likely a Rumble, but it could be a Xayah. And your hope now is, okay, if you're thinking there's 3 OPs up, well, you do a 1-for-2 trade.
I think you take the Xayah, because, I mean, in the
so
last
too.
draft, Fnatic showed, hey, we already showed our hand. We don't really want to take the Rumble, so now they are going to pick the Rumble. They'll take the Jarvan alongside it, but it's like, how comfortable are they actually on this pick if they weren't ready to pick it on blue side last?
And Cloud9 is going to do Sejuani plus Jax. They're going to do Sejuani Jax, and then you have to be able to win this 2v2, right? And I do think Rumble can absolutely win that 2v2 alongside the Jarvan. It's execution-based, of course, but you have the Ignite advantage. But so much already, I think, is going to come down to these top lane picks. And this, I feel like, is showing, you know, the kind of issues I think that Noah has with some of his champions. You know, he's worried about these getting banned out, so he's going to pick this early. But this does expose Humanoid even more to more bans getting thrown at him. Yeah. But it is a really interesting adaptation here from Fnatic.
Yeah, I think if you're Cloud9, ban Nico, ban Syndra, you're like, okay, cool, there's 2 very big follow-ups for what this is, setup is already there. And then you're kind of like, okay, well, what do you have in the tank then, Humanoid? I mean, that's so much that's already gone from the mid lane pool, but as you say, for MNS, he still has a lot of fallbacks when it comes towards, well, I was going to say some of these more melee mids, and they're already being taken.
I mean, you look at MNS's champion pool for the year, that guy plays a lot of different stuff. Like, he is not concerned, I think, really about bans going towards him. I would consider just throwing bans. Keep throwing more bans towards Humanoid. Ban out the Syndra. Just keep throwing bans at him. I think it makes a lot of sense to really try to limit that because, you know, MNS, I think, is comfortable, you know, playing a lot of different stuff. And it's not that Humanoid is not flexible. I think that he is. But Humanoid has just been the best player for Fnatic by far, in my opinion. So I think you limit his power as much as you possibly can in this game. If they leave Syndra up, it feels like you're daring him to pick Syndra, and then you have to give MNS the credit that he has a good answer that he's kind of waiting for with it. And it could just be Cassante again.
It certainly could. I really like the Permafrost banning away here, just because Yone does have a lot of extra magic damage, the Akali, obviously, a magic damage assassin, and so now the Sejuani value in the mid lane may not necessarily mirror that of topside. You don't necessarily need to play towards it, but that is going to be the Renata band away from Trimby, so going into his champion pool a little bit deeper, but there's a Nautilus, so he may as well just lock that one away.
But that's showcasing that Cloud9 want to go full dive, right? And if you're going to pick full dive here and you're worried about that Renata, like the Renata is so good as an answer into this. Of course, you're still getting a really high tier pick here. It is going to be 5th pick for Humanoid. So MNS could go Syndra. What do you think Humanoid would go in that case?
That's actually, because I was even looking there, I would like to say something like a Nico or something along those lines, but actually looking, he's only played 1 game all year long on the Nico, and it was a loss. So, and it's not something that I'd usually associate with Humanoid. It would more be like the caps and that kind of stuff that I associate with. So I am curious. I think Nico is perfect in this scenario if the people are looking to dive on you. But I don't know, is the honest answer.
Yeah, and I will say, if MNS does go Syndra, then topside is kind of like countered by Merc Shreds. So maybe they're too nervous about that, and then in which case they could go towards like a Jace or something physical damage in that line.
Maybe, I think it would probably be the Jace. I mean, Humanoid has been a fantastic Jace, and you've got the AP already there.
Then Humanoid just goes Syndra, right? And then I feel like you're feeling pretty darn good because Razork then has good lanes to gank in both mid and top. I feel like Fnatic would have some pretty good positions. This would be much more of like a throwback to MNS when he first came into the LCS. This is a pick that everyone was terrified about him on. It was really considered that must ban. Of course, LeBlanc has been nerfed so many times now. It has been really kind of pushed down.
Whoa.
This would be interesting. I don't. These are just hovers. I think it's going to be Syndra. That's my expectation at least.
Yeah, I think the Syndra, but it's still not the best of matchups into the LeBlanc. She can still do enough in that matchup.
AP soul lanes.
Yeah. Silas could be a pick here. Actually, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like the Silas.
Well, it makes it very,
yeah. For against the Alistar, LeBlanc can have some push, but she's not really able to shove you out of lane, especially since we've seen a lot of Silases like start Doran's ring, quick reset for Doran's shield as well, and then you're just very difficult to try and push out of lane. So I think in that scenario, you've got access to a ton of great ultimates, and also you're able to play in towards this heavy skirmish, and when C9 dive in on top of you, that's where you can get a lot of value as well.
Yeah, I mean, Humanoid definitely is going to have the ability to carry this game. You know, you're on that Silas, you have good jungle pairings. You have the Alistar ult to steal. I think that and the Sejuani are kind of the premier ults that you're really looking for, but mostly just the Alistar. There's a lot of pressure on Cloud9 to play well on the top side, though, because this is very reminiscent of the game that they got blown out against a T1, where Zeus actually went with that Rumble, and they went with the Jax answer. They had the Bel'Veth instead of the Sejuani in that one, but that went so bad so fast. Fudge did play the early waves well, but then Blabber got pushed out of his jungle, and all of a sudden, Fudge is getting dove, and it kind of feels like it's GG.
I also do feel like for M&S, though, this is also a moment where he can step up and be the carry. Noah has no real safety on that back line. Like, you're with the Rel, what you going to do if a LeBlanc pops over the wall, immediately deletes Noah, and then it's like, cool, we're 4 versus 5, we should be able to snowball this fight out of control. So I definitely think on both sides, mid laners are the ones to watch.
The most measured of takes.
Yeah, I just wanted a smiley face underneath. It's like, I just don't want violence, guys.
Both teams have fun.
Yeah, it's I hope everyone has fun.
Yeah. Let's just have a good time, everyone. Let's see who has the most good of a time as we hop onto the Rift here for the final game. Blue side's been traded. It's been a victory for both teams. And now we'll see whether Fnatic can fight back against that with a decent draft, or whether C9 can be the ones to take it here as we jump into the Rift for game number 3.
Already really calling out to me is the fact that Oscarinen is playing TP. He is not playing Ignite. So
losing points with on the Huni scale.
He is going to be playing a much less aggressive. I will say this is more measured. If it goes bad, it's not going to go as bad. And if you don't think that you can win the 2v2 against the Sejuani Jax, this is just the objectively correct choice. But what I will say is your kill pressure is way lower against the Jax in the 1v1. And this does mean if C9 can do well on the top side, get Fudge into a good position, I feel like you can get much more quickly to that point where you can just straight up win out in the side lanes.
Yeah, especially when you've already got Humanoid, who in theory in this matchup should be shoved in, opening up M&S to start to look for these roams. So I think Razork is definitely going to have his work cut out here to try and disrupt that Cloud9 play.
I think the 3v3 on the top side of the map is where my mind is going to go.
That's the whole series, no?
It's been the whole series, and that's what I'm looking out for now, as Blabber is going to close in on Humanoid, and he's just going to dash away. Yep, sometimes you just want to abscond from the whole situation, and Silas is pretty good at it. No.
In this case.
No, not in this case. That would be a silly choice. Fnatic now going to start off on their blue side. Blabber a little bit more lonely, doing exactly the same thing. And, oh man, I can't help but want the camera to just be in top lane the entire time, just to see who is going to be able to get that early advantage.
Get, like, the first-person POV, where they're just like zoomed in on the character.
Yeah.
Really experience what it's like.
First person. I want to see first-person view.
Exactly.
Just stick up the health bars. Let's just make it a fighting game. To be honest.
Ready, fight.
And we don't quite have Rumble and Jax in the fighting game yet, but maybe they'll get there in the future.
Maybe they just haven't told us.
Hey, that's true. Maybe we're doing spoilers by accident without actually knowing anything.
That's not a spoiler. That's just a beautiful prediction.
Hey, there it is. That's all of my
can't
things
get
that I've
fired for
spoiled.
predicting something.
Yeah, I know that's true. Otherwise, I would have been fired long ago.
Same.
For things like my Breon predictions and certain Humble Life Esports predictions. Is now Fudge going in onto Oscarinen, and that is going to be a decent trade. Probably the best you can hope for as the Jax at this point in time.
Yeah, I mean, Jax in the early levels, you can get the push. You're trying to look for that bounce.
Feels good.
Yep.
Not as good.
No.
But you get a two-man pulverize. You're going to walk away from the situation with not very much health bar, feeling great.
And then you just say your teammate with, where's the follow-up?
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, exactly.
Guys.
Question mark ping him. Yeah. Like, you're good.
Yeah, that's the best way to keep up morale. In a
I think you
series
ping your
like
jungler in that case, because you want to keep up morale within the 2v2,
No jungle?
right?
Jungle AFK farming? 6 camp clear?
I just hit a two-man pole. Where were you?
I will say, though, I like that Sven is now taking that opportunity to actually go in and roam. All right, get that ward down so they can spot out exactly what the plan is from Razork, because they didn't have a huge amount of information. Now Razork on that top side, but the wave's in a terrible spot for Fudge.
Yeah,
he's going to have to back away.
It's bouncing. Honestly, it's totally fine. He should just back up. The wave is going to come to him, so he does not need to walk up. There's no reason for him to ever walk up, and honestly, he should not even be playing that close to that brush.
Oh, no, the flag is going to come down. That is the E button. And Fudge is going to be A-OK.
Yeah, that was honestly pretty well done from Fudge. He's playing right on the range there. If Razork flashed for it, he gets knocked up, but I still think you're going to be okay in that situation because he got the E down so early that there's not going to be a lot of follow-up damage. So credit to Fudge, playing that line well. He had the wave bounce, so he was honestly in a totally fine position. M&S going to be having push here in mid. The question is just how much pressure can he keep on? Can he keep Humanoid kind of locked in lane here? And also, how much gold can he get with this first strike? Because I do think it's going to be a lot harder for Humanoid to kind of get value of that, in this melee versus range. Obviously, it scales really, really well. It's not just an early game rune. Of course, it's actually much more of a late game rune. But it does still feel really nice to get those early item completions when you're able to constantly proc it in lane.
Yeah, I mean, you'll see, though, kind of what we were talking about with Humanoid, where he goes back. He started off with the Doran's shield. You go back at Doran's ring, so you're not going to run out of mana. And at that stage, you kind of have your Q spam, because you'll have 3 levels in your Q. So you'll be in perfectly fine shape now as Humanoid to just try and manage the early lane state. And try and, as you say, scale to that later point off of 2 items where, honestly, the entirety of Fnatic, apart from Noah, comes alive.
Well, chains are going to go slightly wide, and M&S is going to pop the Sigil of Malice. Going to be a decent trade there as Blabber is taking his Gromp on full vision of Fnatic.
Yeah, exactly. M&S basically got stopped on his base. Humanoid warded over the wall, interrupted him, so then M&S just went out. And you're just spending your health bar to get a little bit of a trade before you go back to base, and then you TP back. And then he's hoping that he can maybe hold that wave off the turret to deny Humanoid from going back and kind of create that HP advantage that way. We'll see if he's going to be able to get that base timing, though, because M&S got delayed on his base again, which is kind of putting him in this awkward spot where now he has to stay around for another wave. And sometimes you can kind of get awkwardly locked in the lane a lot longer than you would like to be.
Yeah, Humanoid not going to find the chain there, decides not to go in as M&S is in a whole host of trouble. There is the Arctic Assault to come through from Blabber, and that is going to get the flash out from Humanoid. Nicely played, but right on the edge there from C9.
Right on the edge, but this is brilliant if you can actually get back, TP back, because now there's no flash, there's no TP on Humanoid, and he's lower on resources here, and it's going to be M&S coming back with both summoners. Well, his flash up, he's going to spend the TP, and a full health bar and mana bar.
Yeah, even picking up the blasting wand off the back of the Dark Seal, he's going to be doing a lot of damage when he comes back into this lane. And you can see, even though you're picking up the bits and bobs for Humanoid, you are delayed on hitting things like the Lost Chapter, where you can actually start to trade effectively. So M&S going to be in a great spot. You've already got Sven. You've seen him gank this top side a lot with Blabber, and Oscarinen isn't ready for this.
Yeah, there are a lot of people up here as the equalizer comes down. Oscarinen, I think, knows that he's going to struggle in this one, decides to get as much damage onto Fudge as he can, and he's running back towards the enemy turret. There's the Permafrost, there's the Pulverize, and there goes first blood for Fudge.
That's massive for Fudge, and that kind of is a little bit of that Ignite, you know, that you're missing, where you can't pressure for that kill, right? So he drops the equalizer, he uses his damage, he doesn't have that total amount of damage that he needs to actually go for a kill, so he just has to look for the run, and now M&S trying to harass Razork here.
Yeah, getting a bit frustrating, but he's just going to go back to his distortion. Ward goes in, and I think Fnatic should be able to collect this first dragon.
I will say, I think it was a little bit greedy from Oscarinen, though, like trying to stay underneath the tower, pressure with the flame spitter when you already have your jungler on bottom side, 0 vision on that top end. Like, there was no reason for you to try and be up that far in lane. You had already crashed it. So, I mean, nice punishment from C9, but Oscarinen should never have been in that position.
Exactly, and we saw Fudge in that position earlier in the game, where he played with respect to it. He didn't walk up to the wave. You know, you have to kind of balance it, though. That is one of the problems with Rumble, is that Rumble has to kind of be harassing and be aggressive into this matchup, because if you just farm even against the Jax and you play too passive, well, the Jax just kind of outskills you by default. So you have to really walk that line well, and it means that you have to really track the enemy jungler well, track the enemy support well, to know when you are in trouble.
Yeah, the real thing is you can use information so much better as the Rumble, but if you don't have it, then it's hard to know exactly when you're supposed to, you know, press your buttons and actually get those leads, because if you don't, like you say, you're just going to sit there and let Jax be Jax. So it is going to be a lot of the initiative. Like, Fnatic is the one that needs to be making the early plays towards the top side of the map, but they do still have a whole bunch of scaling options elsewhere, right? So you don't necessarily need to feel as pressured. Fudge still should be that win condition for C9 if they need him in the later stages of the game.
And he'll be set up really well for success in the side lanes, because if you pick up a bit of MR, you know, who's going to answer the side lane? Humanoid or Oscarinen, right? So you're going to be set up well for that success in the side lane if they want to play heavily towards it. And Blabber just heading right back up there. If Oscar oversteps, this could be another kill. And Blabber could even just go for the wraparound. They have a track on that ward, potentially. So he's just going to be starting up the Herald. You can see Razork coming down. Mid lane is kind of in parity right now, so this is maybe a little bit of a risky take. We'll see, though, if Cloud9's pressure in mid is enough to grab it.
Yeah, flag is going to be in there, but it looks like Razork does not want to head over here, understanding that he needs to relinquish control of this top side. And that is going to be C9 getting the first topside objective in trade for the dragon that Fnatic already picked up. Nothing really in it as far as advantage for either team, though. Just a lot of these micro leads, and of course first blood going to C9, but anything could still happen in this game.
You have to say, though, it's a 1K gold lead and they haven't dropped their Herald, so I think they're in a pretty good spot, and they're looking for a dive!
Now the two-man Pulve is going to come through. There's the crash down, but it's the Featherstorm that's going to answer, and Sven is the one that locks down that kill, and now Noah, can he answer back? He's got red-white guns, but Berserker's feeling good. And that is going to be the tanking done so beautifully from Sven as well to make sure the Berserker's all right. They get a plate off the back of it.
And that's the power of the Alistair hitting 6. You got that push, you hit level 6 off the wave, and immediately dive.
Oh dear, level 7 here for Blabber as the equalizer comes down. C9 can move out of the way of it if they would like to, as now Fudge dives in. Razork is going to go the opposite direction though. The permafrost not quite in range as Blabber does find it. The fade away with the ultimate, and Oscarina just has to let his jungler die.
I mean, Razork just went way too far. He gave away a freebie there, as Cloud9 was just instantly disengaging when they saw that Razork shows up, and the equalizer gets dropped. And if you don't have a high-value equalizer, there's no damage there. And Berserker looking.
Yep, there's a an Alistair in pajamas that was lying on the ground. So something happened there. We'll probably check that one out in a replay. Just Noah answering. And Berserker is just going to look to hold on to this wave. So not the most massive of advantages.
I do agree with Azael, though, going back to that top lane play. I mean, you get complete discoordination on the ultimates coming through from Oscarina and Razork, so that's the turnaround that C9 needed. And once you're able to focus down one of these members, you're in a good spot. But we're going to get this play on the bottom side to see exactly what's... Oh, this is actually the initial
the
dive.
first one, right? Yeah.
Level 6 hit up by the bot lane of C9. You don't have level 6 on Trimby to try and disengage from this. And that ultimate, you get so much value from the Alistair, and I think this is the downside for not trying to play away from Rift Herald. And then here on the top side play, like, that ult is hitting nobody, Oscarina. It barely even hits the wave. And then you have Razork who's able to ult in. And then at that stage, Cloud9, it's an easy turnaround. Is Sven one more?
All right, he is probably... Oh, never mind. He gets into the fog of war. The ward goes down. Blabber, can you keep your support alive? And I think he can. Although he may not be able to keep himself alive as the flash is going to whiff. Not able to get over that wall, and now Blabber's just going to have to give up the ghost.
Yikes, 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 my eyes. That was not it from Blabber, who did a good job actually, you know, warding them away, but then ends up dying for it. And now Berserker's going to lose the wave as well. So that is pretty rough. But Fnatic, you know, moving heavily down towards that bot side. They do get a kill.
All I'm saying is that's what happens when Azael talks smack. I'm just saying, you know, it just hits him back straight away. But yeah, I mean, Sven tries to get the ward in the bush. Immediate Trimby already there. Hex flashes out, gets the setup with Humanoid. And a nice roam from Humanoid there to find that opportunity on the bot side, especially with Razork now moving down to clear out his bot camps. You've got the numbers advantage. MNS is still in the middle.
And this just got a little bit dicey there. And this is that thing where Trimby flipped him away from the wall, and that actually changed the distance that Blabber would have needed. So Blabber, you know, needed to be patient, walk all the way back to the wall. He was against it, so I think he thought because of that position he would have been able to flash out. And I think just didn't catch that he actually got flipped off that wall a little bit there. But a bit of a rough one from Blabber. Great roam from Humanoid, and great use of that Sejuani ult to steal that away and get themselves a kill, plus the free flash. So Fnatic in a good spot, but Cloud9 hovering here around that bot side.
Yeah, there is the Glacial Prison just going to get thrown away. I really do like
Herald.
the question mark thrown up by Sven. Not so much the second one. But there is the Herald going to be thrown down. Berserker should be able to get some money from that one as well, as Equalizer comes on down here on this top side. Fudge just trying to get himself out of the way of the situation, and he will be able to do so. The Merc Treads working out here as Noah trying to stun up MNFs just a little bit. And does manage to get his Crescendo, but Distortion, pretty good ability, and that's going to get MNS out of trouble. Blabber not going to get knocked up, but there is the Cataclysm to trap in the Piggy. Sven wants to try and find a way to make this one happen as Noah finds an ultimate. There goes Blabber, and Sven, he doesn't have the Sejuani to keep him alive. A 4-man Pulverize to celebrate the ending of Sven here in this moment.
I mean, Fnatic had just won mid lane off of Noah's play, and then you get Blabber and Sven going, hey, I'm going to wander up the river, and it gives that opportunity for Fnatic to collapse. You don't have the manpower there for Cloud9, and Fnatic find that great pick.
Yeah, absolutely. Blabber and Sven getting pretty sloppy in these last couple of minutes here, you know, causing them to lose a fair bit on this bot side. You know, and as soon as that TP came back down towards bot lane from Oscarina, Berserker could never enter, right? Because he'd just be walking into a flank there from the Rumble. It would never be worth the play. As you say, MNS is pushed out. You can't be in the river in that position. Fudge, though, going a little bit aggressive, but has to be respectful because Humanoid is really strong, has those early 2 kills.
Yeah, he's ulted as well, Fudge.
Fudge could be dead,
There's
no
his own
flash.
medicine. Yeah, he decides to dive back in, as we can see. But Humanoid doesn't want it. A little bit too dark on the rest of the map, and so Fudge not going to be baiting him in to this one.
I like the idea from Cloud9, though. Again, it's like, hey, look, we've just lost out on bot side. Let's try and rotate members up the top side and see if we can get something with Fudge. Sven's still here, and Humanoid doesn't realize it.
Yeah, Humanoid going to dive forward. The Everfrost is decent, but the Counter-Strike is a little bit better. Never mind, Pulverize is going to come through, and now Trimby is going to make his way up. There's the flash forward! Finds the crash down onto Sven, and once again, he's a cow with a dream, but this time he does have his flash, so he gets out alive.
The chains from Humanoid were massive there. They locked up Fudge just long enough where Humanoid was able to escape and not get caught. Now Sven is caught though.
Oh dear, Sven does find a decent pulverizer there to try and keep himself alive, but he's not out of the woods just yet. Humanoid was tanking up the turret, now Blabber's looking for him. The Everfrost is decent, but the Glacial Prison is better. Kingslayer keeps Humanoid alive, and now Razork's looking for Sven, who just headbutts him away. The Cataclysm comes in and he's walking circles literally around him, and now M&S wants to finish this one off. He's got a Magnet Storm to contend with, but some low health bars on Fnatic means this one is all coming up C9. Humanoid gets himself a Feather Storm in the nick of time, but the Q comes in. Berserker, he really wants this, but it's Blabber that's going to be the one to help lock it down. They do manage to take it. It costs an ult, but C9 will pay that.
Fnatic going way too deep on that one. Thought they could kind of style on Cloud9, and it ended up going bad for them, but at least they are pushing in mid, they are pushing in bot, so they can maybe get something back here, but it's Fudge coming down to answer.
Yeah, and in the lane economy snapshot from MasterCard, you can see bottom side of the map, Noah is actually pretty huge, but it's the top lane once again, and Fudge is going to flash on top of Oscar, and he gets stunned up by the counter-strike, but he might be able to get out with that scrap shield, but in comes the cow. There's the taxi forward, but he doesn't have flash, remember, so can't actually get on top of Oscar in him, but they get the flash. That's probably enough.
They get the flash, and they get the Herald, and now Humanoid TP down here. Noah on the roam, but Cloud9 should just back it up. They know that their jungler's topside. They did get Herald, so you take this as a win. You traded flashes, and you got to just try to back it up.
Sven's emote game has been fantastic, even though it's been the one emote, but there's the equalizer. The Moonlight Vigil does fly down as Trimby looks to stun up the cow, and they do manage to get him. Some low health bars, but not enough for C9 to answer.
Yeah, but they're going to push mid, and we'll have to see what Cloud9 can get. They're at least going to get the one tower, very likely, or at least it'll be put really low, so that one does go down. But, you know, the worry here for Cloud9 is the two dragons relatively early on taken by Fnatic. You know, it's not the fastest soul, but it would be an Infernal Soul, which is always terrifying. And the fact that Noah, it feels like for one of the first times, is really in kind of that big, comfortable position. I feel like this is his best game state that he's had throughout Worlds thus far. He could really carry this game.
Yeah, I think as well, if you can have Fnatic able to match a lot of these plays that Cloud9 are trying to make to get control back, that's going to help out massively. I mean, Humanoid matching the roam here from Sven, you get the flash from the Jax to try and keep them safe, and they're able to turn this one around nicely. And as you say, with Noah, yes, he does have a gold lead, but he's still waiting for like an item and a half realistically before he becomes the big AD carry. Whereas I think when you look at like Berserker is in a spot where he's still going to be a little bit more relevant just because of the champions that you're playing.
Yeah, and Cloud9's still going to be trying to play heavily through those side lanes, but we'll see how Fudge can do, because Humanoid has seemed more than equal to the task as far as answering him in those side lanes. I'm interested to see where Fudge does build. Does he build more towards the 5v5, or does he start picking up some MR and trying to play heavily through sides, right? Because the MR is going to be really effective. He wants to commit to those side lanes. But at the end of the day, if it's a game that's going to be decided in 5v5, you're still going to have to deal with all of the punishment that's going to come through from Noah.
And I think you kind of have to accept that, hey, look, we're going to need to team fight. Fnatic have the tempo advantage at this stage. They've gotten the positional, or the wards that they want to try and play for the next Dragon, try and play for mid lane turret, even if they want to forgo Dragon. So I think as Fudge, you have to play for team fights, because that's where this game's going to be decided.
And I agree. I mean, C9 tried to play, you know, for those early Heralds, and you're supposed to be trading objectives for gold, right? And that the idea is that you come to this third Dragon fight with a significant gold lead, and then you're in that winning spot. You take the fight, you win the fight, you get the Dragon, all of a sudden the other team is in kind of a really hard spot. But the gold lead is nothing, right? The gold is, it may as well just be dead even. When you add in the combat stats from what Fnatic has on their Dragons, I would say they're maybe even slightly in the lead, or at the very least very, very close. So it's really going to be down to the execution here. If Fnatic gets this third one, it could be problems.
They do have control of the vision though, and Razork is going to figure that one out. Takes 2/3 of his health bar in trade, and now has to go for a reset. And there are a lot of things that give advantages. You're talking about the amount of stats that you have, that's very important, but vision is also very important, and it's C9 that has a lot of it around this very important Dragon.
And that's why I thought Fnatic were going to give it up. Maybe try and play for mid into a top side, get 2 towers, but you've got the reset that was actually cancelled on Oscurin, and he wanted to reset to try and then make a TP play in towards this objective, but Fudge actually stops him on the top side.
Yeah, he's fighting him as well, as we could see on the minimap, but is going to pull away.
Razork's back though, so you know the chunk didn't end up mattering. They're pushing out through mid, but Fnatic are just going to start this very likely, and we'll see if Fudge can actually get down here, because there's the base from Oscarinin way before Fudge. Fudge is going to cancel his base. He's pushing top, but I don't think this is the right choice. I mean, Oscarin's just going to TP for this, and you're just giving up soul point for free.
Yeah, teleport onto this outer turret towards the bottom side of the map. The equalizer is now making its way into the fight as M&S gets over that wall. The Drake is going down low, but Humanoid now going for the engage. The equalizer is decent, but it's not onto Berserker, who's now trying to kite back. The Drake goes down, but can they actually actually stay alive in the fight as Humanoid. He flashes away, but the execution's there from M&S.
They need more.
And now C9, yeah, you're exactly right. They're going to have to go for it as the Magnus Storm is massive. Trimby's going to try and take them down. Is now Oscar in that backline with the Flame Spitter just burning them all down. But it's Berserker that's trying to get more. Noah now able to get those shots in. It's a bit of a disaster, but in the end, it's all Fnatic. And Berserker's just trying to get that one last kill, and Noah says no.
They couldn't get Noah, and that might be the end of the C9 arc at Worlds 2023. What a fight from the Fnatic AD carry, who's been doubted for so long at this tournament.
I mean, Cloud9 just showed up way too late to this. The fact that Fudge cancels his base, by the time they arrive, they can't even really fight for the Dragon. Imagine if Fudge is here this early. Humanoid going forward would be punished so much more heavily. But instead, the Dragon goes over pretty much for free. Humanoid gets put low. Cloud9, no, they need so much more from this fight. They need to try to funnel in, and that's where Trimby finds this angle. Razork goes in, Trimby goes in. Berserker is free firing, but that ulti from Noah, the AoE was massive, and then Fudge flashes in the backline, but he's zoomed. He didn't get to base. He's out of mana, couldn't actually push forward to try to get the kill on Noah.
Also the fact that Razork doesn't actually stick around in the Cataclysm. He pieces out, which means you've still got peel for Noah at the back end of this fight, and then you're able to follow through with the damage Oskirnen has on this Rumble. Really well orchestrated fight, and Fnatic want more.
Yep, the first big win here in this game goes to Fnatic, but the game is not over yet. They do have Infernal Soul, which is so important. Sven also doesn't have a whole lot of his health bar, does get a decent shield, but the will not quite as unbreakable as you might assume. And like you say, now 4 versus 5 in favor of Fnatic. They can head towards Baron.
There's no TP. Fudge has to run. You know, I think that C9 have really bungled this. They totally failed their setup at that third Dragon. Now I think Fnatic get a free Baron. I think this is it.
Blabber's looking to try and get in there. If he can get that Miracle Steal, then there is going to be an opportunity, but he is going to get Magnus Storm. They are looking for the Baron. It's a lot of damage down, though, as Berserker is free-hitting 2 kills. Already the Equalizer does next to nothing, and that's going to be 3 in trade for the Baron. They're going to need to try and get out of here, and they're going to have to try and get out fast, and they are going to be able to do so with the empowered backs.
I mean, it's a fumble from Fnatic. They don't actually get the play set up. A terrible ult from Oskirnen, and 2 members getting out with Baron. You can already see the Red Bull Baron power play. That's not what Fnatic wanted off the back of that. That should have been a clean take, but they dropped the ball.
Yeah, they really did, and it does give an opportunity now for Cloud9, who picks up a couple kills. They may be able to clear off some towers off the map as well to kind of scrape that back and try to set up a better fight at this 4th Dragon. And Fnatic go very far. They do get this kill on Sven, and it's because they knew that Fudge is bot, and they know that Berserker's not there as well, so there's not really any threat. But then the setup here, you know, Trimby goes forward, Humanoid goes forward, the rest of them are actually hitting, but Berserker is free firing, and this is the main problem, is that you've sent half your team forward, half your team is actually still finishing. Oskirnen whiffs his ult, Noah whiffs his ult, and Fnatic, you know, don't really coordinate on either a turn or a finish.
And that was what I was talking about, the 280 carries, and Noah might actually still be in trouble.
Oh, yeah, M&S looking to chain him up. It's a lot of damage being offered back as Noah is, yeah, just going to make sure that M&S gets out of there. He is going to do so. So a trade of health bars, not too much else, and the cleanse going to be utilized.
That's the Cloud9 being able now to get control of the map, though, which is exactly what they need against this Baron buff. Like, Noah is one of the few people that actually has one on Fnatic. He's taken off the map. It makes it more difficult to try and play around the lanes, especially for Oskirnen, who would love to be in a side lane, threatening top lane tower. So it's Cloud9 slowly but surely, like, pushing Fnatic back and preventing them from getting anything here.
Yeah, they are. I mean, the Baron power play obviously not working out for them. M&S, I have to say, doing a good job finding poke constantly throughout this game, you know, poking and prodding, trying to get advantages where he can. But the big problem is still looming. They're looking for a pick here on Trimby, but great buffer on the dismount there to keep him safe. And Razork looking for the turn, maybe.
Yeah, the Equalizer goes down again. Blabber is completely cornered off. He's trying to get out of there, but he's not going to be able to. That's the lockdown. A great knock-up onto Sven as well, who's once again going to try and use the ulti to escape, but it's not going to work. Trimby going to lock down that kill. That is 2 for free for Fnatic.
And that means trouble with this Dragon coming up very soon here. Yeah, Fudge gets a tier 2, but Fnatic are pushing, and they're going to have full setup on this Dragon. That could mean everything here. M&S wants to delay to the last second and then interrupt this to try to stop a proper setup. He couldn't quite get that 100-0 play. Razork will slink out, but now they're going to try to TP in.
Yeah, Fudge is immediately going to come in and use that counter-strike. Trimby down very low, but Noah is just shooting him. He is going to be able to get himself out of there. So the teleport comes on forward. Blabber is now back up and alive. We have 16 seconds on this Infernal Drake, and this is do or die for C9. Infernal Soul is very difficult to deal with.
They need Fudge back out on the map, though. He's just reset at the same time as Fnatic are all coming in. TP, actually, Fudge is going to stay out.
And he's low with no ult.
Yeah, and I mean, the LeBlanc TP's into the bot side. M&S wants to try and push these waves, so maybe he can play in that dark vision that we have in this bot side jungle of Fnatic. M&S needs to pick off a key member here.
I mean, the big hope is Noah. Noah has no cleanse. They have to try to get in on him at 100-0, but Fudge in an awkward spot. He needs to get over this wall.
Yeah, the chain's going to miss. Noah is finally going to turn up, has the long-range guns for this fight. Doesn't quite have the sever him, but he may not necessarily need it. That is a great snipe from the Glacial Prison, but it doesn't quite work out as that is going to be Fnatic locking down the Drake, and now the Dragon is going to burn through C9. They try to get one back, but it's not going to be enough. Berserker, the cleanse, he just can't cleanse the death, and Noah gets a double in the fight, and Fnatic are rolling over C9 now.
They needed Noah, but Cloud9 could not find a way into the backline. Everyone was marking M&S, and with that Fnatic, they get the soul, and they might have just kept themselves alive here.
Massive for Fnatic. They're just outplaying in these setups. They've had better setups. Noah is massive. Cloud9 can't get to him. And it's all about the setups for these fights. You know, the earlier problem, Fudge TPing in, it feels like Cloud9 wants it too bad. Where is Fudge in this fight? He's fighting with Trimby. He's not able to actually focus into the backline. He doesn't have his ult. And the fight is over before he's even really involved in it. Like, now he's coming down, but he got nothing done, right? He's not involved whatsoever. And I just feel like in these last couple engagements, you know, Fudge has not been there when they needed him to be. At the third Dragon, he based really late, couldn't actually get a buy and health back before he TP'd. And then this one, he's nowhere to be found.
Yeah, I think the idea from Cloud9 was, hey, Fudge, if you can take care of Trimby, you saw Sven headbutt Humanoid out of the equation, give us that direct line for M&S to get on towards Noah in the back line, but Noah's playing so far back, it just never really happened, and I think that's where the whole game plan started to fall apart for Cloud9 in that fight.
And Noah now has both thumbs back, has the stopwatch, has the BT, he is ridiculously strong, and the poke from M&S is not going to mean much of anything at this point, so Cloud9 maybe get one more fight here, where they can try to make some sort of a miracle happen, but they haven't been able to get setups on even more kind of a better position, and now they're down 3K plus the soul. It's brutal.
And this was the champion that we saw Noah perform on when he first joined the LEC. Like, it was basically a Aphelios every single game. He got up to a 78 KDA. This was the champion Noah made his name on, and we haven't really got to see him go back to this pick because it slipped out of the meta, but in this game, Noah is showing just why he was so strong on this pick.
I mean, this is what Noah was good at, even in the LCK as well. He didn't play all that much, was mainly on Challenger for KT, and it's a large reason why I don't like to talk about the history of Noah, because KT has that air of mystique. If you tend to say good things, the opposite tends to be the result.
You couldn't have waited until after the game?
Ah, well, look, I want to keep it interesting, and honestly, the amount of cursing that's happened on the other side, I'm only evening it out. As Noah now moving towards his mid lane. Yeah, I was going to
come back from here. Congratulations, Fnatic.
Right,
yeah, I think we should crown them now.
If I could put my fingers in my ears right now, I would, okay?
It's all right, everybody else can hear. 8-0-7, though, Noah is indeed legendary on his Aphelios. Razork now pushing further forward. Can Fnatic get that Baron set up to make sure that they lock this one down onto 5 members this time, and then just push down the enemy base? It should just be.
Yeah, I don't think Cloud9 are even going to look for it. You can see pings towards that bot lane for Fudge. You're just going to keep pushing this up. They're probably not going to look for anything besides, you know, maybe the Elder. You try to come out and you fight the Elder. You pray that you're able to hold. You pray that you're able to steal an Elder, and then maybe kind of steal this game away. But it is an incredibly difficult spot, and M&S playing with fire.
Yeah, it does have Distortion, does have Mimic as well, I hope. That is not actually there, as he is going to go into his passive, and they find the right one. Oh no, it's the wrong one! Even I got trolled there, but they are still able to grab this. But it's a 1-for-1, and you'll take that if you're C9 and you're this far behind.
I think it's Cloud9, you have to try and make a play right now. Humanoid's on bot side. Can you find this engage while it's 3 people before Humanoid can join in?
Clever's looking.
Yeah, they do finally see him, but is it too late? That's the question. They have to lock down Noah if they want to get anything done as Fudge. Already down to 50%. That equalizer was a whole lot better, and they don't find too much more. Fudge is going to go down, and now Sven's just trying to get the CC, but Noah is just a raid boss. He is just too massive on this Aphelios. I feel like we're back to the old version of this champion, and that one was too oppressive. Noah is just reminding us what he used to be able to do, and he's doing it now on this patch of all things. Fnatic now pushing in. They are going to be able to take the inhibitor turret towards the top side of the map. Inhibitor going to go down as well. And he's now 10-0-7. He's just too big.
Yeah, they just can't deal with him whatsoever here. Cloud9, know that their windows of opportunity are so slim. They're trying to force a play here when they see Humanoid elsewhere on the map. However, seeing if he can split up one of the recalls, maybe make something happen here. They might be able to chase down Oscar.
Yeah, M&S, can he actually land the chains to help lock down this Rumble? Or can he keep himself alive before the Rumble kills him is the question. M&S is now just one more tick of that Flame Spitter, and I think he would have died. Blabber's going to be able to lock it down because he's more durable, and they do manage to get a kill off the back end just before the death cap comes in.
Yeah, I mean, still though, you're going to be in a position here as Fnatic where you can get vision down for this Elder Dragon that's going to come up. You need to reset now as Blabber and M&S, and unless you really want to commit a TP from M&S back onto the field to contest this 4 versus 5, you're not really in a position to do so, and even then you wouldn't have Blabber in a position where he can follow up. So it feels like maybe Sven trying to play off of lack of vision here for Fnatic, find that big ult or big knock-up that can try and turn this game.
Exactly. I think Sven is just going to kind of risk it. He's just going to wait here for the Elder, and it's just going to be in for the long haul, and he's going to hope that they don't know that he's out on the map. He knows that he's kind of snuck in, so he's going to be looking for one of these really deep flanks potentially to try to get that big play. And honestly, I respect these types of plays because if you fight evenly from this spot, just straight up, you're not going to win. You need to have that miracle engage. You need to have that miracle play. If you can't get to Noah and burst him down, it's just not going to happen for Cloud9 because this guy is way too strong at this point.
Well, Fnatic may not even go for it. It looks like they're just going to immediately push down mid lane, see if they can get position here, and they could try and end the game. You don't have Sven. That's your main engage tool. Sven is going to have to walk over a ton of wards to get into a position where he's happy.
He doesn't want to give this one up, though, because he spent so much time avoiding all of this vision. He's still channeling the back as C9 look to try and defend, but every auto Noah throws into this turret is a dangerous one.
The Baron's expired, so he knows that they're going to come over towards that Elder
Humanoid,
now.
he finds the Glacial Prison that he stole away, and Oscar Innan's the one that finishes off the kill onto M&S, and all the while, Sven is biding his time, waiting for his opportunity.
There's pings down. I think they know that Sven's missing.
Yeah.
They didn't see him underneath the tower. They're expecting the cow to be somewhere, so the cow has to back away. Fnatic get the pick off a Humanoid, and they'll get the Elder Dragon.
Humanoid just coming up massive there, locks down M&S. He gets burst down, not playing Merc Shreds, obviously, and that CC layering was perfect from Fnatic. They're able to kill him off before he can jump to safety, and now Elder plus the Soul, Fnatic marching down mid, and you have to think Cloud9's time in this tournament is over.
Yeah, that is going to be the flash away from Sven, so won't have that up and available. Hex Flash going to be there, but I don't think it's going to help them as the second inhibitor turret is going to bite the dust. The inhibitor following suit very quickly. And now Fnatic, I don't think they need a Baron. They've got the Elder buff as now Fudge is diving in. Gets a decent stun, but he can't get on top of Noah. He has to go golden as Razok is battling 3 people under these turrets, and the Jax is going to be dealt with. Blabber might be able to get one against his opposite number, but the rest of Fnatic are bearing down on them. It's a double kill for Oscar. It's Blabber on the fountain. Noah is just trying to bully them to get them away from these Nexus turrets. Blabber gets in there, but Noah's got a stopwatch. He's going to break that one onto the ground, and Noah will fall. I don't know whether it's going to be enough. They're holding for now, though. Oh, Humanoid walks back towards the turret. Blabber's trying to keep this one at bay, but there are just super minions everywhere. Okay, Humanoid throws out the chains. There's the last Nexus turret. Humanoid, can you finish the game here on now? He is so close to execution range. And there it is. The burn's going to come through. Sven not going to make this one happen, as the Nexus will be taken down from the man with everything in this game. Humanoid was just gigantic.
Humanoid trying desperately over the course of this series to keep Fnatic, keep Fnatic in Worlds, keep Cloud9 at arm's length. And when it comes down to it, the Silas pick comes up clutch for Fnatic. They managed to pick up the win.
Absolutely impressive stuff here from Fnatic, falling down in game number 1, having the poise to collect themselves, battling back in game number 2, battling back in game number 3. And credit to Noah. I was looking at him as potentially that weakness for Fnatic, somewhere that Cloud9 could have the advantage. In game number 3, he was incredible for Fnatic. They couldn't get to him. He team fought amazingly well. Humanoid across all 3 games really was very, very good for Fnatic. And at the end of the day, it came down to the setups around the objectives, the coordination of the team fights. And in game number 3, it was clear that Fnatic were head and shoulders above Cloud9.
Yeah, I think a huge portion of that was trying to get that Rumble out of the equation. The second the Rumble wasn't there for Fudge, not as much impact around that top side that could then lean itself into the team fights. And over the course of the series, Fnatic just got more and more confident and were able to find more of those successful plays.
They absolutely were. An incredible victory here for Fnatic to keep themselves alive here at Worlds. Unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to C9, and it's time to throw it over to post-match to say goodbye.
Thank you so much indeed. A solemn moment for Cloud9 indeed as they take their last bow in front of the South Korean crowd. Would be dejected, of course, but I think we would be remiss if we don't talk about kind of the reverse sweep first, and the fact that Fnatic never wavered in the series after what was a very, very difficult Game 1, Fedius.
I mean, it was an incredibly close series. Like, coming into it, I think it was a very difficult one to predict. We weren't sure what strengths and weaknesses both teams would show. And I think going into Game 3, especially with C9 back on the blue side, I was confident in their planning and what they showcased. But as Azael said, when it came down to the team fights, it did feel like Fnatic did have the upper hand.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at some of the reaction shots from Cloud9. It's hard to talk past them because you can tell, you can feel the loss, right? The loss of their season, the fact that it is over now, the fact that I think every individual on Cloud9 is going to think back to a different moment or a different fight for what they could have done better. Berserker with the flash forward that didn't work, M&S with some of his plays. I think this was a very close series, I think, is what I'm trying to encapsulate, and Cloud9 feels it that way. So these are the most heartbreaking losses to have.
Oh, absolutely. You know, you say it was hard to kind of judge each team's strength coming into it, and I think they discovered a lot about themselves as the series went on. Maybe specifically Fnatic, I will be the first one to say that I didn't have that much faith in kind of the Noah Affiliates when I saw it pop up in the last one. It's not something that we had seen so much, but Vedius, he did fantastically.
I mean, it was Jad that reminded me when we were first introduced to Noah. It was Jinx Aphelios, that kind of meta, right? That's where we got to see him thrive. That's where we really got to see some of his potential. And to put him back on this comfort pick, I think was a really big advantage for Fnatic. And we talked about how he can be a top 80 carry if he's just given the ability to, or rather, when he's given that confidence. And I think we finally got to see that confidence shine through.
Absolutely. I think he clutched up in this game. I think Humanoid clutched up in this series for Fnatic overall, but Noah was just such a huge question mark for so many people when they were talking about Fnatic, and he really stepped up in this decisive game to keep their worlds run alive.
Is there anything that we can point to, Jad, in the terms of Cloud9, because it was so close, and I know it's really difficult, but would it be the not being in sync in certain key engages, or what would you say?
It's tough because this is a game where it felt like they had pretty good conditions in their lane. They got an early kill for the Jax versus the Rumble to maybe win side lanes later. They had a 2v2 turret dive bottom where they were getting the Xayah ahead, but it was honestly just in some of the crucial team fights where they fell short.
I really do think that Blabber is a world-class jungler. Like, I think that it's easy to rag on North American players and talk about how, like, they always fall short internationally, but I have to give a huge amount of credit and respect to him as a jungler because I feel like that every single game he does his best to make his presence felt. And I feel like that it's frustrating, but you always talk about that potential. You can see the ceiling with this Cloud9 roster, but they weren't able to hit it this time around, and we'll have to see what they're capable of doing next year.
Yeah, we can't forget that this is still elimination bracket. Regardless for Fnatic getting out the win, they'll have to get another one, and they wouldn't have got here if it wasn't for Noah, and every second counts, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, Noah stays alive and secures Fnatic a crucial team fight win at the third. Drake, I was watching it with the Korean casters, actually, because they're so great, and it was a moment, I can tell you that.
I think if you're going to pick a moment, this is the series swinger, because the third dragon goes over and Humanoid sacrifices his life, which you would think gives C9 the favor in the team fight. But watch this, the peel from Razork and Trimby setting up the Aphelios Blue Gun ultimate to take everyone on C9 extremely low, and then crucially, watch Berserker flashes forward but cannot get the kill onto Noah. Then at the end, giving over the bounty as well. This fight, I think, could have gone either way, but the seconds were in the favor of Fnatic, and Noah got really fed.
It really was such a close fight. It could have really gone either way, and I feel like I am just repeating you because you've encapsulated how close that fight really was. Even after the Wombo combo, I didn't think Fnatic had won. Like, both Chad and I were backstage, and we were both like, it was so tense. It was such a crucial moment, and nothing but praise to Noah because he was instrumental in Fnatic's winning game.
I was watching here, and you guys were in the room, and I think I went through the same emotions. I think you couldn't at any point think definitively that one team or the other was gonna pull ahead until it got to like those team fights where Fnatic just kept pushing. But we said it already, they are still not home free. Let's take a look at the bracket, and I want to remind people of where Fnatic came from in the first place in this season when they come out of the LEC and where they couldn't get anything done for practically the entire year, peaked so incredibly late. Clutched it into Worlds, and now they clutch it again and reverse sweep to get into that next.
Yeah, and they better watch closely. There are 10 different unique opponents that they still could face, depending on the results in the draws.
They could, but now it is time to send it over to Lore and the victorious Razork in the Verizon post-game interview.
And welcome back to the interview area as Fnatic live to see another day, and with that victory eliminate C9 from the competition. But let's focus on the winners here. I'm joined by Razork. Thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
You can breathe now. It's been a difficult one, and you were actually 0-1 in this elimination game, which is really hard. So I just want to know some specifics about the way you shifted things around and turned things around between game 1 and game 2. What happened backstage? What was the kind of talk that you guys gave each other?
Well, I mean, I think the game 1, basically, we just ran it down completely early game. I think the top matchup, it's like very snowball, and Rumble got like few kills, so Oscar couldn't breathe. And yeah, I mean, we just said it's best of 3 guys. We have been in this situation a lot of times during this season, so we just refocus, try to another draft, and just go with better mindset, and yeah, we end up winning.
Do you feel like you guys thrive in situations like this when you know that it is the last time, it is the last chance, so otherwise just go home?
Yeah, I mean, for sure, I feel like players like Humanoid and me, we play better when we are with the back against the wall, because it feels like, okay, we have nothing to lose, right? We just try our best and see what happens. And yeah, I feel like Humanoid and me, we have no regrets in that sense. So we just play to win, and if we win, it's good, you know.
I feel like it's interesting because, as you said, you have experience, but you have a bunch of players who are new. I'm thinking about Noah, Oscar Rinin, for instance. And Noah, it feels like, has an extra pressure, especially because he's playing at home here, this first time at Worlds. Any guidance that you guys have been able to help him?
Well, I think the coaching staff is trying to help him a lot. I think he's like very shy, or like he doesn't like to talk that much in official game, and in scrims it's just a bit hard. But I mean, today he has his parents watching him, so I think he was like extra pressure more than usual. And after the first game, probably he felt like he couldn't do much with the Ezreal pick, which I think he couldn't do much too. And yeah, I think we are trying to all support him, to bring him and make him feel like we are all together, and it doesn't matter if someone makes a mistake. Like, we try to be a team.
See, you mentioned the Ezreal pick, and I feel like I have to ask, because it's been one of the biggest memes since the beginning of Worlds. How would you rate the champion?
I mean, I don't want Ezreal in my team ever. I feel like this champ, it's really hard to execute in one team fight. If you miss a Q, you actually can't deal damage, and he can't really kill frontline. So I think you have to play really good with the champ.
Yeah.
And I mean, right now it's pretty clear that we are not the best team. We are not playing pretty good. These games were a little bit like messy, and the quality was very poor. Just a lot of fighting, and yeah, I think Ezreal is not the champ for that, for sure.
I think all the teams agree on the fact that Ezreal doesn't work right now. Shox was saying on the desk that there's a lot of takeaways to get from a series like this, because there's been so much back and forth, and you learn so much about yourself as a team. Ezreal was maybe one of them, but what else did you learn from this series that's going to help you guys moving forward?
Well, I mean, personally, I am happy that I actually played Jarvan, because it's a champion that I've been struggling a lot for, like, in my entire career. And yeah, it's a champion that whenever I pick it, I die like 20 times. In these games, like, you could actually see some flashbacks from me running it down and going in alone and just dying. But overall, I think, like, I played fine Jarvan game, so I'm like, it's a good takeaway for me that I can play another champion in my champion pool. And the Lee Sin game was just really tragic, but at least I stole Nas, you know, so it's worth.
It's worth. We'll note this one. Razork, thank you so much. Good luck on the next games, of course, and we'll see you later in the week.
To a story, but they never tell my side. Never been the kind of guy to stay inside the guidelines. I know I'm the bad God. I don't gotta ask why. If you try step to me, it'll be the last time. I got dirt on my name, 6 feet in the ground. I got people in my past try bringing me down. Say I'm losing my mind, I don't wanna be found. Grew up in the shadow, but I know they watching me now.
You in the pit, it's not no exhibition. Oh, they big man, I'm the big boss. Talk a big game, take a big loss. Growing up, I was a problem that they didn't solve. I'm the piece that wouldn't fit inside a jigsaw. I got a lot of punchlines in the quick jab. I'm running straight through, I don't got a zigzag. Got a heavy heart, so to live fast. From the cradle to the grave, never change, make a dig that. Kiss me long the night with a rose, hoping that the Eiffel falls. Of course, you don't understand the life we chose. On life support, need my silence, my privacy, so I can heal. And even rock stars got feelings that they feel in reality. It's just repeats like a drill. Every time you pop up, they hoping that you fall hard.
Finding comfort and hope.
Red Bull gives you wings.
No more time left to pack it up. On the brink of a brand new age, better buckle up. Hey, oh, let's go, have you had enough? It's coming like the fire and rain. When it's over Light it up loud, come and get the smoke. It's system overload. Flying way too high like an overdose. Time to lock and load. It's all systems go. Pressure breaking down the nearest number with the flow. I'm alive. Come to life in the lights tonight. I was crawling through the ashes just to cross the line. Now I'm standing in the fire on the other side. I'm alive. I'm alive. I was crawling through the ashes just to cross the line. Now I'm standing in the fire on the other side. I'm alive. I'm alive. Come to life in the lights tonight. I was crawling through the ashes just to cross the line. Now I'm standing in the fire on the other side. I'm alive. I'm alive. What's your play?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the caster desk here for our second series of the day. This time, Zale is off the hook. There's no NA team playing, and so therefore he has just been fully unleashed onto our desk. He can choose to curse whichever team he would like out of Mad and Weibo Gaming.
Please be easy on us.
I'm cheering for Mad. I feel like they get it way too rough.
Wait, is that a good thing or?
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know whether that's who does that help.
I'll let you decide. I will say I've cast a lot of banger EU series over the years. I got to cast a lot of the good G2 ones internationally where they had some big wins. So who knows? Maybe Mad's about to get a fat dub here.
I will also say, the second you have absolutely no faith in Mad Lions, that's when they play the best League of Legends you've ever seen and they win the series. So I'm not going to lie, with EU having very low expectations for Mad Lions, I feel like that's their comfort zone right now.
I feel like their comfort zone as well is when a win can disappoint someone from their region. and right now, if they win, Cadril could be quite disappointed. So there's an opportunity here for Mad to do what they do best.
Counts as EU after the betrayal.
I was going to say, like,
he's been excommunicated.
He's completely moved over, and so it's now Mad's chance to, well, I guess, yeah, if he has opted out. But it doesn't fit in with my theory, so let's just not go with that.
I apologize.
That's what's going to give Mad all of the hopium that we're looking for. Let's have a look at what's going to happen as we dive into the draft here for game number 1. That grin on the Shy's face is kind of scary, if it's me.
I am curious to see exactly what the game plan is going to be coming into this, because one of the things that surprised me was how often the Shy got his hands on Rumble. They have 50% win rate, but still, I think this is an incredibly strong pick. We saw it in the last game. But also, my eyes are drifting towards Crisp. Crisp, domestically, has not looked good on picks like the Nautilus. He's actually been really struggling. He doesn't look like the old Crisp you would have expected coming in off of FPX. And he's been sticking to the Leona pick, so I'm curious if that does open up the draft a little bit more for the likes of Hylissang, where maybe he can go for an early Rakan and actually have, I know, a bit of a struggling lane phase, but way more impact in the later stages.
I mean, that's the interesting thing about both these teams. They're super high variance teams, right? You know, both teams could look amazing on the day. Both teams could have a really rough game on the day. So I do think, you know, from the EU perspective, that does give you a little bit of hope, knowing that, hey, you know, if we play at our best, you know, we could really make something happen here against Weibo, because Weibo is not the most consistent team. We could have Crisp having a really rough game. You could have the Shy having a really rough game. I know even Xiaohu has been getting a lot of criticism from LPL fans who have not been impressed with his play thus far. But as far as all the scrim rumors go, everyone is really hyping up Xiaohu still and talking about how incredible he has been.
I'm kind of interested
that
they do ban away the Azir, because, of course, Xiaohu was the Emperor of Sharima himself for many, many years. But the Vi is, like you say, going to be the first pick. A very interesting one. The Kalista that we've seen banned more than picked so far this tournament will be locked away. And that is Kalista Renata. Okay, that's some control.
I'm actually such a fan of range supports with the Kalista. The old meta was always along these engage supports. I feel like this allows you to play so aggressive with the bailout. You can go so aggressive for those kills, get the resets, have the protection from the hostile takeover. And when you show Vi, you're basically locked into playing some sort of dive comp.
But I was going to say, I don't really like it when you could have gone for like Rumble Jarvan or even taken the Kalista Rumble, right? And then you still set yourself up well. So now you get a great counter pick in the bot lane. I think Ashe has been massively underutilized at Worlds against the things like the Kalista jet ranges. You get the slow, it affects her attack speed. It's a super, super strong pick. And now you can even take the Rumble for yourself if you really wanted to as Chasey.
Yeah, I actually really like Rumble alongside Ashe because you lock them down with the arrow, you layer the equalizer on top, and you keep them there even longer with the cease and desist. But instead, it will be the Sylas locked in here. Sylas hostile takeover is kind of broken.
Yeah.
It's very, very powerful. So already with the ultimates that Nisqy has available to him, that is two pretty good ones in the Fate's Call as well, being able to get anyone out of danger.
And if you're expecting Rumble as a pick potentially on 3, that would be a good ulti to steal, so there are definitely options. Rel going to be the answer here for Weiwei, who I think has been playing kind of out of his mind. I think Weiwei has been really, really impressive. Poppy is what most people associate with him because he's been having those incredible games, but I am going to be pretty scared of him on the Rel also.
Yeah, and it's sick to see Weiwei actually making his way to Worlds. A lot of people expect him to go with V5 at the end of 2021, but that dream was kind of shattered then on that squad. Everyone kind of expected them to go, so it's great to see Weiwei now showing up at the international stage, but also putting up numbers on picks, as you say, like the Poppy, where he's looked great, and playing so heavily around Light and Crisp in that bot lane.
Exactly, it's been all around this pathing towards bot lane, utilizing early dives. Light and Crisp get an early trade, they get an advantage, they stack the wave, they push it in, and all of a sudden, Weiwei's behind you, you can kind of feel the walls closing in. So Mad have got to be careful about how they're doing that, and that's why it's important to pick 4 winning 2v2, or at least a 2v2 that can somewhat contest here. And we'll have to see if Elyoya can play around that as well, because if he's going to be looking for these dives, you've got to cover your bot lane, because Ashe can be really vulnerable.
Yeah, I am curious to see if you end up anyway something like the Alistar. I think Alistar can actually do really well, like, well, a Rel jungle, but also you can cleanse the ultimate coming through from the Renata, be able to turn that around.
Timer Varus bans?
Yeah, so
what?
Ashe Varus is really strong as just like in the 2v2 isolated. I mean, it used to be.
Yeah. But no one plays that in so long.
I know, it's been a really long time.
Yeah.
We've seen it crop up, especially in bans in the LCK, but just mainly for respect if you have the Kalista that really does not want to fall behind early.
It's super interesting, right? Because this is clearly a nod towards scrims. It has to be, right? Because this is not meta whatsoever. So clearly, Hilly, not surprised if he's experimenting, not surprised if he's going with some of these wacky picks, but those are two of the most kind of lane-dominant 2v2 style picks that you can go with it. If you're willing to go like way outside of the meta, you can still play other mage-style supports like Brandon, like that sort of style if you want to really try to dominate in 2v2, but Karma's another kind of more standard one.
I mean, this is definitely Weibo saying, hey, look, we want to fight this game early. Ari now picked up as well. Traditionally, we see it paired more with something like a Lee Sin or something where you can play hyper-aggressive around the Ari in the mid lane. But, I mean, I'm looking at Weibo going, hey, if you don't win early, you got nothing left in the tank. Sylas is going to outscale. You've got Ashe who's going to be permanently pushing the bot side. This seems like a bit of a weird draft for me for Weibo. And there's the Alistar I was talking about. That works so well on bot side and sets up beautifully if you want to try and push Ashe into a potential dive.
Yeah, this is going to be really, really interesting to see how this does actually work out. Aatrox wouldn't surprise me whatsoever. Into the Cassante, Fiora would be really hype, but I think Chris was just kind of having some fun with the audience for now. I am expecting the Aatrox. It's a good matchup into tanks, gives them prio, can fight well for Heralds. This is going to be such a bot side focused game, though. I do think for Weibo, they need to be playing towards that bot side. They need to be stacking dragons, securing objectives. And it isn't going to be anything too crazy, the Karma, etc. It is just going to be the Alistar, which, as you said, is great as a denial pick into the Rel. Of course, that's in the jungle, but still, you're able to cleanse the hostile takeover, able to have that ability to engage. But it is much weaker in the 2v2. If you're on point with the handshakes on Renata, you can pull him out of the headbutt pulverize combo, and that is going to make it difficult, I think, even though Carzzy may have kind of an advantageous pick in the 1v1, it's going to make it difficult to contest in the 2v2.
I think a lot of it as well is going to be on Xiaohu, right? One of the big things we looked at Xiaohu back when he was on RNG was how good study was at, hey, I'm going to push wave. I'm going to either match jungle on a potential play in a side lane, but also set up plays. And I think when you're in a position where Light and Crisp need to get ahead, it feels like Xiaohu needs to be the orchestrator there and leaning into that bot side, trying to get control over there before Nisqy just becomes a menace on this Silas.
And Nisqy has had some monster games, you know, in his career as those kind of carry performances, but he is, of course, known much more as that roaming style player, the facilitator. And so if you are going to get shoved in, if you are going to get locked in lane, I think it makes it more difficult for him to really connect with his jungler, to move around the map, to kind of do that style that I think he has been most successful with throughout his entire career, both in EU and when he was in NA.
I think we did start to see Nisqy step up, though, when it came to actually being on, like, control mages. We got to see him pop off and things like the Victor. I think he's actually been spectacular over the course of Worlds as well. His Talia was absolutely nuts. I know, obviously, he still fits that kind of roaming style, but also in the team fights, in these plays where he could step up, it was Nisqy alongside Karzi who was bearing the mantle for Mad Lions. So this feels like a game where Nisqy can get to strut his stuff a little bit if he manages to scale into that position and pop off in these later team fights.
Tell you what, all I can think about is the Shy is playing Aatrox, and I remember a year where he played Aatrox, and he did pretty well in that particular year. Let's jump onto the Rift here for game number 1. And I do want to remind everyone, you shouldn't forget to log in and watch on lolesports.com to earn exclusive rewards for Worlds 2023, like drops, like emotes and icons, and, you know, loads of things.
There's also prizes like a high five from Atlas.
Absolutely.
They'll actually fly to your country. It's very rare drop, but
yeah,
nice.
It is a rare drop. I elected to lose all my money on flights. That's what I aim to do. It's all out of my own pocket. Right, did not agree to that.
Man of the people.
Yeah, that's how it goes. Sometimes you just want to give it back. Why would you do this to me on broadcast?
I don't know. I mean, you just kept going with that.
Yeah, I know, but I had to. I had to double down. It's the only option that you have.
Respect.
Speaking of, actually, I think that Mad have put together a really, really great draft. You guys already illustrated it after the picks were locked in. How much of it is going to matter is going to be my big question, because the Shy has a fair bit of comfort in his hands on this Aatrox. Xiaohu, a fantastic Ahri player, but I think that the Ahri is the thing that sticks out to me the most as far as this Weibo composition is concerned, because it doesn't add to the AoE wombo that the rest of the picks really lend themselves to.
I mean, it's essentially a self-counter, right? We got to see Silas coming in an awful lot of the times against things like the Ahri, because you're like, oh, okay, we can actually try and scale into this game. You're not really going to get pushed out by Ahri, especially when you have the Doran Shield Star, you take second wind, and then you get to a 2-item spike where you're just going to have way more opportunities to pop off in the team fights. And that's why I think Xiaohu needs to start trying to get these roams off early, like try and punish the fact you will get pushed, but try and get into these side lanes and put yourself as a deficit to let light shine.
And this was kind of the concern I had when they locked in the Alistar, is that this 2v2 is going to go really rough for you in those early levels. We'll have to see, you know, if Light can put himself in that really advantageous position. And I also do still have concerns about the fact that you're playing 4 melee into Renata. And if you don't have multiple angles of attack, you're going to be walking straight into hostile takeover, and you can see Karzi getting chunked down so heavily. Crisp is playing past the minion waves. Hilly's level 1. You've got nothing to be afraid of. And honestly, you don't have to worry until he's level 3, so you can really play quite aggressively in this position.
Yeah, good call from Weibo to basically do what they traditionally do, which is, hey, somehow we're going to play around bot side. Either we're going to do 3 camps on the bot side into an immediate gank, or we're just going to clear their top and make sure that, hey, Light and Crisp can now get control of this bot side. They get the shove with the ranged advantage. And Weiwei now, spot on a ward, though. I don't know if they can try and really do anything. Elyoya will also be spotted on a ward himself.
But yeah, Elyoya moving down towards bot because he has the inside track here. Will be spotted, but he's still moving up. Does now notice the ward, so will go back, because if you try to overextend for that, Weiwei, you know, could respawn and be down there pretty quickly.
Charm just barely going to go wide here onto Nisqy, who is doing his very best to avoid these abilities. The Orbit Deception going to go wide, and that would have been enough to send him home, but he's going to go home anyway. Shy and Chasey just battling this one out. Of course, both Korean top laners that didn't really play in Korea. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, I think Chasey, though, has had a little bit of a different story to the Shy. The Shy obviously reaching very, very high heights.
Yeah,
over
a little bit different story. I would
Yeah.
say that the story is a little bit... The one fact that I had was probably the only one that's similar.
But that's the thing. For Chasey, I think it's been a little bit of a sad time. We did get to see him back in spring playoffs, where you had these pop-off games like Cassante that kept ad lines in contention and actually end up help them win that spring, but unfortunately hasn't really hit those high highs ever since. Has actually been punished for a lot of laning mistakes. So I think the Shy, definitely a player that would look to do so. As also on bot side, lane mistakes might be punished again.
We have seen this so many times. Wei down bot, stacked wave. Let's see the dive.
Yeah, well, he is going to headbutt Wei away, but he can just get back down here. There is Kazi. The cleanse doesn't quite work out. That's going to be first blood going over to Light. Crisp wants to get the bailout. Doesn't quite work, but they'll take that one.
But that was beautifully done by Crisp. Doesn't waste his flash. Hylissang commits everything to try to get this kill over onto Crisp, and Crisp says, sure, I'll just bail myself out and use that as additional tanking time. It's critical, though, that Karzi was one of the ones that got the kill, because otherwise he would be completely out of this. When he's down 13 CS plus the kill, he needed something back to stay relevant in the 2v2.
I mean, the fact, though, that, again, you're kind of seeing this play from Weibo, it's their bread and butter at this stage. No wards, no real cover there for Mad to come and expect it. So Weibo, they will still get a decent advantage when they got the kills over.
This was my big concern, you know, with going with the Alistar. Alistar is a great teamfight pick, but if you don't pick something that can contest in the 2v2, Weibo have shown time and time and time again that this is the play that they're going to go for. The initial moves here from Mad, pretty good to dodge out on the handshake. You know, that's nice from Karzi dodging forward, but then he just pulls aggro with the Ignite. Hilly flashes forward to make sure they can't step out of turret range, so they do get the one kill back. But at the end of the day, he just tanks it with the bailout. They get the kill, they get the plate, they get the denial of the CS, and Light is going to be in a really good spot once he picks up all this farm.
Yeah, we might get an idea as to why this Kalista has been basically permanently banned throughout the world's Swiss stage. See whether Light is going to be the one that's going to be able to make that one work. As, of course, difficult matchup into the Ashe, as we illustrated earlier, but not if the Ashe has 0 gold. As Crisp is walking forward, you can see Weiwei's making his way down once again.
3v3.
Oyoya is going to push him away, and that is a good roam there from Niski as well to make sure that he is in the river. Oh, he's actually going to cancel the back, and now Hylissang is in so much trouble. There's the handshake, and that is just free stake here for Weibo.
Yeah, it's a freebie as Xiaohu came back. Niski was the added man that I think made Mad feel confident that they could move down, and hey, we have our mid laner here. We can actually match this play, but Xiaohu shows up, and all of a sudden, your 2v2 is hard losing. You don't have the flash from the Irvier play, so you give over another freebie here to Light, and you're going to lose the Dragon. And the gold lead already really opening up.
And this is what we used to talk about a lot when Xiaohu was on RNG, was how good he was able to lean two sides, match what his mid laner was doing, understand what needed to happen on the map, and Xiaohu spots out Niski, Weiwei's already positioned in river, and there's no real way for Mad Lions to try and collapse on bot side. So now they'll end up setting themselves up for Dragon. They have full control over this bot side, and Niski wants to try and make something happen.
Yeah, looking for the 1v1, doesn't land the chains though, onto Xiaohu. And Xiaohu's just going to be able to clear out the wave. And that is not so much gained here for Mad. Still unable to really find a foothold in this game whatsoever. Weibo Gaming just kind of taking whatever they would like. Let's have a look at this one more time.
Yeah, and it's really all about the map, right? You're looking at the map. They had this extra man moving down, or so they thought. So that's why they're playing so far up, so aggressively, because Hilly's trying to bait them into the fight. They think they have a 4v3 setup, but when it's a 4v4 and you don't win it, all of a sudden, Hilly's just going to be that free kill.
And now you get to continue this pressure on the bot side for Light and Crisp. You picked up the level 6 for Light, so you can start to play heavily aggressive around Crisp as well. Plus the fact you have full control on this bot side means that you actually open up the opportunity for Crisp to start roaming up towards the Dragon if you're, Rift Herald if you really want to. I think the only thing you do have to be a little bit careful of is like a random Karzi ult moving up towards that Rift Herald and kind of changing that fight in favor of Mad. But honestly, with the amount of control the Shy has in mid, Xiaohu has in mid, Shy has in top, Xiaohu has in mid. It makes it very difficult then for Mad to really in a position to contest it.
All right, now you can just see some trading here towards the top side as the Infernal Chains are not going to be broken. Shy going to win that one out very, very effectively against Chasey, who's doing his best to hold on, is in the farm department at least. Rift Herald is about to spawn.
I was slightly surprised that Chasey actually went with the Sheen first buy, because the Shy is basically just refusing to trade actual autos with him, right? He's just poking him down. And the Sheen is going to do nothing for you if you can't actually get in for those grasp autos, those trades. Shy's playing really well around it, you know, making those little adaptations. He says, well, we don't need to trade melee. I can just be a spellcaster. I'm just going to press Qs on you and keep backing it up and slowly chip you down, because the Sheen is worthless if you're not actually getting in the mix.
It's also the fact that oftentimes you see the Thornmail rush into champions like the Aatrox. We don't necessarily like it all that much, but it is something that you can certainly do. Chasey not going to go that direction, at least not for now. And we'll see whether he can get any of that grasp value. Mad over-indexing here towards this bottom side of the map. That is going to mean a free herald goes over towards Weiwei. We'll see where he decides to put that one down, as arrow is going to fly through, connects onto Xiaohu. There's the chain lash, as well as Niski is trying to get enough damage here. The flash spirit rush is going to come through though, and Ari, a very difficult champion to lock down. Weiwei now having to deal with Niski as well. He has a Magnus Storm, as now cease and desist comes through as well, and the Realm may not be as lucky, but he's got flash. He's going to try and flash away. The charm is decent, and they do eventually pick the kill off. Niski collects one for Mad.
The charm was huge there. It actually prevented Niski from going over the wall. Sets up beautifully, but Niski wants a bit more. Not going to be able to get it as Xiaohu's able to clear out the wave. Mad Lions, they thought they had the play, and Weibo turn it around.
Yeah, they do end up getting that kill, you know, at the end of the day, but it did cost them a lot, right? You know, they kill off Weiwei, but it is 3 flashes committed there, plus a lot of ultis, and now no flash, no ulti.
The Hex Flash comes in, that's the abscond. It's a decent charm, but it's just going to delay the inevitable. Xiaohu goes down, and they'll take a plate for their trouble as well.
I mean, greedy play coming through from Xiaohu. He was winning heavily on bot side. You can see that freeze is going to cause Karzi issues as he's trying to make his way back into lane, but he's going to lose out on all this CS. Yoya trying to play alongside them, but Weiwei's in the area.
Oh dear, he has to flash to get himself out of the way. That is going to be the Shattering Strike to get a stun, but not too much more, as Hylissang is going to at least tell everyone to stop the fighting. They will acquiesce for now, but here towards the top side, Chasey is continuing just to have a really tough time into the Shai's Aatrox.
And honestly, in these matchups, it just kind of gets less and less fun as you get more levels, more CDR. You're constantly getting chipped away at. So we'll see. Weibo trying to threaten that dive. They had pulled Weiwei down once more, but this time Elyoya is in range to answer, so they're not going to go for anything super aggressive. But still, it is that 20 CS lead. It is this initial play here, though, with the arrow starting it off.
Yeah, I mean, Niski here, you can see, goes in, holds on to the dash because he wants to try and follow with the chains, but I think they actually time out. So it ends up Niski then following up onto Weiwei instead. And that you'll see just here in a second, as they go in over the wall, Weiwei is waddling for dear life to get over this wall, but the charm stops Niski from following over, sends him back into the position, but Hilly already there to try and follow up, and then Hilly again making the difference here.
Yeah, this is just great from Hilly. He committed the flash on the previous play, now makes use of the Axe Flash. No flash, no ult available for Xiaohu. Could be in trouble.
Yeah, there's the cease and desist. The Spirit Rush is going to come through, stolen away by Niski. The arrow is unnecessary, but looked cool. And here on the bottom side, Weibo Gaming are going to answer back.
This is not the Mad Lions that we see in the LEC, though. They don't play for Niski. They don't play to try and set him up. And right now, he's sitting at 3-0. Now, yes, Weibo are getting big leads and big advantages on this bot side, but this game is starting to turn into light versus Niski.
It really is. Niski 3-0 at this point. They are going to be able to get the first tower here, and Hilly may regret his positioning as that tower is going down.
Yeah, he's trying to get rid of Weiwei. He's lit on fire as well. There is the Magnus Storm, the Shattering Strike, and the Cow. Not a whole lot of places to go, but does have a decent amount of durability, but I don't think Kazi's going to offer enough back. Some more headbutts to come through here, but look at all those sticks, and they are going to be wrenched out for the kill for Light. Meanwhile, on the top side, can they do anything? The answer might be no.
It's no, and now with Hilly just giving over a freebie, it's like, why are you there? You're under the tower. It's at what? Not even 10% health, I want to say. He gives over the death, and that means that they can push on the tier 2 as well now. There's a TP here from Niski, though, trying to punish.
Yeah, he's going to try and find these chains, connects them there. Xiaohu, not a whole lot of places to go. He gets some plate gold, but that might be the consolation. Gets the Everfrost. Charm's going to connect as he dabs and grabs the kill with a Q. That was pretty clean.
I mean, really cool stuff from Niski, managing to get that kill 4 to his name at the moment. And now he really needs to be the one that carries Mad Lions forward in this game. You can see the setup here. Immediate ult coming through. Xiaohu tries to get away, but the lockup from the Vi, the Everfrost, and the Silas is too much. But as Azale was saying, why in the name of God is Hilly here? There is nothing he's going to do to hold on to this turret.
Yeah.
And they're going to be able to finish him off.
I mean, you look at the map. Karzi's still over here. He's not even there yet, right? It wasn't even like he was close. There was no one else moving down. There's nothing going on there. So he just gives over a freebie, loses the ulti, and it allows him to push on the tier 2. But then Niski, again, great punish here on Xiaohu, was pushed up, didn't see the TP coming through, no flash, no ult. Mad have just been relentless in punishing Xiaohu here in mid lane. Every single time he's missing those resources, they're there to kill him.
But this is where now Niski needs to try and find ways to punish Weibo and get around Crisp's ultimate. Because yes, you've got Niski who's absolutely massive, but Light is just as big. And the big thing that you have to try and find is ways to disassociate Light from Crisp, because those ultimates are going to be a pain. The lockup that Renata can offer is going to be a pain, and even Light just having the, hey, I'm going to yoink Crisp and send his body to deal with you is also an option. So this is where Elyoya and Niski have to work together to shut down Light in these fights.
See what they can actually do. Xiaohu moving towards that top side. You can see there is no one up there. Managed to get that shove onto the outer turret. Niski going to clean that one up. Does mean that a lot of the gold for Mad is now far and away from any potential engagement. 4 minutes, though, on this next Dragon. And only 35 seconds on the Herald. Could be the next moment after this siege from Weibo in the mid lane. Hylissang off on the side. You can see now Niski's moving down, but Hylissang's already taken so much damage. The autos fly through the rend, not enough to grab that kill, as the MasterCard lane economy snapshot is not great for Mad unless you just look at mid lane.
I mean, it's great for Niski. It's not great for the rest of them, though, as Light is monstrously ahead here on this Kalista. And when you're playing a composition like this that is built to enable him with the Renata behind him, that's a position for success.
They managed to get the cleanse. There's the hostile takeover as Light is able to get through it. Yeah, really cute with the Pierce.
That was actually really cool. Yeah, hops forward with that Q, knowing that that's not gonna hit anything. It's delaying the auto attack time there, plus gets in the extra space there. So well played, and now just gonna move straight over to this. They want to keep stacking these objectives.
Yeah, I mean, Weibo just know, hey, look, that was kind of everything used by Mad to see if they get in there. Hilly has to go for the reset, so let's go for this, but the damage isn't quite there. Now Weibo are in trouble.
Yeah, Handshake is actually going to miss as Elyoya gets in there. Weiwei is able to take down this Rift Herald, but there's the Everfrost. The Rel's in so much trouble. Hostile takeover. He flashes the wall again, but Niski flashes over as well. Everfrost is decent from Xiaohu, who flashes away from the situation. Handshake doesn't quite work out, as finally Chris will go down, and also they're able to get over and clear out Weiwei, but here comes the Shy, trying to stack up these Qs, but he's CC'd. Oh, the core drink is massive, but it's not enough, and Mad answer back.
Mad are not G2. They will not let the Shy take this fight out of their hands. They flash over the wall. They punish Weibo because they can't take the Rift Herald. And Mad, this is the moment we're talking about. When you doubt them the most, they just come alive.
Matter's popping off in this game as Weibo looked like they wanted to re-engage. You can see there was some hesitation until all of the extra members showed up there from Mad. You know, even when Light pulls out Crisp there with the ult, you know, this is the initial play. Weiwei is going to kind of have to give his life to be able to claim this Herald. So he realizes, okay, I can't actually get out, so I'm just going to go forward and grab this up. Crisp gets ulted over the wall, but watch the hesitation here. They say, okay, maybe we can actually turn. I don't think they realized how many members were here, because Crisp starts going back in, then Light's in trouble as he's being slowed down.
Yeah, I don't think they expected Chasing to TP in. He had the TP advantage, and they thought, okay, the Shy's in position to follow up, but Karzi flashes forward, doesn't get hit up by the Shy, finishes off the Kalista, and at this stage, they're just able to follow up perfectly onto the play. Mad, that was beautiful stuff.
I feel like if the Shy had got like one more Q, maybe everyone dies, but the layering of CC from Mad, absolutely fantastic. And they're keeping themselves in it. They are, in fact, ahead in gold. As you have a look at the gold difference over time powered by AWS, it was all looking Weibo. And now the Mad Lions have come alive.
It is looking like a massive swing there. And even if Shy had just gotten there a little bit earlier to actually be able to go for that engage when Light was still alive, but he was just so low, there was that brief moment of hesitation where Light and Chris weren't sure, can we take this fight, can we not take that fight? Chris took that one step forward, and Karsi just went for him.
And now that's given Niski the opportunity to pick up his Zanya's Hourglass. That makes him so much more difficult for Weibo to deal with in these team fights. Even the positioning that Weibo, or the Mad Lions have on things like Dragon in 35 seconds as well, it's going to make this much easier for them to get a second Dragon, try and keep Weibo in check as well.
But there is a Rift Herald in the hands of Weibo. They were able to get Weiwei into that pit to collect the eye. Yes, it ended up meaning that he overextended, did fall down, but now they can use that to get some control of this river. Unless Weiwei dies, just takes a bit of damage. Of course, pretty tanky is the Rel, but still, Weibo Gaming use that, and they get the ability to walk into the river.
Now, this is a big question here for Mad. You just won a big fight, but are you willing to actually take this? There's no flash on Karsi, there's no flash on Niski. The Shy does have flash, as does Crisp, and you have to be careful. If you enter this fight and you do lose heavily, Weibo are going to be massively in the lead again.
It's only second Dragon for both of these teams. You don't necessarily feel forced to fight for this one, but it gives you so much extra tempo. One singular Infernal is also a fair bit of damage. As you can see, on the flank angle is Elyoya. Can he actually get in there? Looks like Xiaohu is going to spot him out, but Elyoya had already vacated the area. Light wants to get as many of these sticks into the Drake as possible to make sure they skew the 50-50 if it does come down to that. As Hex Flash being channeled here by Hylissang. That was a bit of a jump scare as Vault Breaker gets Elyoya over the wall, but he's away from the Drake. We are just posturing for position on both sides The volley's raining down, though. Actually kind of decent.
Niski.
And there is the hostile takeover. Weiwei going to have to crash down to get out of the way of that, and they're looking to burst the Drake. They do manage to take it, but can they win the ensuing fight? It's a good charm to connect, but Chasey's just able to dash his way out. Hylissang just going to be the sacrificial cow. I think Mad might say that that's okay, unless Niski gets caught out. It's so much money if he is going to fall down, but it's not him. It's Kazi that dies. And the Mad Lions, they'll have to walk away with 2 dead.
Mad thought they could burst out the Dragon quick enough and get away scot-free, but the return from Chris buys the time that they need, and the chase down potential with Xiaohu means they just can't get away. 2 kills going over for the sake of that Dragon.
Really great angle there from Chris on the ulti. Niski wanted to use this basically as a zoning ult to just force them off, so they go for the finish here. You can see that they're trying to burst it down. They are able to do it, but look at that positioning from Chris over the wall. Catches 4 of them, if not 5. He may have even tagged Hilly with the very angle. Chasey's able to flash and get out, but Hilly was always going to be that one to go down. The problem is, Carzzy, no flash, no real way out. We're back to live. Light could be in trouble.
Yeah, there's the cease and desist. Niski's going to be able to connect the chains. The Everfrost, and he just goes down in an instant.
And that's exactly what Mad Lions need to do in the team fights, but they weren't able to in that last one. If Weibo were able to group up and prevent that access from Oyoya and Niski, you can see they have the turnaround. But now the Baron is up and available, but I don't think they can go for it at the moment.
For a second, I was like, these guys are crazy. Everyone's walking up towards it. Like, that would be very brave, to put it lightly. But Niski, 7-0-2. Absolutely is the hope for Mad in this game. We'll see if he can keep this pressure rolling, because he is monstrously ahead of Xiaohu.
I mean, this mid-jungle combo is something that we kind of missed from Mad Lions and LEC. We got to see it a little bit towards the... hang on. Are we going this? You know, we got to see it a little bit, but it kind of just fell away to the wayside as the year started to progress. And now we're actually starting to get to see Oyoya and Niski working in tandem once more. And that is a gold lead for sure.
That's a decent one. That is 3,000. Yeah, it's a very good item in the lead, is Niski right now. It does also put a big target on his back as well, and so that's a 700 gold shutdown. And that could mean a bit of a swing here for Weibo Gaming if they can actually get a team fight, but still, feels like you say, Rob, it is the Light versus Niski matchup that we're going to have to keep our eye on, and so far, it's Niski that's come out on top in that one.
And Light's not really as threatening as he was earlier, right? His advantage has kind of gone away largely, and they took away that dragon advantage. You know, it's 2 dragons, 2 Mad. They're going to be able to take down this top tier one. They're in a great spot. I feel that they are definitely in the advantage at this point. You know, Weibo wanted to be the ones getting every single objective with this early advantage they have from the Callista, but they just haven't been able to make it happen.
And this is where, even though Carzzy's behind, he still gets to have relevance, right? Because if you've got Niski and Oyoya playing for side lanes, all right, cool, let's just fire an Ash Arrow over there. We'll see if we can kind of fish for someone. If it lands, fantastic, we can immediately jump in on top of them. But it is those picks that I think Mad Lions still have to try and play for to a certain extent, because we can see when Weibo are all grouped up as a unit, it actually becomes very difficult for you to play the dive style that Mad want to go for.
And when Niski actually completes the death cap, he is going to be ridiculously strong. Has both of the pieces there. The double large rod already has 10 stacks on the Dark Seal as well to be amplified by that death cap. So they really want to try to shut him down soon if they can. But it's Weibo playing towards this top side, playing towards this Baron. Do they feel that they're in a desperate enough spot to start is the real question here.
They do have a lot of secure on the Baron with the Blade of the Ruin King. The fact that Light does have the Rend available, not quite as good as it used to be.
They're going to try to force the TP from Niski.
I wouldn't mind it.
Oh, well, yeah.
Oh dear, there's the flash forward. Don't waste any time as Weiwei's looking to lock down the jungle, and they just destroy him. The Shy also found on the flank of the fight, but Kazi gonna get him out of there. And now with no jungler, can they actually do anything about this? That's a great sidestep from the Shy, but it may not keep him alive as he wants to Umbral Dash over this wall, and he is gonna be able to do so. Meanwhile, the Baron is getting taken down solo. There's no smite to get into this pit. They have to try and win a fight. We'll see what Niski can do. He avoids hostile takeovers now. Now they dive in. They pull out the Shine.
Weiwei's down!
Weiwei's down. There's no smite in the pit. Xiaohu that locks down the Baron. And now the bailout is going to come through. It almost works onto Light, but doesn't quite get there. Mad. It's a decent fight, but they don't get the Baron.
It's absolute insanity in the pit there, as Weibo are lucky to walk away with that one as Mad focus down Weiwei. They get the kill on him after this pick onto Oyoya. They manage this really well.
I think Oyoya just needed the flash. He had it available, but was a little bit greedy, maybe not expecting that many members of Weibo to show up. But also then when you come into this, you can see the position here. Niski goes for the Ari charm to try and position onto the back line, but Weibo able to dash out. They're then using the wall for safety. And then Xiao, who just barely, with his dying breath, gets in over the wall to secure the Baron for in favor of Weibo.
Yeah, they get that, and that is huge for Weibo, because had they lost that, they lost the fight on top. But here's Soul Point for Matt, uncontested. And Elioya.
I'm not going to lie, I actually think that getting Soul Point here and the fact that they managed to tidy up some of the kills kind of evens out the trade a little bit more, unless we see this Red Bull Baron power play get completely out of control. Currently about 2 minutes on that one, as Weibo Gaming look to try and utilize that to get some of these side lanes in order. Xiaohu walking towards enemy vision. Doesn't have a whole lot of information. Is this? He's going to find it. That's the solo bolo. This guy's just out of control. 9-0-4.
No one can stop him. The death cap is completed, and it's Niski V9 crushing it in this first game against Weibo.
I mean, what a performance from Niski. I think he's had an absolutely stellar tournament. We're saying coming into this game, like, Niski has been a top performer for Mad, and he's making damn sure everyone knows it. Phenomenal stuff right now, as they're looking to see if they can use that pick now to get the mid lane turret, get vision, or sorry, get push in mid, get the vision that they need in this top side, and start to threaten this tier 2 and top side.
Niski now going to get this push happening, trying to come to terms with what's happening here. Not over yet, though, of course. Still, Weibo Gaming with a lot of team fighting capability, and that Baron that is still there. There's a Magnet Storm to fly forward as Niski has a big target on his back, but also has a big stun with that Everfrost. He now needs to try and run away from this one. There are 4 Weibo members looking for him, but he's got enough dashes. He will be okay. He also has a Magnet Storm of his own as Hillisang's looking for a potential re-engage opportunity. They're not going to quite get there.
I just get to back away, though, and you can look at mid lane. They've already got position there, and so Niski's just going to keep this up, bait them in. Xiao, who wants it, though?
If at first you don't succeed, you try and dive on top of him again. He manages to avoid the Everfrost. There's the Magnet Storm. Is the arrow's going to connect as well? Niski, does he have the cooldowns? The answer's no, and 1,000 gold goes to Light in exchange for maybe their base.
Exactly, it's the base. That's the problem here. The Shy is back. They're all basing, so they have to be respectful of this. Mad don't want to get caught leaving here, but it is the 1K shutdown over onto Light.
I mean, Baron's supposed to help you crack the base, but I didn't think it was supposed to be on Mad's side. Weibo have done are trying so hard to keep Mad lines away, stop Niski, but he's such a massive threat that when they commit everyone, they've already got the push from Karzi in mid lane. So Xiaohu, this is the initial pick, sets Niski up then to be that threat in the side lane. And then
I've never seen a chain
it's gone
from like an abductive scond hit for that much. Like, that was absurd.
That was 30-40% of his HP. The Everfrost slow connects. Niski tries to look for the turn here. He was always slated to go down because the rest of his team is not there, but they're just trying to buy some time. Karzi throws in the Ash Arrow, see if they can make something happen. But Niski does fall, and you can see the gold swinging a little bit back towards Weibo with that. But at the same time, Mad cracked the base, and Weibo are just kind of roaming around as a squad. They're saying, you know what? This game cannot slow down like this. We can't allow them to play through side lanes. No one can answer Niski. We just need to start fights, and we just need to outplay them if we're going to win this game.
They need to try and get the fights on their own terms as well. You can see Mad trying to hold on to vision priority in their own jungle. It's not necessarily working out with the Shy protecting that control ward. Hillisang in a bit of trouble. He's going to break the chains. Doesn't have a lot of great places to go, but he's going to be able to get back to the rest of his team.
I love the Anathema's pickup from Weiwei, though. Being able to put that onto Niski, not only does it give you the extra little bit of CC on him, the fact that you're not going to take as much damage from him is such a massive pickup here, because Karzi is actually starting to do damage, like has the Triforce working towards that Blade of the Rune King, but when Niski's this much of a problem and you need to frontline, that's a really smart pickup from Weiwei on that second item.
Just waiting for this next objective fight, because both of these big objectives coming up at exactly the same time is fantastic for Mad. They're the ones with Soul Point. They can give away a singular Drake, but if they manage to get themselves a Baron, they've already got an open front door to walk through.
Absolutely, but you have to look at the vision over on this top side from Weibo. Like, this is a
lot of Baron
huge
vision,
amount of vision in this area. There are just so many wards up there. So we'll see if Mad can kind of clear that out, can maintain vision. You know, they, I think, should be playing towards this Soul Wing condition. I think that almost secures it. When you're looking at how much damage Niski is doing, if you add in the Infernal Soul, it is going to get impossible, it feels like, for Weibo to do anything.
Oh, the Shy get a face check. There's a headbutt pulse, but the rest of the team are going to be there because that's just been the last bit of time with Weibo. Chasey looking for a flank angle, but Light is going to spot him immediately, gets him out of there. Hylissang spotted on a ward. Now the volleys are flying in. The Shy might be cornered here. Another headbutt pulve is going to come through. Goredrinker comes down. He's staying alive for so incredibly long. Elyoya goes gold, and they're trying to keep themselves alive, but the hostile takeover is massive. So much damage, and Niski shut down immediately. And now Chasey, nothing he can do. Kazi's trying to stay alive, and they are all just dropping the flash forward, and the Shy will finish it off.
The Shy was not the target that you needed to pick, man. They all jump onto him and Weibo come out on top.
Yeah, they push out mid. They're going to go back towards the Dragon, and they could probably get the Baron off this as well. They got shredded by the hostile takeover. Elyoya going to look to try to steal this away. If he could get it, would be massive. Does have one pink board, but can't do it too early, or it gives away that he's there.
See whether he does time it correctly. He's charging the Vault Breaker. Can he get in there? And the answer is no, because he doesn't even go for it. Didn't want to sacrifice himself for this because it would have meant Baron as well.
I think it might still mean Baron, but no, they're not actually going to attempt it. They're just going to take the reset.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think you're actually in a good spot here, Matt, as long as you don't overcommit to this. But you can see here, they all turn onto the Shy, but he managed to have the Sterix, the Goredrinker, the Aatrox healing. There's so much that keeps him alive, and now you've all overcommitted way into the position for Weiwei, and Karzi's just playing catch-up this whole fight. You've got Crisp and also the Callisto are doing so much work. There's little that you can do here as Matt.
And Crisp had a really nice R flash there to actually redirect it to get the right angle, to get it through those multiple members of Mad, create that space for his team. Look at the team fight damage from Light. If you create space for this guy, he's going to make it work. And Niski on the other side got nothing done.
And I think it's lack of patience from Mad. If you'd actually play that slow, draw Weibo into position where you can set up for flanks, that's perfect. Now, though, they do have those flanks, and Weibo needs to be careful.
Here's an opportunity for Mad to try and answer back, but Weibo Gaming are ready. The arrow is going to sail by majestically, but not going to get anything done. As Mad still trying to get in position, but Weibo Gaming just walk away. They're going to try and look for a better opportunity, find the opportune fight for themselves. This might be it. There's the flash. Magnustorm only onto 2 though at this time, but there's the Fate's Call. They try and get him away once again as Weiwei is going to get executed. And now, with the amount of disengage that's happened, Mad have regrouped. And it's the Shy that's trying to desperately get something done here. Spirit Rush from Niski going to be utilized to move forward, but that is just a clean pick onto the jungler. I've seen this story before.
And that's the patience I was talking about. Hilly, though, needs to be getting over the wall.
Oh, dear. The Infernal Chains are going to come down. He's just dead. He does manage to get a headbutt, but that is going to be it. He hasn't bought enough time, and Mad are going to have to back away from the Baron.
Chasey flash Q.
All right, now it's the Shy that's trying to get in here. Fate's Call gets a knock up onto Kazi, the priority target, but Chasey is trying to get this one done. Into the backline goes Elyoya, but Niski is charmed and destroyed immediately. Kazi goes all out, he's trying to get Light, and now, oh, he's going to get that one working. Chasey's going to fall down, and the Shy is just too big to deal with.
Chasey tried to split up the fight, tried to take Light out of it, but the GA making the difference, the bailout bot time. Xiaohu pushes up mid. They're going to be able to take this tier 3 down in mid lane. Weibo just straight up outplaying in the team fights. The Shy making it happen, Chris making it happen. This team is looking immaculate in the 5v5, and they're stepping forward. They want to close it out right now, Atlas.
And even with that first pick going off, is now Elyoya is just out of the fight before he can even get it started. Hylissang, he is just going to fall, and the Nexus turrets will follow suit. It's a double kill for this Kalista. 11, 3, and 8. He started with so much money, he only continued earning more as the Nexus goes down, and Weibo Gaming will take game 1.
Weibo showcased their 5v5 class. This team is incredible in the team fight. Most teams, I think, in the position that Mad was in would have crumbled against them. But the way that they navigate these 5v5s, the way that they're able to split it up and make these skirmishes happen on both sides is really something to behold.
And massive plays, both from Xiaohu and Crisp over the course of that. Every time we saw Mad Lions going that step too far, taking the fight that bit too quick, it was a charm coming through from Xiaohu to keep Light safe. It was the Crisp ultimate that was coming through as well. But I think we've talked enough. I'm going to send it over to the desk, and hopefully it is the desk this time, to try and explain that
you
one
got it.
away. We did it!
Thank you so much. The Shy, why do you keep doing it to us? Literally in those skirmishes, the fact that they couldn't kill him in that almost last fight, and then, ah, my God, I'm so frustrated.
It's so annoying.
Kadril, I don't even want to see you smiling
I immediately want to get into a replay that I have about this Baron because it really encapsulates how chaotic this game was. We're going to start off pause and we're going to talk about exactly how everything breaks down because remember at the start of this clip, Elyoya is dead. And you'll see this on the top left of your screen. He face checked to try and get some information. So let's start rolling the clip and let's see exactly what happened. So the Shy is just kind of getting poked off on the side lane. The ultimate from Kazi has been used. We can roll the clip, production team. And you'll notice as well that like at the back of the pit, look at Chasey. So pause it right here. So at this point, Chasey is just walking into the backline and all three members get CC'd while the Shy is trapped on the back. Mad are actually going to do a great job positionally, actually keeping Kazi safe, hitting onto the backline. Nisqy working with his top laner to do as much damage as possible. And let's roll out the clip once again as they isolate Weiwei and they get this initial kill. With the jungler gone and the rest of Weibo trying to retreat from the fight, Chasey once again with a great ultimate onto the Shy means that the Baron ends up getting stolen by the Ahri Q. But it's actually Mad that end up winning out in the fight, but two of the Barons still remain alive. And it was just like a great representation of how chaotic this game was. Constant back and forth fights, skirmishes between the two teams, never really clear who walked away with an advantage.
I agree, and I think it also showcased why it is so difficult, I'm going to say now for the EU teams, to beat LPL teams in a single game as well, because you need to have 100% focus 100% of the time, and you need to squeeze percentage 100% of the time. And Mad took their foot off the pedal for 1 second.
They may never mentally recover from this. Nisqy was 9-0.
That's crazy.
They, I think, had a better scaling team, but then the fights down the stretch didn't go their way. I thought there was a moment where maybe it was going to be over. And watching this fight, they just all go onto the Shy, but he pops his Sterix, he pops his ult, he lives long enough, and then specifically look at Nisqy. Flash up, but he just gets chain CC'd, Renata into Charm, and they can take the most powerful unit on the board off of Mad. And then Nisqy was unable to be effective in any of the future team fights either. Like, he was literally in the same sentence like MVP Nisqy, and then by the end of the game, he was like a pawn.
How many times do Aatrox have to ruin our lives?
It's crazy.
Like
this is 3.
Thank you.
So
thank you for counting.
There
Jack. I really
was
appreciate that. No, we don't have to relive memory lane. It's okay. I'm fine with that.
Well, specifically, Aatrox actually did wonders for us. Wonders for us in the past. It was just the Shy Aatrox.
But like when I saw them engage onto him, both you and I kind of looked at each other and we were like, and it's flashbacks all over again. We know Kadril is cheering back home, but it's frustrating because I was so optimistic that Matt had this in the bag. I felt like that they were picking good fights, they were choosing good moments, they were trying to punish Weibo as best as they could, but it ended up just being about the Shy. In the last 2 team fights, it was his Aatrox that created the most chaos, the most problems, that Matt didn't have an answer.
And Xiaohu was like, all I need is 1 charm. I can be down.
So listen,
I don't care.
if they would have lost, if Weibo would have lost this game, I don't think Xiaohu would have mentally recovered from this, because for those of you who don't know, he has been getting absolutely eviscerated by Chinese social media for the defeats that they have had so far at this World Championship.
Like, thank you.
Getting solo killed by Nisqy 50 times in 1 game wouldn't have helped. Probably didn't help either, but they got the W.
Oh, it's crazy. But, I mean, I can't help but be, happy that it was a close game, because I actually wouldn't have given that to Mad before this series, right? Because they haven't really had a good World Championship yet against non-European teams. But as you say, mentally, kind of the idea of you get the advantage in the mid lane that is huge. You actually make the right decisions. You get the picks. You actually out-teamfight them for a fair margin, and then you don't.
This is Mad's problem, though. In the same thing against NRG, some fights look really good, and then others, they just look very disjointed. Even in that mid fight that we saw, they were fighting 3 versus 5. Like, it's very frustrating that, like, I feel Nisqy's actually having a very good tournament overall. But Mad as a team is disconnected. And I think that ultimately comes back from something we hear from the coaching staff all the time. Hilly and Elyoya, when they're on the same page, this team does seem like they are unstoppable, but the moment that they lose that synergy, everything falls apart. And it's super frustrating to watch, because this was a super winnable game that they ended up losing.
They're on blue side. Again, that makes sense that they would pick that. So yeah, let me know. Is there anything? It's weird because, like, do you have to change anything? No, really.
No. I don't think so. I think
ban Aatrox?
Nisqy's champion pool from when he won the MVP, one of those champions was Silas. I think you could literally continue trying to run that back, but the hardest thing to mentally recover from is when you are the underdog in a series, and then you're in a winning position, and then you lose. It's like the most nasty combination, because if
so
you get
dirty.
blown out, you think, well, maybe we just need to have a good early game, because this is a game where they're going to feel like everything went right, and it still wasn't enough. It's just incredibly deflating, and it will make it all the more impressive if they're able to come back.
It definitely will, but it's the Shy's Aatrox once again demolishing the hopes of an LEC team. And thanks to Emily Rand, we have a special version of Draw My Life, the Shy Edition.
Draw My LPL Life. The Shy. The Shy began his pro career as a streamer for Team WE before he was age eligible to play in the LPL. Prior to his highly anticipated LPL debut with Invictus Gaming in 2017, he amassed a following from streaming and from solo queue. The Shy's bold and volatile style has inspired other top laners worldwide. Some say he transformed the LPL top position. While on Invictus Gaming, the Shy helped lead his team to an LPL title in 2019 spring and a World Championship title in 2018. The Shy fun facts. In the LPL, the Shy is sometimes called Big Brother Shy as a play on words for handsome guy. The Shy is friends with and went to the same school as Team Liquid's Summit. He enjoys ARAMs and says they sharpen his mechanics. The Shy's volatility has earned him die-hard fans all over the world, although it's sometimes his risky plays have cost him. With Weibo Gaming one match loss away from elimination at Worlds, it's up to the Shy and his team to step up and showcase what everyone knows that they're capable of.
Bringing in a new roommate to save money, is that the plan?
Say hi to Glenn from work.
Yeah, I think I have a much better plan. We switched to my plan from Verizon.
That is a good plan. Glenn.
Get my plan starting at just $25 when you bring your own phones. Plus, save when you add perks like the Disney Bundle. It's your Verizon.
너를 비춰 이루리다 봄블라틀라타 널 피우리단 내 맘에 약속해 이 순간 영원해 이대로 너를 향해 빛을 내 이렇게 네가 바라는 대로 꿈꿔왔던 그대로 전부 보여줄게 whenever whatever 이제 내 곁에만 머물러줘 지금처럼 나를 바라봐줘 언제나 우리 함께 할 거야 너해는 아름다운 이 밤 조금씩 물들어가 벅차올라 이루어지길 너의 소원 난 나에게 말해 들어줄게 거짓말
안녕하세요. T1 서포터 KR 류민석입니다.
Hey guys, it's Blabber here. Hey guys, my name is Contrax. I'm the jungler for NRG.
Hello, I'm Oscarinin, WM for Fnatic. 저는 럭스를 제일 좋아하고 그 다음은 쓰레쉬입니다. My favorite champs to play are probably Cassante and Renekton right now.
My favorite champion is Nidalee.
Well, my favorite champion to play right now is definitely Talia.
We've just heard from a few of our players here at Worlds 2023, thanks to the Oppo Cam. And gentlemen, it is time to head towards game number 2. Weibo Gaming just barely managing to...
Do we have to?
Yeah, I don't... I was looking into your eyes as I was throwing my point over, and all I saw was sadness stacked up.
We were looking so good until we weren't. It was going so well. Oh god! But look, honestly, I think great showing from Mad Lions. Like genuinely, I was super impressed. But I think, as we kind of alluded to at the end of the last game, it just came down to those 5v5s where Weibo were positioning better. They were setting up so Crisp could have these big ultimates. Mad Lions just weren't ready to contest them.
I felt for a long time, personally, that Renata is criminally underrated. This champion is so ridiculously strong.
The dive man.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Almost every team is drafting dive, though, right? It's like every game is a dive game. So I do really like it.
We were actually quite perplexed when we saw T1's first game, where they just insta-locked Ashe Renata. Maybe it's telling us a little bit about what's been happening in scrims behind closed doors with a few of these picks that have been very good. Speaking of picks that are being good, Kalista has certainly been up there. That's going to be insta-locked by Kazi this time around. This time Light not going to have that opportunity, but into it, you can just do exactly the lane we were talking about.
You can do Renata Ashe, yeah, exactly. I think it would be really strong. Draven would be pretty hype. We'll see what they end up actually locking in here. Rumble is available. Xayah is banned out, as is the Orianna, but to me, Renata makes so much sense here. You don't have to draft your AD on 2, obviously. You can take a contested pick like the Rel, draft your AD on 3, try to get a winning 2v2. And I just feel like if Kalista's not enabled in the 2v2, this pick has so little value because you really have to play aggressively in these 5v5s. It's much harder to actually get consistent damage out because you're so low range, you're so vulnerable when you're really in the mix of things. So if you don't have that winning 2v2, Matt is going to have to do an incredible job of creating space for Carzzy when it comes time to teamfight.
Well, I mean, it could be just the same idea they went for last time. Go for the buy, go for Niski on this Sylas. I mean, it worked out well. At least then you can try and play for early dive and like try and make a place happen there. But
I think the Fizz is the angle.
The blind Fizz.
Yeah.
He's for sure locking it in.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. You get so much mid-priority with Fizz in the early game. All jokes aside, it's going to be the Ahri Vi. Tale as old as time as far as pick combos are concerned.
But is it just me, or is that such a grief into Renata? You're going hardcore single-target pick against a champion that has bailout. To me, when you play against Renata, you need AoE. When you play against Renata and Zilean, it's pick denial. You need AoE damage. You need high DPS to be able to make those decisions very difficult. So I find this really surprising. I feel like Mad basically countered themselves in the first 3 picks. And now they can just get their support pool banned out as well. So it's like you're going to have a losing 2v2. You're going to be 5v5ing with Vi Ahri into Renata Rel. I don't know, man.
I mean, especially when you're going to be able to, as you say, like take away some of the support picks. You've now got this Aphelios who, yes, will struggle a little bit in the laning phase, but Light's going to be able to pop off way later with the amount of protection that he has as well. And you've already dove yourself in on top of him, so now the Aphelios just gets the free hit the entire time the rest of Mad Lions are CC.
Well, is he even going to struggle in the 2v2 if you ban out some of these aggressive picks, right? Because if it's just Hilly on something like the Alistar again, you have no prio. It doesn't matter if the 1v1 is advantageous for the ADC because the support is generally what drives that early laning phase. We saw it from Chris last time. He's standing past the wave 1v2ing, right? And you can't really do much about that as Carzzy on this pick unless they have some sort of an angle. So I'm really curious to see what that final ban is. I don't think you care about Alistar at all, as evidenced by this final game. So they're going to go for another really aggressive Hilly pick. One of his kind of old school specials is that Pyke that he's known for. So they take away those high variance, all-in style champions.
And the first thing that I thought about was the fact that Rakan is still up and available, right? Has been extraordinarily high priority. But I really liked that Weibo decided not to ban that one away because you can crush that lane in the 2v2. Yes, in teamfights, Rakan is always going to be good, but this sets them up for that early game power that they've been playing around so much. So I really like that. The Sylas is going to be taken away here from Xiaohu. And Niski, of course, not going to be playing that as he's on the other side of the matchup this time around. Let's see what Light is going to lock away.
Yeah, I'm curious now what the game plan is for Hilly. Could go towards a Nautilus and actually just have that point-and-click CC to try and follow up with the dive.
Yeah.
But it could also be a Thresh angle, honestly. Like, you get the opportunity to look from Fish for some of these hooks. You're not as annoying if you end up with a Renata ult that's going across the top of you. And
pick.
now you've actually got maybe a Lantern that can take you away from some of this Rumble damage. So maybe this is an angle for the Thresh.
How do you win against this? Like, even with just the 4 picks, how do you win against this in a 5v5? Xiaohu's going to have final pick because it looks like
don't ask these questions.
You exit the draft.
Questions.
Exit the draft. That's how you do it.
All right, congratulations. Let's have a remake now.
Yeah.
Did we?
Yes,
we for sure dropped out. That's why
Okay,
it dropped down. So
Okay,
there must have been some sort of an error with one of the picks or something.
Yes. We will be replaying that entire draft. That is not how you get to do redo pick and ban. It's not how that one works. These picks have been locked in.
Go on.
It looks
just,
like
just
something has gone.
It was a good try, though. Respect.
Yeah. I mean, you gotta take any opportunity you can find, you know. But that's what we're going to go for. So just going to get back into the draft, and we will have exactly the same picks sorted out. And what's the optimal pick that Xiaohu can get to make this team as good as possible? That's my question, because he doesn't play all that many AD. I guess Jace kind of stands out with the fact that you probably want to mix up your damage.
I mean, you could do Jace, but you also have a tremendous amount of physical damage, obviously, from the bot lane. So even if they go an AP heavy top side, as long as they have strong 5v5, I'm not super worried. So if I'm him, I'm just picking to not lose the 1v1 because I feel like the other 4 picks have almost guaranteed you win 5v5 already. I think Matt is really going to be in tough. You can't even get any sort of an advantage with the top lane pick because there's not really any amazing answers to Rumble. Like, there's no, haha, I got you, you blinded Rumble. I picked this. That is going to lose. So it's
definitely not
tough.
Jax. We figured that one out.
Yeah.
We have seen Renekton do okay.
I think Nar's all right.
Nar's all right.
I think there are picks that can be okay, but they are tough.
Definitely a bit of a tricky one. And with 2 picks to go here for Mad, it is really difficult to get yourself into a better position. But Dagda, you've got to know, right?
Thanks. I'm curious.
He knows.
I'm curious if it is a Kennen angle for Chasey. Maybe you actually go. You can like 1v1 eventually the Rumble. You can still have a lot of disrupt for going into the backline, and if you can maybe set up for different angles of attack there, maybe that's an angle. But honestly, yeah, this draft is a toughie by every shape and standard for Mad.
And a roughie.
Yeah,
it's a roughie and a toughie. That's not a combo that you're looking for.
Wombo combo.
No, that's. We've seen Wombo combos here today. That is definitely one on the negatives list, unless you're a Weibo fan, in which case you're having a very, very good time. Of course, this will be the 3rd time that the Shy has played the Rumble, unless they're going to do some weird stuff and flex at mid lane, but I don't think that's what's going to happen.
And to be fair, you can never count a team out from the draft. The draft gives you advantages. It does not play the game for you.
True.
If Mad do get ahead, there's the ability to kind of run over one of these games, right? We saw how far they got ahead through mid lane. If you can get the Ahri Vi ahead, if you can play from that position of power, maybe you can just overwhelm them with the amount of dive that they can draft and really kind of, you know, at that certain point, hey, if there's an overwhelming amount of dive, an overwhelming amount of damage, the bailout doesn't always save you. So there are definitely angles for Mad to get things done, but if I was playing, you know, one side of the draft or the other, I almost don't even care what the final picks are. I'm so heavily favoring what Weibo have gotten because I just think it has ease of execution. It has winning 2v2 bot basically almost guaranteed, and it has top lane that's going to have push almost guaranteed, and you have counter pick in mid. So you're really in tough.
Yeah. Speaking of tough, we have done some investigating, and it showed that Weibo Gaming was hovering Nico, and that pick will be locked. The lobby is being remade with the same picks and bans, so it's not Rumble, it is Nico. So Nico was actually disguised as Rumble in pick and ban, which is really cool. Not only inside the game can you be a different champion, but in the draft as well. But you're not allowed to be, so we're going to remake it.
So that's the Xiaohu answer then. So Xiaohu was picking on 4, and they're leaving the top lane pick for the Shy to 5. So interesting, because if you're not willing to go towards a Jace and they're worried about the mixed damage, then hey, there are going to be a lot more AD options, I think, that are up there for the Shy. So that does make some sense, but now, you know, maybe you're going to have a better time in that top lane if you're not having to deal with the Rumble.
Yeah, I mean, you can try and take it away for yourself as well. Maybe Chasey wants to go towards that, but yeah, I mean, honestly, my biggest worry was having that Rumble alongside a Rel ultimate. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of opportunities for Weibo to still play a lot of that disengage style, but at least it's not going to be as vulnerable here. But yeah, I mean, I think if you end up taking the Rumble ultimate across with a Vi, that gives you another combo that you can try and play through. Now, obviously, you're still quite AP heavy with the Ahri there, but maybe, just maybe, that's enough that you can try and finish off some of these low health bars.
I think it might be a Silas ban. And it is. We're back into the draft, of course, as it will be a Nico locked in next, and then we will go about the draft. So there it is. So Nico not transformed into Rumble this time.
Yep, so Nico does get locked in. I think double AP solo laners is totally fine for Mad because you have Kalista and you have Vi, right? So you have enough physical damage. I think it's absolutely fine. I just really want to see what is Hilly going to draft, because if he can't give something that makes me believe they can win 2v2, I have so many concerns for this Mad draft. Soraka would be really interesting and would be able to contest the 2v2, so I think this is a great pick. Soraka really strong in lane. It is Cassante blind, so it's probably just the Aatrox, I'm assuming, into the top lane again. But this is going to mean so much in that bot lane. It's all about the Soraka. It's all about, can you hit those Qs, because not only are you dealing damage, you're getting the health back.
And I think a lot of it as well is, hey, look, can we keep these divers alive? Get that Soraka ult to try and keep them up and topped up as they go in. Maybe you can get a couple of heals off, but I mean, it is going to be very tough. I think this is definitely something where you're like, hey, look, we need to try and smash bot lane. Let's try and have that poke that can answer, and we need Elyoya to play around this bot side to enable that.
They just needed the pick that could win 2v2. If you don't have a pick that wins 2v2, good luck. There's just no way, right? You'd have losing lanes kind of across the board. So Hilly pulls something out. We have to see if it works. It is kind of that EU classic. We have seen some Soraka do really well from a number of different players. Trimby's one of the guys that I think of more recently. But Soraka definitely can be very strong. That being said, if you fall behind, it can be really tough to kind of have value. So I agree. It's got to be all about bot lane. Maybe you get Niski ahead and then you try to move that pressure down towards bot. But Carzzy and Hilly must win, it feels like.
Yep, this is going to be the first time we're going to see Soraka here at Worlds as well. So Hilly making the debut, the Unicorn Lady. See whether it is going to work out. Of course, like you say, you need to fight for 2v2. This is probably the best shot that they're going to have. Carzzy, of course, pretty good at playing with Soraka alongside his Kalista. See whether it's going to be enough to get Mad over the line here in game number 2. They have to win 2 in a row to be able to stay alive here at Worlds. Otherwise, a loss here, they will be going home. Weibo Gaming will be moving on to that 2-2 match. So much volatility as you get further on in the tournament. That will give them a shot at qualifying to the knockout stage.
They definitely have a good shot of making that run if they are able to do it here. They're going to be one of those teams that people are going to be terrified of.
Oh, yeah.
You know, in this lower bracket of making that run. There are some really strong teams that are already down there, and it's only going to get harder as we move forward towards that 2-2 mark, where there's going to be so many tough teams.
Well, it's not going to be an Infernal Soul to start us off this game, but you can remember to connect your League of Legends account with Prime Gaming. Grab the exclusive experimentation emote.
Have you done it yet?
Have I done it yet?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I did it immediately. Got to make sure that I can represent my Heimerdinger, because, you know, I'm a big fan of Pastry Time, and Heimerdinger was the champion that he famously knew all of the ability names for. I made sure that I did not learn Heimerdinger's turret name and stuff like that, because it's all just numbers and gibberish.
Yeah.
I made sure I didn't, so that his legacy could live on as being the guy that knew the Heimerdinger spell names.
That's true friendship right there.
Yep, that's how that one goes.
Also laziness, but mostly friendship.
No, all friendship all the time.
A good excuse for laziness, and you have to be creative to make sure you can live with yourself for those levels of laziness. I was trying to segue it, but I don't think you can segue lazy into this game, because everyone...
And these players aren't lazy. Let's get on to the ring.
Hey, there we go. We just do the opposite. That would be the best way.
They're all friends.
Oh, is Carzzy representing Bang towards the bottom side? I think he might be, using the SKT skin. Been quite a few of those. Okay. Let's see how this early lane goes. As already, Xiaohu is trading with Niski. Blooming Burst, not going to do too much, just one tick. Still pretty even as far as these trades are concerned. We'll see. Can Niski get the same kind of lead that he got in the last game, this time on the Ahri?
It's a big ask. He had a monstrous lead, went godlike early on that Silas, and was playing so well around mid lane, but nicely timed on the E there from Crisp. And you want to use that E reactively as the Soraka Q comes through, but really anytime you're playing against Soraka, it's just all about how many Qs can you dodge, because the trades go so health positive when you hit one, because you're dealing damage and getting all the health back. It also amplifies the healing on your W, so it's all about how many of those can you dodge.
Yep, really nice. Speaking of dodges from Chasey there towards the top side, the Shy not going to be able to hit that Q, and therefore the Cassante able to win out in the trade.
Yeah, I want to see, though, how we're actually going to get this played from Mad Lions, because ideally I'd love to see them, hey, we get push, let's go into the enemy jungle, get some vision down, allow Carzy and Hilly to try and play through this. But if you actually look, they're running 2 sweepers on both jungle and support, and they've already used their ward as well. So for Mad Lions, you're going to be a little bit blind on this bottom side to actually try and get that vision down. But at least at the moment, Elyoya will be down on the spot lane, and we already know that Weiwei loves to go for these early ganks, so we'll have to see if that's maybe something he wants to try and go for.
Well, so far, it is just Weibo Gaming weathering the storm. Decent little silence there, but Hylissang's going to take a bit of damage back as well. Crisp just trying to make sure they can keep the health bars even. Of course, trading into Soraka often just feels bad unless you can kill her. There's just a fair bit of extra sustain in that lane. Having a look over here, you can see vision in the river. Weiwei is going to possibly just crash on top of it.
Well, he's going to see Elyoya. He's going to be spotted on that ward now, so now he could look for a lane gank potentially.
It's an opportunity,
what he wants to do.
Could wrap around and look for Elyoya, but instead it is just going to be the Scryer's Bloom, and he is going to be spotted out. And just going to be some biffo here between the 2 junglers. Aftershock is going to wear off as 2v2 and 1v1 happening at the same time. That silence was fantastic, though, as well as the Starfall landing. Hylissang is going to get pushed back by the handshake, but you can see the junglers are going to disengage. Mad might need to hold off.
Yeah, a little bit of a mid-push diff there. I was a little bit nervous for Elyoya. As you can see, the Xiaohu had already started to try and push over, so Elyoya had to make it safely down towards the bot side and over the Dragon Pit, but not really in a position to contest that. He's going to reset now and try and go for that top side scuttle as well. But honestly, you may see the contest here, especially the Shy trying to get onto Chasey, who has no mana.
Yeah, he's going to land the chains and will be pulled back, but doesn't have any more cooldowns, so he'll be fine. Manages to get the cannon as well. If you've been to the Church of Doran, you know that they're not actually very useful at all. As, oh my goodness, the Blooming Burst hits 2, doesn't get the 3rd. Wouldn't have quite been enough, but Niski, I think, is going to have to go home.
Very likely. It's going to have to be really careful about Xiaohu. And this trading is getting pretty dicey because, as you say, JC really low on mana, but did pop a biscuit, I think, there because he just got a little bit of injection of mana. And Cassante's mana costs are ridiculously low.
Just a little bit. That Q is kind of disgusting when you're able to spam it like that, but I mean, still, the Shy doing a good job of keeping control up there. Scuttlecrab does end up going to Elyoya in the end. He just came back.
And he also didn't get all of his health back. Tried to make sure that he got back as quickly as possible to get the extra experience. And so Niski now at 50% as he heads home. And Xiaohu, every bit of damage he can get is pretty much free value, as the cleanse is going to be used here. But now Crisp is in trouble. He has to use his flash. And you'll take that trade if you're mad.
Yeah, things are getting pretty awkward for Weibo down on the spot side. They need some sort of coverage because they haven't been able to get the wave in. You could see earlier, Hilly and Carzy were just holding that wave. They know they have the advantage in the 2v2. This is going to stack and bounce eventually. So I think they may just be taking a recall here, but with Elyoya moving down, they could be in trouble.
Yeah, I think they need Elyoya to push, but there's the kill.
Oh, the Pop Blossom does come through. Xiaohu's looking for it. Niski not going to take too much damage here because, of course, he doesn't have all of his items yet. Niski is still going to have to flash away from it.
Nicely done there by Xiaohu to get the play onto Niski. Uses the level 6 advantage, but Elyoya now in this bot side. There's the CC.
Carzy in trouble, and Weiwei was lurking in the brush. And now the Vault Breaker will be turned around. Never mind, he's back in onto Weiwei, taking a fair bit of damage. Carzy needs to be careful, with the silence onto 3 is massive. Just going to get Weibo out of here for now.
Elyoya needed to be down here because you still had that Gravitum gun to set up onto Carzy, who has no cleanse.
Oh, the flash forward for the Pierce, but he doesn't quite land
He's gonna die.
And there's the Gravitum as well. Red-White comes in, the Vault Breaker's decent, but that is going to be first blood. The bailout is in as well. It's not quite going to be enough, though, as Elyoya picks up the double. Light is going to collect one as well, though, and it is just a bloodbath in the bottom lane.
I mean, the kill going across the Light is huge. Carzy thought he had the play, but as I was just saying, the Gravitum was still up for Light. He has no cleanse on Carzy. He goes to play, it fails, and immediately Weibo turned that around.
Yeah, I was trying to look for that big play, flashing in for the Q. Unfortunately, this time, the Light at the end of the tunnel played for Weibo and crushed you as you went in. We got to watch it one more time. I mean, I like this initial trading here, utilizing the Soraka. Big silence comes through. They get some really good chip damage. Light is completely but then it's Carzy who tries to go big here, gets the level up, flashing forward, does not connect. Would have been really close. I think he likely would have had it, but then no flash, no cleanse. We're back to live.
Yeah, in the meantime, Crisp is just going to get punched. That is going to be the kill, going over to Mad. Caught warding, I think, as we came out of the replay. Xiaohu Niski not going to have the charm at this point in time. Who's offering back a lot of damage in the mid.
This will give control to Carzzy to go for this dragon, though. They already have the push in bot side now. Crisp isn't there, but Weiwei, he still wants to try and fight this with Xiaohu. That ultimate is just about to tick back up for Xiaohu.
Yeah, they're going to have to get out of their light here by himself towards the bottom side, and you can see Chris making his way back in. Chasey with a very large minion wave to deal with. Just Shy is being thrown around like a ragdoll a little bit, but it is Chasey that is a bit worse for wear under this turret. Shy having a really good day today, and that is going to be the Drake secured by Weibo Gaming.
The Shy making such a big difference in that last game. Him and Chris, even though it was light picking up a lot of those kills, those were the two biggest difference makers for me in that 5v5. And they're back on the same champions, right? They have that ability to really make all the difference here once again. And we talked about Mad really needing to win that bot lane 2v2. They were winning out in pressure, but the fact that Light got a kill and an assist from there, and Carzzy, spent his summoners, got nothing for it, means that this slight CS advantage, well, it's a pretty good CS advantage, doesn't really mean much because it's not going to amount to a gold lead.
Well, we're looking for that cease and desist from Elyoya. Light just playing right on the edge of the range. Still has flash available. Yeah.
Yeah, I think at this stage it's just a case of, hey, we can help here, maybe look for a pick, but help Crash, but he's now left, and Weiwei's now in the area. I don't think Carzzy knows this.
No, he doesn't. There was no pings. They didn't spot him. They had that scuttle and that ward over the wall, but they didn't see him.
Yeah, there is the crash down. The Magnus Storm onto 2. The point-blank ultimate as well. Is now Carzzy is going to get healed by the Wish. He's trying to dance his way out of it. He knows he's not going anywhere, though, and Light is going to secure it. Hylissang just with some starfalls from under the turret. And it's not going to be enough to get any sort of kill back. Meanwhile, Elyoya finds a cease and desist onto the Shy, who just says, I'll just press World Ender, look for a flash, and gets over a big, fat part of the wall.
Hey, at least you managed to get Elyoya, who can start up the Rift Shroud and take that, but Hilly, you already stuck around in the last game. What are you doing? What are you doing, Hilly? That's 2 games in a row.
It's flashback to last game. It's the Alistar play again, sticking around, trying to greed for some golden experience there at no health. Gives over another kill, and it's to Light, plus the plate, plus the CS denial. Light is now going to be miles ahead.
And he's on an Aphelios.
Yeah, this was one thing working here for Matt, is this he's lying in wait. Handshake was nice, but there's nowhere for Chris to go.
I mean, Chris gets caught out here. Great pick from Mad Lions to try and set this up, but this here is just greedy from Mad Lions from start to finish. You want to guarantee the wave crash, but honestly, that's too big of a wave to try and hold anyway. So they could have just backed away, fought, and then come back to lane in a good spot, but because they stuck around to try and get that extra little bit of damage, Weibo were able to get in with a really good gang time from Weiwei. Now Chasey.
Yeah, looking for an opportunity. He's pulled back by the chains, but now Elyoya is going to smite the Shy. The Shy trying to take this, but it's just going to be a punch to the head, and that will secure it here. Good gank there from Elyoya in top lane.
And that's nice. That's something they get out of that earlier play. They force his flash, they force his ulti on that play, so there's the follow-up. He just got back to lane, does die. Chasey's going to be able to push in. He already got 1 plate off the earlier play, and now with this Sheen can whack away, potentially grab a 2nd plate up on that top side, but Xiaohu's pushing up through mid. He has a significant advantage there, and they have that advantage down on bot side, so the Cassante being a bit ahead, it's nice, but is it enough?
Just have to see. As Hylissang is going to find Weiwei. He gets the crash down, not going to be silenced for quite long enough. And now Chris not going to get any handshakes from over the wall. Weibo are just going to settle for some shellfish and go about their business. Looking at the top of the screen, a very slight advantage here for Weibo Gaming in the end. That's still holding on. Similar feeling to what we saw last game as Chasey manages to get an all-out under the turret, and that's going to spell the demise of the Shy.
I, for one, am shocked that Cassante was able to do that. I've never seen anything like that before from Cassante, but Elyoya, great timing there, moves up into the top side to try and help finish that one off. The Shy getting invaded just a little bit. If you want, Elyoya gonna make it happen again.
Yeah, if you want, I can introduce you to Showmaker. He has a lot of things to say about Cassante. He's pretty good at it. As Charm is gonna connect, a little bit of poke there from Niski. Nice work as he makes his way into the fog of war.
Elyoya also 4 kills here now on the Vi, so he'll have to do a lot of the heavy lifting because he's gotten every single kill for Mad. Does have that early mythic, but Weiwei on the other side has his completed as well and is hovering again around this bottom side. They're just denying Carzzy as this win condition. They're trying to hold him down.
But it feels very similar to last game, right? Where
look at mid. Mad
lead.
want to dive mid, I think.
See whether they can make it happen as immediately out of the teleport. Xiaohu is going to be charmed. It should be all right. They get the plate and they move on out.
It does feel exactly the same as the last game, though. Dive heavy on Mad. You've got Light that you need to try and take down. Yes, you've got good opportunities to try and go for it, but we've seen how good Crisp can be on this. Xiaohu even having the extra little bit of, hey, I'm going to buy space for Light. It feels very, very difficult for Mad, even with the kills that Ayoya has, to try and turn this one around.
Right now, just holding the battle lines between these two teams. Nothing in the lead for anyone outside of the one Infernal Drake. Next Dragon going to be up in 8 seconds time. It's going to be a Chemtech. See whether Mad can even that one out as well.
Yeah, Mad would love to get a kill into a Herald drop, get some sort of significant reward, and that's why I kind of thought they were going to be looking for that dive around mid, because they knew that Xiaohu was coming back, as we're going to see the all-out.
Yeah, another all-out onto the Shy here as Chase is going to eat the CC. It's nicely done. World Ender is going to give the Shy the movement speed, though, but the dash is going to be there. The Q is going to miss. Kazi's under the turret. The Shy just touches everything! And Chase is going to fall!
JC will dance no more. Just got his ankles broken by the Shy in the top lane. Wanted that kill so bad, wanted to push for it, but the Shy with the sidesteps.
That had the most nice work kid energy to it I have ever seen, as Xiaohu looking to try and get them out of the river, and he is going to be able to achieve his goal. Now Weibo Gaming, the added advantage that they have, this plate is going to go over to the Shy as well. It looks like the second Drake is on the menu.
Billy just going to be able to step forward, try and get some vision control over this. I don't really think Mad are in a position to contest this at the moment, though, especially with the position that Crisp is in. An ultimate over the top of that wall caused major issues for Mad.
Oh man, now we have to collect ourselves, see whether this Drake is going to be contested or not. Xiaohu in the mid lane is going to push this wave out, and Niski is going to catch it. So back to just neutral. You can see Elioya with all of those kills is the only one ahead. It's a very similar MasterCard lane economy snapshot as what we saw in the last game, but this time it's Elioya instead of Niski.
And on the reset, it's just going to be a freebie for Weibo. So you're playing into the Kalista. You're the one with 2 early dragons here. And it's not going to be that Chemtech, which means pretty much all of them are very good. I'm sure that they're hoping that it's not going to be a Cloud Soul, but even that, I think with their composition, is pretty good, especially for the Aatrox. It's
I was going to say, for Weibo, you're happy out. I mean, the fact you end up with the 2 dragons against the Vi, Ari, Kalista, but here, Chasey, sometimes you really wish he was called Walk Away, because for God's sake, he didn't need to follow underneath the tower.
Oh man, the Shy really just found every little angle. Just felt like he said, I have you now right where I wanted you.
I have the high ground, Chasey. It's over.
Indeed.
Maybe.
Well, now Mad are set up for a bit of a gank onto Xiaohu. There's the Pop Blossom in answer, but I don't know whether he's going to be able to get... Oh, never mind! He's got the stopwatch! And now Weiwei is there. Kazi just going to try and get out of there. They do have the Fate's Call. Now Hylissang is a sitting duck. Ooh, Moonlight Vigil just barely going to go wide. Now Light's looking for it. There's the flash from Kazi as the Shy is running his way underneath this turret. Can they get this dive to work as Hylissang is going to come on through there? They don't find the hostile takeover, but there's the Infernal Chains. Kazi just trying to get as many autos as he can, and Chasey is going to be here. Keep the rest of his team alive, and Mad will walk away, but just barely.
They walk away, but it's a lot of flashes forced, honestly, on both sides. The Shy uses TP and flash, Weiwei uses flash, Crisp uses flash for that R flash again that he's been loving to go for. Really prioritizing setting up the angles here on the Renata, trying to get that perfect ulti as the Shy was wrapping around. But at the end of the day, it is Weibo that pushed them back, that survive again. And every time one of those plays fails for Mad, you have to feel like that clock is ticking.
And I think they know it. That's why you're burning that many flashes to try and make something happen on that bot side. But now you get the Shy who's able to walk back up towards top side. He's got the Gore Drinker. You're going to look towards Rift Tower that's about to come up as well. Now, I think Weibo will take it a little bit slow for a second, wait for some of those ultimates to come back up. And maybe that gives an opportunity for Mad to try and contest on towards this, because they actually didn't use as many ults in that equation. Or at least, sorry, their ults are on a shorter cooldown coming into this one.
Well, Shy now looking for another opportunity. Niski going to get knocked up. There's the Infernal Chains to pull him back, but out of cooldowns, and okay, everything's going to miss, so it's going to be fine here for the Shy. Weiwei now in this pit. Mad looking for another Rift Herald, but they're not going to be able to get it. The eye gets poked. She's going to move back, though. Weiwei is going to coax her over, and it looks like Weibo Gaming are going to retain control of this area. Kazi going to break the chains. Still, Weibo Gaming collect this. Can they get the eye is the question, and it looks like the answer is yes, as now they're looking for even more. Pop Blossom, the flash forward from Xiaohu! Hylissang is going to get that wish out, but Kazi's not going to survive through it no matter what. Stun comes down, and now Light is just going to clean it up. Niski under the turret, he might survive, but the rest of his teammates may not be so lucky as the Rift Herald immediately dropped to knock down these structures.
Weibo pouts again, they take down Carsey, they take out Hilly, they get the Herald, and now they're gonna be able to get potentially a charge on this tier 2 as well, as they're gonna be walking up. Maybe they can even just kill the tier 2, as Xiaohu defends mid, and Weibo are gonna explode this gold lead here, as I think this turret's gone as well.
This is just such a back-breaking play here from Weibo. Get really beautiful stuff from these guys. Xiaohu with the flash Pop Blossom. Nico, such a good team-fighting champion, and Xiaohu, if he's ever been anything, it's an incredible team fighter.
Yeah, I mean, the setup in this is absolutely gorgeous. The flash forward onto Hilly, they get Carsey as well. He's completely taken out of the fight, and Mad are just running for the hills. They want to try and play for picks. They want to try and play for some sort of advantage, but Weibo have shut every single door, and now the Shy is even contesting Elyoya on the jungle.
Yeah, I think Elyoya not going to be able to tussle with the Shy all that effectively, even though Elyoya does have a lot of the kills. Still, this Gromp is going to be the prize that the Weibo top laner will claim.
It's got a lot of gold, but you're 3 levels down, and that's going to be a tough nut to crack. Can't really win out on that 1v1, so he scraps a bit, but knows he's going to have to back it up. And Mad, all they can do is keep looking for picks here. But there's pings. The spear still comes out of the bush when you queue over the wall like that, I'm pretty sure. So they were wise to it. A lot of pings came over from the Weibo side as Mad jumped into that brush, and I think Carsey may have given away the plan.
I think if you're Weibo, you're perfectly happy to just go, hey, we're just going to farm waves, right? You've already got 2 dragons. That's a massive advantage for you in this one, because realistically, you're just waiting for Light to come online. He's at 1.5 items. You give him a little bit more time. You can see the gold at the bottom of the screen there. He is so far ahead. Just let him scale, and Weibo can handily take this game.
And he's moving towards LDR. He just has to hit frontline, and he kind of knows it, right? Chasey is building up a lot of armor, so he's going to go LDR second. He's going to be, building towards this tank shredding style, and it's going to be up to the rest of them to just create space for him to free hit. And you can see it is Hex Tech Soul, 2 early dragons, 2 Weibo, even though they're not playing with the Callista. It's up in 10 seconds, and I think Mad knows they have got to fight for this, but are they in the position to do so?
Just have to find out. Xiaohu just going to take care of the mid lane to give them as much priority as possible in this river. Soul Point going to be so much pressure for Mad to deal with, and like you were talking about, Hex Tech Soul, it's a pretty good one.
Best in slot.
Yeah. Shy now looking for an angle with the portals. Certainly something that I imagine he's pretty happy about. People have their opinions about the different rifts. This is one I could imagine the Shy would be pretty happy with. Now Chasey is going to eat some honey fruit, but it might be dangerous as Elyoya going to get over towards this Drake. And now the Aatrox looking for that angle. There is vision. Should be able to turn it off. No. Not going to be able to do so, as now they just get over. They look for the turn. The engage onto the Aatrox hasn't necessarily worked out in the past. As now Weibo looking for their opportunity as well. Light has some good guns for this fight, as now Chasey just dealing with this Drake. Who's going to get it? It's Elyoya that locks it down, but at what cost? As the Pop Blossom flies through, the hostile takeover comes in. It's a double kill already. Almost a triple, but it's Xiaohu that locks it down. 3 kills for Weibo, and they could just move over towards the Baron that just spawned 40 seconds ago.
Oh, Carsey, that was not the bush that you wanted to walk into. Weibo, they managed to take the fight of the dragon. Yes, Matt, get it, but Baron is the bigger prize in this one.
Weibo, they just focus on the fight. Elyoya, great smite to be able to secure it, but at the end of the day, Mad cannot match Weibo in the 5v5. Light is 5-0-4. He's massively fed. The Baron is going to be theirs, and with that, likely the chances for Mad in this tournament.
And that's what I was going to say. It's heartbreaking for Mad after such a good game 1 in this series, being unable to find any sort of success in game number 2. Again, they try to turn onto the Shy, but Gourd Drinker, the healing that's there, the follow-up that comes through from Weibo, there's just no chance.
There's no chance, and it looked like Carsey failed his Q over the wall there. I think he was trying to follow up, but if he doesn't get there, they don't have enough burst damage. They can't actually knock him down. I mean, he's level 13, Vi has a lot of gold, but you're not going to one-shot this guy. And Weibo crush you again. They try to get Shy because they just know you can't fight front to back against the Renata. It's just not going to happen. So they're trying to find these creative angles, but they're so difficult to find. And Weibo just really are not giving them any options to get a foot in.
And now it is about a 6,000 gold lead Part of that is going to be the Red Bull Baron power play, currently sitting closer to 16. Mad just trying to defend their base. It's so difficult to do so as Hylissang in trouble. Oh, has to flash. Get out of the way of Xiaohu. Could have spelt certain death for the support of Mad. Does, of course, have the Fate's Call available. Niski looking for that flank angle as Chasey. Oh, a flash comes out. Charm going to be avoided there. The Shy here towards the bottom side, just dealing with that. So Chasey going to come back home, try and support the rest of his team.
It's going to be all about, can you somehow get to light and kill him twice? Because the bailout's going to be there. And he's an entire item up on Carzzy right now. And Weibo are pressing. They're pushing in through mid. They're rotating down towards bot. They only have a couple minions here, but Weiwei's saying, I dare you to step up. He's ready to go.
Looks pretty confident as we're going to empower these minions. Elyoya is just going to press the cease and desist. They love engaging onto the Shy. He's taken down to almost half health, but then gets back up to almost full with a Gore Drinker. And Carzzy just can't do anything to this Aatrox. I mean, the Shy's just running after him. Exactly. Is he going to get pulled back? He is! And there's the Magnus Storm. He's almost just pulled away from the base gate. Does manage to get out, but that is both Summoner spells invested, and Weibo will break down the inhibitor turret in the bottom lane as well.
Mad love engaging on the Shy, and the Shy loves it too. Come at me, bro. There's no way you're going to be able to burst him down when you're this far behind. He's too tanky, but they can't find the angles to get to anyone else, and in goes the Shy.
The flash forward, it's going to break the chains. It's Carzzy, but is it going to be enough is the question. The Orbiception goes wide now. Chasey looks for the knockback, but Xiaohu fights three with the Pop Blossom, and the Shy is still alive, stays alive for a long time, will eventually go down, but Weiwei will deal with Hylissang. Carzzy is just limping to the fountain. Light is getting very, very low. Needed that Severum that he is going to find in the end, and I think Weibo not going to be able to win on this push, but it's getting close. Elyoya looking for a big old flank as he takes the base gate.
There's no pings. I don't know if they know. I think he's might be a Baron recall going to get them out, but
it looked cool. Not a lot of result.
Yeah, it did look cool. I mean, you got to try something, right?
And
you know you have to go for more. We can see it one more time as the Shy just decides it is the moment to go. Q flash, hits the chains onto Carzzy. He's able to dance out of it, but again, if you're not hitting light, you're not winning the fight.
And that's what we were talking about. It's so difficult to actually get onto the back line with them because Xiaohu is able to peel. You've already got Crisp who's able to peel. And I mean, Crisp, you can see there, he only ends up throwing out the ultimate at the very end because he's like, okay, this is now done and dusted. Let's just see how hard we can win here. But Weibo do overextend that a little bit, trying to finish off the blood in the water, but it means that Mad at least stay alive for the moment. But Weibo, they already know that they've got their sights set on moving on in this World Championship.
Absolutely. Mid lane now pushing down for Weibo. They just have control absolutely everywhere. Chasey just trying to keep the Wolves at bay. But even that doesn't feel like something that you can safely take. Getting gold on the Rift, very, very difficult here for Mad, who are kind of circling the drain. 8,000 gold down. 24 seconds on this Hextech Drake. Will once again be soul point for Weibo, but I don't think they have that in their mind. 2 minutes on the Baron could be needed to get that push in, but it's an open door on the bottom side of the map. They might just set up another siege to try and get in there.
Exactly. You saw Xiaohu pushing up that top lane, shoving in those minions. The bot lane's going to naturally push, so that's why Weibo are hovering here around mid, making sure all of these lanes are locking Mad into the base, while the Shy can just go back over towards the Dragon, and Mad looking like they want to step out and maybe look for some sort of a contest angle here, but it's going to be hard.
It's a terrible spot to try and take a fight as well in the jungle. Like, so much AoE, Light's going to be perfectly fine behind all his tanks.
If you die, the game ends.
Yeah, exactly, and maybe even if Elyoya dies, it might.
Yeah, Hylissang's in a lot of trouble. The Pop Blossom going to be used only on him as Elyoya's able to steal away the Hex Drake. There's at least that. He may sacrifice himself for it as the Cease and Desist is going to be used onto Light. You may as well. He gets over the wall. That was pretty cool. Light's still going to be able to grab that kill, though, in the end.
But that's 2 dead. And now Mad, they don't really have anywhere that they can try and play to. You got a wave coming in the bot side, 30 seconds on Elyoya. This could just be Weibo going, well, screw this, we're going to take mid and maybe even look to end the game.
Yeah, it doesn't really feel worth it. You have Xiaohu already pushing in through bot. The Shy's going to go down and join him. And yes, he stole that Dragon, but you're shoving up mid, you're pushing in bot, and one more misstep from Mad, and their year is over.
Well, Weibo, they're going to be able to take their second inhibitor. Niski looking to line up that charm, find the angle. Chasey going to get knocked up. The inhibitor will fall. And Weibo, they don't need to push it on this particular play. They're going to grab the inhibitor. That is going to provide even more pressure on Mad. We're now just going to have to try and sit back and figure out some way to desperately win this. We'll get this replay once again. Hylissang falls down. They do manage to secure themselves the Drake.
Yes, but again, like giving 2 kills across for second dragon, like this wasn't even sold. This was just a third dragon for Weibo, and now you're giving the 2 inhibs across. You're giving control over towards this Baron that's just about to spawn as well. I mean, it's so many opportunities for Weibo just off that play.
And Hilly doesn't even really add anything being there because Elyoya had a pink in his inventory anyway, and he warded over. So sure, Hilly double warded, but it doesn't really mean anything. And now Matt going to be spotted in trouble.
Yeah, Shahu knows exactly what's going on. Niski is going to be able to Spirit Rush away, but now he won't have the charges available for this next fight. The Baron is just melting, and Light going to help secure that one. Oh man, this guy is a raid boss. 6-0-6 right now on the Aphelios. He's had an incredible series so far.
I mean, you look back to the previous series as well. Noah having a monster game on the Aphelios. Now Light absolutely popping off on it, and they're going to try to look for a pick. We'll see.
Deshai isn't even going to check it. Elyoya just in this brush. Okay. I don't know what it's going to do.
Not much.
But it's if Chris face checks in, it might work out. Okay, let's see what Elyoya is going to be able to find here. Is if he gets on top of Light, that might be a way to find a win in the team fight.
We'll see. Still. I mean, they have to get past the hostile takeover. They have to get past the bailout. And they have to get past supers coming in both mid and bot. They're just going to wait for it. Xiaohu got the death cap now completed. Mad, if they're going to go, they're going to have to go now.
Well, there is the Infernal Chains connecting. Shai not going to be able to get on top of Kazi here, who does get healed by the W from the Soraka. Elyoya can't wait forever as the turret does go down. There it is, into the backline with the cease and desist, but they just can't do anything to Light. And Weibo will just destroy Mad. It was such a cute attempt, but it just wasn't enough in the end. They have so much money. The wallets are so heavy. The Shy just cuts down Hylissang where he stands, and these Nexus turrets will go down as well. Weibo with a 2-0 over Mad will stay alive in the tournament.
Mad really made him work for it in that first game, but Weibo showed their class in the 5v5s, and in game 2, had such good answers to what Mad cooked up in the draft. Really smart picks, really smart play, denying any chance for Karzi and Hylissang to really get going. And once Light was ahead, it just felt like there's no stopping him.
Yeah, the Renata was doing so much work over the course of this series, making it so hard for these dive opportunities for Mad to really be set up. And then as you say, I mean, Light taking control against the Kalista alongside Weiwei, getting in. The bot lane for Weibo alongside Weibo were clearly just outclassing Mad. I mean, even in game number 1, it was Niski trying to hold down the show, but it was Light again who was able to pop off.
No, I agree. I actually think that Crisp and Light really played exceptionally well, but also revealed that this Renata pick completely ridiculous. Yeah. Not to mention the fact that you don't just have to play Kai'Sa and Xayah, which I very much appreciate.
We've seen that across a couple series, and Mad take their bow here. Unfortunately, an earlier exit than they would have liked, but they did get a win against BDS, and they can at least hold their head high with that. Almost took down Weibo as well in game number 1. It's always tough, though, when you have a series like this. I think there's really that come down off of a game that you feel you should have won, and then it gets pulled back. You can't close it out. It's tough.
It really is, but we are going to give our Oppo player of the series to the Shy. The man that was just on your screen plays back-to-back games of the Aatrox. Mad just loved engaging on him, and he looked like he absolutely loved it as well.
I mean, the Shy on Aatrox versus Europe, I mean, name a better duo, I mean, this guy, as you say, I mean, Mad kept trying to pick him out in team fights, but the Gore Drinker, Sterix, he was so difficult to try and deal with, and even when Mad threw everything at the kitchen sink at him, he kind of just threw it right back and took Mad with him.
The Shy played an incredible series. I also have to give a shout out to Crisp. I thought he was amazing across both games. I think both in the pick and the play was right place, right time. It felt like every single time, enabling Light, creating space for him. But the Shy really is something to behold when he's playing at his best. The plays he seems to pull off because he plays so aggressively. He's really riding that razor's edge, which makes it so fun to see when it goes right for him.
Yeah, I think the best players to watch are the ones that look like they feel they have a 1,000 gold lead at any point in any game ever. And the Shy epitomizes that. Yeah. Absolutely. What an incredible series. Weibo are going to be certainly one you're going to be watching out for if your team is in the next round of Swiss, because that is going to be a dangerous one. But it's now time to throw it over to Worlds Cooldown.
Thank you so much, the Shy, our Oppo player of the series. And we're also going to talk to him very, very soon. Laura is getting over there now, or at least waiting till he gets over there, because it's quite the walk. And I don't know if he'll be breaking a sweat, to be honest. It seemed like...
Much like in that game.
That was the point, yes.
Game 1, for what it's worth, he did break a big sweat, and it's kind of what we expected to happen in Game 2 after the devastation of basically having the game in hand for Mad and then losing it as the underdog. So, as they were mentioning, it is a disappointing end to Mad because this game was not the same showing that we saw from Game 1.
It's frustrating to watch as a fan of Mad, like, having cast them all year and getting to watch their games, like, we got to see glimpses, really, of the potential that they showed domestically, and unfortunately, this roster couldn't really bring everything together. Personally, I'd be surprised if this roster stays together next year. I think we will be seeing a different version of Mad because while this roster has had many highs throughout the year, it just hasn't been able to click, and the moments in which that they needed to clutch up and come together, they just weren't able to do it. So definitely a frustrating tournament for them, the organization, the players, but that shouldn't take anything away from the fact that Weibo absolutely dominated. Huge credit to the Shy, Xiao, who definitely bounced back here in the second game, and the casters are talking about it. Crisp and on support, like, your AD carry looks so good because of how, like, a good support will make your AD carry look even better, right?
Yeah.
And, incredible stuff from the bot lane.
I saw some chatter on social media about Crisp playing Korean solo queue until 6 a.m. local time last night, and they're like, whoa, what is this guy doing?
To be fair, the game starts at 4, and then they had the second series, which is like
he's
6.
6 a.m. Maybe he was just optimizing.
He was. He was min-maxing.
His sleep schedule, because he played amazingly on Renata.
For sure. I mean, himself and Light, I think in general, of the LPL bot lanes that we've seen, but like the ones that I remember in terms of like Elk as well, it gets you into this tricky position, whereas the enemy bot lane, you think, oh, we got a 2v2 kill. Oh, we got to kill a bot. Oh, we starved them from some farm. And then they just somehow make whatever advantage, or even if it's equal, they make it count so much harder in team fights. It's actually quite magical to watch.
Yeah, their team fighting is just really good. I think so much of the just massive player pool they have in the LPL and also in Chinese solo queue in general, I do think they just have better team fighters. Like, they've gotten so many reps and they understand the fights better.
I also think that the biggest discrepancy was Weibo played incredibly well around their bot lane, and this was something Mad just couldn't replicate. Like, it was phenomenal to watch, and I'm excited to see what Weibo can do in the next round.
I agree. I'm also excited, but I do want to temper a little bit. You know, they beat Mad. It was actually not even close in the second game whatsoever, but I've listened to a lot of the chatter of the Weibo fans, both in the LPL community as now on our communities on X, and everyone's afraid to get behind them.
I mean, there was a comment in the Game 1 post-match Reddit thread that I liked. I don't remember the user, but he's like, for those of you who don't follow Weibo internationally, this was actually their cleanest game all year. And that was Game 1, but that is literally not actually true, but the feeling is there because the team itself is a little bit of a mess. They, I believe, were like 6th place in the regular season before the playoffs. Remember. They're rolling in as the 4th seed. They had a massive lead against G2, which they then threw. This team is very much a wild card for what version you get at what minute of the game.
Yeah.
Super fun to watch.
So it'll be
entertaining. And it's great to see the Shy back on form as well. Like, he hasn't had, since his World Championship, it was great introspection at the start of the day where he talked about he was, in a way, unfortunate that he achieved that success so early because he didn't realize how hard this journey actually is. And
oh, but I'll take it though.
Yeah, well,
I'll take the early Worlds win.
Yeah, well, we'll take it, but like, it just goes to show that he's trying to make that climb back up, and he's definitely on a good path.
Yes, indeed. Let's pull up the bracket. We did have to. Oh, actually, we're going to do it later. We have the interview. We're going to send it over to Laura with the Shy in the Verizon post-game interview.
And welcome back to the interview area after the Shy and Weibo take down Mad Lions here tonight in the Swiss stage. Thank you so much for joining me. 축하드립니다. There is something really special about your Aatrox in the way you play this champion. Always finding the clutch engages, especially around objective team fights. You play this champion very to the limit. What is special about your Aatrox, the Shy?
더샤의 선수의 아트는 정말 뭔가 특별한 것 같거든요. 언제나 클러치 플레이를 만들어낸다든지 오브젝트 한타에서 항상 정말 혼자만의 각을 보고 엄청난 플레이를 만들어내시는데 더샤의 선수의 아트록스는 도대체 뭐가 그렇게 다르고 특별할까요?
우선 코치님의 얘기 때문에 아트록스에 대한 챔피언의 그 평가를 다시 하게 됐고요. 그리고 경기가 진행됨으로써 제가 경기를 관전함으로써 아트록스가 할 수 있는 플레이가 좀 더 많은 게 보였고 그거에 대한 계산을 통해서 이제 템트리와 그런 걸 통해서 좀 더 리스크지는 플레이를 할 수 있다고 생각해서 이제 리스크를 지다 보니까 좋은 결과가 나온 것 같아요.
First off, I kind of changed my mind about Aatrox after hearing some comments from our coach. So I decided to, take a different approach. And then after watching some games at Worlds, I realized there could be a different kind of angle and also different item build. So I was going through all of that. And then after the game was being played, I could see some specific angles. So I was able to kind of calculate that in events, and I was able to go for the plays.
Talking a bit more about you, it's been a long time since we saw you on the international stage. How would you describe your play style?
이제 또 오랜만에 국제전 치르고 계시는데 본인의 플레이 스타일을 어떻게 표현하고 싶으신가요?
아직 고칠 점이 좀 많은 것 같아요. 사실 예전의 버릇들이 좀 안 좋은 습관이라고 생각하고 그런 부분들을 좀 개선해 나가고 있는데 이제 이번 두 번째 경기에서 보여줬던 상대팀 바텀 스펠을 빼고 마지막에 이제 넥서스 앞에서 칼리스타한테 앞플래시를 사용하는 그게 약간 저의 플레이 스타일 보여주는 것 같아요. 이제 그런 부분을 좀 지워야 된다고 생각하고 좀 더 완벽한 모습을 가지기 위해서는 좀 연습이 더 필요할 것 같습니다.
So I think I still have a lot of room to improve, So for example, as you could see in the second game, there was a moment where I was able to force the summoner spell from the enemy bot laners, and at the end of the game, I was able to flash forward onto the Kallistar. And I think those are the kind of some of the lingering bad habits that I still have. So I think I have to work harder to reach the perfection.
Taking a bit of a step back, the last time Worlds was in Korea, you won the World Championship. How much did you think the competition evolved when it comes to the top laners that you've been facing off against and teams in general?
이제 마지막으로 한국에서 월즈가 진행되었을 때 더샤이 선수가 우승을 하셨잖아요. 이제 올해 월즈를 두고 봤을 때 어떤 점이 또 달라졌는지, 탑 라이너들의 그런 경쟁은 또 어떻게 달라졌는지, 월즈 전체는 좀 어떻게 경쟁 구도가 바뀐 것 같나요?
우선 사실 스위스 스테이지로 이제 바뀌고 나서 이번 월즈가 좀 운의 요소가 클 것 같다라는 생각을 했지만 막상 스위스 스테이지를 진행해본 결과 결국 이제 실력적인 요소가 훨씬 중요하다는 걸 깨달은 것 같고 그 이번 시즌으로 바뀌어서 예전에 비해서 탑이 바뀐 점 같은 경우에는 좀 더 그 개인적인 피지컬이라든지 그런 부분의 필요성이 크게 많지 않아진 것 같고요. 점점 팀적으로 뭔가 팀적인 화합이라든지 팀워크를 좀 더 중요시하는 게임이 돼버린 것 같아요. 리그 오브 레전드가.
So first off, with the new format Swiss Stage, my first impression was actually, I think luck will become a huge factor. But turns out it was more about the, performance, how well do you perform on stage. So I was able to kind of change my mind on that. And also about the League of Legends itself this year, I think mechanics and skill plays have become less important. Speaking of top lane, I think it has become more about team play, synergy, and everything.
Well, thank you so much for the interview. 감사합니다. Amazing sharing these insights. And Jason, thank you so much for the translation. As always, Shox, back to you.
Thank you so much indeed. I actually really loved what he said about kind of the draw because as I think I brought it up before, it's like a very almost Western kind of angle to be like, oh, let's get the luckiest draw we can. And he's just saying, no, it's actually much more about being sure in your own ability and making sure that you'll be able to beat whoever is put against you. And I think that's very valuable for sure. But it helps when the draw's good.
Oh, it absolutely does. It would be, though, I understand the answer. I think any competitor, even if they know that the draw matters, you can't say that you got an unlucky draw because that's a defeatist mentality. So they'll be moving to that 2-2 pool. Depending on who they draw, they're going to be the favorite or the underdog. But to his point, they still have to play well to move on.
Unfortunately, 2 Western teams will be leaving the tournament today. Has been it's the
I thought you said LEC, and I was
2
like,
Western
what
teams will be the
Oh my god.
And then,
it's a downer day,
yeah,
it's a
so
bit of a
sad,
downer. I mean, it's great for Fnatic. They make it through. Some things change while Fnatic and G2 stay the same.
Same as it ever was, man. Same as it ever was.
Why'd you have to bring it up? It's kind of sad, actually. Both Matt and C9.
And I know we should
I'm sorry, it's my job, Shox. I didn't wrap.
I know. We don't need to wrap.
2013, Fnatic knocks them out. 2015, they're in the same group. They get out. C9 doesn't. 2018, they knock them out. At least
you're making me feel a lot better right now.
At least last year, Fnatic and C9, neither of them made it out, so it was fair.
Okay.
This year, Fnatic knocked him out again.
Yeah. Annoying. Any case, I did want to shout someone out. It was Mac, actually, because I can imagine that it's really difficult for him to be at home right now, and he's kind of probably thinking, I wish I was there with everyone. Yep. So just a shout out to him and to the year for the Mad Lions, but unfortunately, the road ends here, and we will be back tomorrow. Can we just throw this Swiss bracket up one more time for the matchups tomorrow so we can see what we have? Because D plus Kia is up versus GAM, and we have KT up versus LNG, but I just want to situate myself in terms of where they are in the bracket, because even I get confused. They're in the
so tomorrow there'll be one matchup of the 1-2 teams, DK versus GAM, and one matchup of the 2-1 teams, which is KT and LNG.
So we have one quarterfinalist and another team.
Yeah, KT or LNG will qualify for the quarterfinals, and that's expected to be a banger. You know, both these teams on a upward trajectory. It's going to be an exciting day for sure tomorrow.
It will be. So we'll see you tomorrow. We'll be back with a continuation of round 4 here in the Worlds 2023 Swiss stage. Thank you so much. See you then. Bye-bye.
Waiting in the wings, although they are going to go in overly aggressively here. They just look to murder the Least and they take him down. Yeah, the equalizer means that it's very difficult to get past it. Interrupted and Bosch just burns him down.
Careful, look. You have W? Okay, can now. Well played. Where is that? Listen, no flash too. Listen, but listen after. I have ulti in 1 second. He's going to die here.
No, it's going to be a 3v3. There's the counter-strike. Scatter the weak is
in towards mid. They're going to look for a dive.
Yeah, they're going to pull him out with the all-out Humanoid taking so much damage, and that's just a solo kill.
Made it a little bit harder, but we didn't cringe it as much as them. It only took us 27 minutes. Kill the alley, no? I can combo, Has no flash. Kan vi nå? Nice. Slowly, bait. Look at my combo, I'm coming on Jax. Jax is dead.
Yeah, guys, you kill him soon. Chill. She said. Like, stop screaming. Yeah, stop. Well played. That was so good. Well played. Let's go. Nice.
Now, cease and desist comes through as well, and the Realm may not be as lucky, but he's got flash. He's going to try and flash away. The charm is decent, and they do eventually pick the kill up.
Kalista flash?
No flash, Kalista.
I can go on her.
Coming, 4 seconds. Just chase her. Kill her.
Aatrox now, okay? Kalista, nice.
Combo 2.
He's dead. Probably. Good well played.
Oh, nice.
Kazi goes all out. He's trying to get light, and now, he's going to get that one working. Chase is going to fall down, and the Shy is just too big to deal with.
I don't have mana.
Oh, my bad. Oh, there you go.
I heal you.
Look at that. Auto head. Rata.
I can heal you in 10 mana. Now,
I'm sorry. Don't worry. Du hast 2 for 2.
Go flashed.
2 for 2, Garzi, okay? Was good. Yeah.
The turret does go down. There it is. Into the backline with the cease and desist, but they just can't do anything to light. And Weibo will just destroy Mad. It was such a cute attempt, but it just wasn't enough. Weibo with a 2-0 over Mad will stay alive in the tournament.
What's your play, God? What's your play, God? They gotta crumble one by one. Then we go right into the sun like it's the day my kingdom comes. Baby,
Unstoppable, phenomenal, awakening, the animal, unshakable, optimal, it's happening, can't control, feel it, feel it, feel it. Feel it. Feel it. Feel it. Feel it.